It's about the thirst for learning, the curiosity, which also includes like self-learning outside of textbooks, and it can be through your extracurricular activities here. It can be through your interactions with
ASB, Asia School of Business, which is a business school listed to MIT Sloan in the US. Sorry, I need to like use both mic. And then like before that, I actually got a bachelor in statistics and math.
You have to switch this one. It's
Oh,
not
sorry. Thank you. And master in statistics from Harvard. I was an AI engineer at most of the hospitals and biotech in the US. I'm very passionate about AI in healthcare. I have worked in building up system to predict who is going to get cancer and who is going to not, and have built system that create drugs like breast cancer drugs in the US. Beyond that, I'm very happy to, I am very passionate about teaching. So I teach for quite a number of classes at Harvard. I teach some math, statistics, and CS classes. Famously, I taught CS50, which is the one by David Malan. Who here knows what is CS50? Okay, I guess nobody. Okay, the one at the back, the committee. Thank you for the support. It's like an intro to computer science class by Harvard. It's like a very famous online class that you can actually take online at home as well. And I teach it at Harvard. And I founded BASE and BAVI while I was in college, not university. So I founded BASE and BAVI when I was in KYUM. So besides Harvard, I got into Princeton, Oxford, UCL, King's. That's just logo. No, thank you. No, don't need to clap. Thank you. But I think the next. But I think the truth is, wow, when you still see all this, kind of credential accommodation, you're like, oh my God, this girl has his life figured out. This girl have a great life, get to a good university, did so much things about AI, where AI is the heatest topic right now. But I think the truth is next. I actually don't. It's very funny, so now that I need to say next all the time. But I actually don't, right? I think that's what I wanted to tell you next. So I want to share another side of the story that I think most of the time I don't share. And I want to show you that, actually, on the surface, it seems like I have it all, but I actually don't have it all. In my 15, 14 years old, I got a C in my Chinese. I'm Chinese, outside kind of like a banana, so I don't know how to speak Chinese. And I got a C in my exam. Next. And because of that, I actually did not get a full A, straight A in PT3. Not just Chinese, right? You're oh my God, this girl actually be an AI engineer at this biotech company. He must be good at science, but that's not true. I got a B in my PT3 science. And next. And actually, I also did not get full A+ in SPM, right? I think a lot of people was oh my God, full A+ in SPM is what you need for a good scholarship. But the truth is, I did not get full A+, right? I some A, no B, but some A-ish. Yeah, next. Well, I think another thing I want to say is that in my first tracking test, which is a take-home, not take-home, like a semester test at KYUM, which is probably where most of you are going to end up with, I actually got a 20 out of 100. I remember I cried very badly in my KYUM, dorm. I was oh my God, I'm so stupid. Everybody here is so smart. I got a 20 out of 100. All my friends got 80 out of 100. Next. Next. Sorry, it's very hard. Next. Yes, thank you. And then I think before my A2, which is my second A level, I actually failed my further mechanics exam. I got a 10 out of 100. And that was months before it was A2. A2 is A2 is May. I failed my further mechanics when I was in January. And next. I think this is the most important part as well. I actually stress ate myself when I was at Harvard to 75 kilograms. This is a slimmer version you see, and this is a fatter version you see right here. I was so stressed at Harvard, I actually stress ate myself to 75 kg. Next. So I think right, a lot of the time when we are actually at our age, it feels every single point deducted, right? Every single B that we get in our life, it's just oh my God, it's the end of the world, right? It's oh my God, you are basically zooming into your own failure and be this is you are blowing out of proportion for your own failure, right? You're oh my God, I failed so badly, I'm such a failure, life is so bad, I'm so unlucky. But then at the same time, you are actually blowing out of proportion someone else's success, right? You see me on paper, you're oh my God, this person is so damn good, he has nothing to worry about, he has his life figured out. But the truth is, it's not the full picture, right? Everybody has a story behind another story. I think that's what I wanted to say next. Right? I do have have imposter syndrome too, right? Like you see a lot of Harvard alumni, you know, they are like founding like billionaire unicorn startup, or like I was like, why am I not America's youngest billionaire yet? Right? Like, why am I not Kylie Jenner, right? Like to some extent, like whenever we scroll like Instagram, like LinkedIn, YouTube, right? Sometimes we just look at other people, why am I not as rich as Mr. Beast? Like sometimes I also wonder myself. But it's okay, right? Like I think the point is that you should not compare yourself against other people, and that's my next point. Next. I think the truth is nobody have it all, right? Like I don't have it all, and I think that's the thing I wanted to show you, right? I don't have it all. Kylie Jenner probably doesn't have it all. Mr. Beast probably doesn't have it all as well, right? I think that's the point, and I think the first lesson I wanted to share is next. You should not compare yourself against other people. I think that's the first lesson I've learned during my SPM and like my PT3 years. It's not a rat race against other people, right? Like uni admission, you know, like job, career, anything else in life, right? It's not about you versus the other people. It's about you yourself, right? How are you positioning yourself? How are you improving yourself, right? What kind of mindset are you having inside? I think that's the first lesson, because nobody have it all. Whatever you see on social media, Instagram, you know, YouTube, it's whatever I wanted to show you. It's whatever Kylie Jenner wanted to show you, right? It's whatever Mr. Beast wanted to show you. So I think the point is, do not compare yourself against other people at any point of your life and focus on improving yourself. I think that's my first thing. I guess the second story I wanted to share was kind of like, you know, start with a question, and it's related to like kind of like founding of Base and Bowie as well. Next. So, like, actually, like, who is your biggest enemy? Actually, there's 2 slides, but it's okay. Like, I mean, but have you ever thought of, like, when you talk about biggest enemy, right? Like, oh yeah, you know, the girl who's like straight A in my class, that's my biggest enemy. Or like, you know, the other person who, you know, get my spot to represent the school, or, you know, represent the state to get into like, you know, like this chess competition or robotics competition. That's my biggest enemy. But actually, have you ever thought, it's actually yourself. It's not anybody else in this world, right? It's actually yourself. Like whenever you want to start something, whenever you want to like, you know, do something, whenever you want to fight for the impact you want to create, like what is stopping you, right? It's not your friends, it's not your parents, it's not your peers, it's actually yourself. You know why? Next. Because all the time you ask yourself, right, am I actually good enough to start this? Am I actually good enough to like apply for a scholarship? Am I actually good enough to like, you know, like get into Harvard? Next. Like, another thing you always ask yourself, right, is that, am I actually ready enough? Right, like, oh, I'm so bad, like, I have no, like, full A+ in my SPM, that means I can get rejected from Harvard, right? Like, you actually you reject yourself before the world rejects you. Next. And then the last question is, like, do I have what it takes, right? Like, sometimes you always ask yourself too harsh of a question. Next. I think that, you know, it's like there's a ruler in our heart, and we measure ourselves harsher than we ever would to a friend. Like if your friend tell you that, hey, you know, like I want to start this, but I think I'm not that good lah. Like I don't think, you know, I can do it. You will tell your friend, hey, yeah, I think you should start lah. You should just try it out, right? You will actually encourage your friend. But when the same situation happened to yourself, you'll be like, oh, I'm not good enough. I'm not ready. You know, like I'm so stupid. I cannot do this. Like you judge yourself so harshly, and it's not because of other people, right? It's because of you yourself. I think that's the thing that I want to share next. And I want to share this because this is a story I learned about Base. Base started off very easily, you know, like I was on a car ride back home from like Aziom to like KY, and then me and my friend was talking, and they were like, oh yeah, SPM result is going to release in next week. Well, what do we do with it? And then we were like, oh, we don't know. Like, I think, you know, people probably want more like scholarship application. And then we started. There's no like 5-year plan down the road. There's no like, you know, grand plan. We didn't sit down and be like, am I good enough? Am I doing this? Because at first I do doubt myself, right? Like, oh, am I the one starting this? But I think one of my mentors tell me is that if you keep like asking yourself questions, you wouldn't start. Because you wouldn't try, right? Like you reject yourself before the world reject you. It's like you don't want to apply to Harvard because you think that you're not good enough. Harvard application didn't reject you, right? You rejected yourself. So I think that's the point I wanted to share, right? Like Base will not be here if we have overthink whatever we did, right? And, you know, Bowie will not be here if I overthink and be like, oh, I'm not good enough lah. Why this 17-year-old wanted to start a non-profit? Nobody's gonna like, you know, like take me seriously and stuff like that. If I would have thought all of these things, Bowie and Base will not have started, right? I think the thing is, next, it's like be kind to yourself. I think that's the second story I wanted to share, right? Have faith and everything will be all right, and do not actually judge yourself too harshly, right? I think one of the Harvard alumni shared in one of the opinion paper on what is the biggest regret he has in life. And he was saying, the biggest regret when I was 20 years old is everybody at Harvard, everybody everywhere is just too judgmental about themselves. Like, we judge ourselves more than we judge other people. And I think this happened to all high achieving students, right? Like, you're like, oh my God, I'm not good enough, lah. Like, I'm this, I'm that. I think that's your biggest enemy that you should face. And I think that my second lesson is treat yourself like you would treat a friend, like be kind to yourself and have faith, and everything will be all right. And I think the third story I wanted to share is something I wish I've learned before I go to Harvard, but it's a story that I've learned while I was at Harvard, and I think I'm very grateful for the story. Next. So while I was at Harvard, I think, everybody was very like posh, but everybody looks great on the surface, right? Like I met with like the Shark Tank guy, Kevin O'Reilly. I published a paper in like really trusted, established like machine learning AI conferences. I even like have a teacher that was a chief US economic advisor to President Bush, and told me a lot of like story about drama about President Bush, right? I think it seems like on paper, I have it all, right? But I think the question is, everybody seems so posh. The question that made me doubt myself is, next, what does it mean to even have a Harvard education, right? It seems like when I was in Harvard, everybody seems to have their life figured out, right? Like, oh, like I'm gonna go into consulting. Oh, I'm gonna go into investment banking. Like, everybody just be like, I'm gonna follow the path, whatever that societal define as success. I think that's a very dangerous path, right? And I think I tried it, and I think that I was not happy, right? I was burned out, like it was not whatever that I think it is. And next. I think one of the things that kind of like made me stop and reflect is I was talking to this CFO that was very established of a pharmaceutical company. And I was telling him, I was expressing my concern that, oh my God, all my friends postgraduate, they look so accomplished. They earn six-figure in all this quant company, or they go to McKinsey, they go to finance. And I'm back here, right? Like I was bonded back here, and I don't know what to do, right? Like I think that like, oh, am I a failure? Am I failing the definition of Harvard education? And this person was asking me, so what is your definition of success? And I was like, oh, maybe success is just like, money, glorious, fame, and etc. But this person is like, that's the societal definition of success. Society define, right, and draw a box and be like, okay, if you want to become as successful, you need to be a T10, you need to have like a Mercedes-Benz, you need to be like, like having like a lot of power and authority and stuff. But is that your definition of success, right? Is this actually what you wanted? Maybe all you wanted was to create an impact, or like to, to share about what you've learned. So whatever you are doing in ASB, or like whatever I'm doing in ASB, or even BASE currently, is what my definition of success is, right? Like it's whatever I felt good, and I feel like I'm contributing to the world. Next. And I think that, another thing I want to highlight is that if you want to do something extraordinarily, like successfully, it is okay to feel uncomfortable. And that's what he said as well, right? Like I was so uncomfortable being in a very different path and different position post my graduation. And I think that I was so uncomfortable, I was like, should I just apply back, to be an investment analyst or to be like a McKinsey consultant? And the truth is, if I want to like do a startup, do a non-profit, do a business, it's gonna be uncomfortable. I took a class at Harvard Business School, and like the professor was saying, if business is so easy, then everybody will become very rich, right? Only people who are like okay with uncomfortable, like sitting with the risk, that's where they get the highest reward, right? Society at the end of the day is very fair. So next. Yeah, lesson 3, I feel like, this is something I wish I've learned before that, is to define your own success, right? Like, perhaps at your age currently, like, you're like, oh, okay, what I wanted was, like, to get a scholarship, to get into a good university, and that's that. But what happened when you get to good university, right? Then you reach the end of the goal. Like, what do you actually want to make out of the education you are receiving? I think that's the question that you should ask yourself. And no matter what you want to achieve, if it's something big, it's gonna be very uncomfortable, right? Like, be okay with the discomfort that you're like dealing with. Next. I think at the end of the day, my conclusion is, a lot of people like to ask me, right, whenever I go to give talk and stuff, like, oh, like, what does it take to get into Harvard? Like, how do you get into Harvard? And I've reflected this question a lot, right? Like, I've been giving a lot of like talk about, oh, you need like X, Y, and Z. You need to like, have like an extracurricular that's like amazing. You need to have like great like academic results and stuff like that. But the point is, I think, when I sit down and reflected like all this while for the past like 8 months that I've been sharing with all the students and stuff, and I've been reflecting on all the people who actually have got into Harvard for the past 6 months, I found that, next, mindset is actually more important than activity or profile, right? People who got into Harvard, no matter which batch you see, right? Like the class after me, the class before me, they have a very strong mindset. They don't care about what other people say about them, right? They just do whatever they wanted to do, right? And they don't actually compete themselves out, right? Like, I think it's when you're feeling burnout, when you're feeling peer pressure, it's because you're keep competing yourself against other people. And if you want to be special, comparing to other people is not it, right? Like, you want to create your own path so that people define you as who you are. And the other thing is that I realized that mindset, like having a strong mindset, right, is what built up the activity and the profile list that you see in all of these people. Like, why are they so resilient? Like, why are they winning like the Southeast Asian game? Or why is this person even starting the non-profit at the first place? It's because they're so resilient, right? And they don't care about what other people think of it. They have the courage to do so. It's the mindset that gives rise to all this activity and profile, and not the activity and profile that give rise to the mindset. So I hope that, whatever I shared today is useful to you, and you can start thinking about how to like deal with peer pressure, deal with imposter syndrome, and like define your own success at your own term and be okay with uncomfortable. Next. Okay, yeah, I think another thing is that I'm not an old wise man once again. I'm not like any of this picture above. I Googled this yesterday night. You can see the time at the top. So I guess, take it with a grain of salt. I am still learning, and I'm still like, exploring myself, right? But these are the things that I wish I know when I was 18, it's okay to be like lost in the path sometime. It's okay to feel like, imposter syndrome. It's okay to feel peer pressure. It's okay to feel like you are a failure sometime. And that's normal, right? Like, even at my age currently, I feel like sometimes I'm a failure too. But it's how you bounce back from those unhealthy thoughts that are important, right? Some people will just like take the time to scroll like one day of TikTok and wasted a whole day, right? Because she thinks that she's a failure. Versus like, like people who just like sit down and think about it. Actually, what am I going to do with it, right? Like, how am I going to improve myself? That's the kind of mindset mentality shift that you need to have. That's all I wanted to share. So thank you so much. I hope that you guys have a nice scholarship talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach, so much for that insightful session. So now we'll begin with our first session of the day today, which is Navigating Career Pathways with Zara and Zulaika.
Mic untuk live stream.
You nak kat mana?
I don't mind. Kat mana?
Kat mana? Mic test. Tak ada. Mic test. Mic test.
I can invite orang fix that mic.
Kita ni. Tak apa.
You start dulu.
Mic test. Tak ada tu. You introduce yourself. Tapi macam okay. Oh, okay.
Another one for you.
Memang dia tak ada. Ni ke untuk tu?
Ni untuk live stream.
Oh, okay. Faham. So kita kena pass.
Tak,
So ni kita pass. Ni, mic ni.
Ya.
Ni tak on ke? Sekejap. Mic test. Okay.
Kau nak wireless?
Dia nak wireless.
Boleh?
Mic test.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, jom, let's go. Right. Okay. All right, everyone. Welcome to Base Scholarship Workshop 2025. So today, mic test. Okay. So today we'll be starting the first session with navigating pre-university pathways. So before we start, let me introduce myself. My name is Nur Zulaika. I am a Yayasan Khazanah scholar. I'm continuing my studies in economics. I'm doing A-levels at College Yayasan UEM, and I'm from Tukukusha College.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Zara Putri Natasha binti Shahrin. Everyone here may call me Zara. I'm a JPA Mara scholar. I'm going to pursue econs in my degree. So currently I'm doing my foundation in commerce at College Yayasan Said Business School. I used to go to Sekolah Menengah Sains Rebal, also known as Semestern. So welcome everyone to the first session, which is navigating PU pathways.
Alright, so some of you might already be familiar with pre-university pathways, some of you might not be, because as far as I know, right now is the second phase of UPU, right? You guys have already entered your first 6 choices, and then you guys are going to submit it in 5 days time prior, I don't know. Basically, you are already aware of some of it, but I'm going to show you an in-depth analysis, I believe, to other pre-university programs that we have, okay, especially in Malaysia. So briefly, I want to describe pre-university programs are academic programs that serve as a bridge between secondary education. So right now, you guys are at secondary education. You guys have finished SPM. Some of you might have finished IGCSE and O-levels. And it connects you, pre-university connects you between these secondary educations to your undergraduate studies. Well, undergraduate studies is basically your degree, your intended course, your designated course in the future later. And they are designed to prepare students for academically and mentally challenging aspect of university. You know, it's going to be very different. There's no more spoon feeding. There's no more teachers that's going to tell you, oh, you got to do this, you have to do this. There's going to be extensive self-research. There's just going to be you and yourself. So technically, pre-university is a way for you to prepare for your university later on when you want to study locally, or some of you want to study abroad. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so to give a brief example of like your education timeline, where you guys are heading. So first, you guys are like after the secondary education, you guys are there after SPM, IGCSE, O-levels. You guys are like waiting for your SPM result in 5 days, right? And then after that, basically, you guys have the options to pursue any of these 7 options, which is either in foundation, diploma, matriculation, STPM, A-levels, IBDP, ADTP, OSMED. But the catch is that all of these programs are done locally, most of the time, especially in Malaysia. So even if it's a preparatory program for overseas studies, most of these programs will be done in Malaysia. And after that, after all of this, after you have done your pre-university program in Malaysia, barulah you guys akan pergi your degree, your designated degree, whether you want to pursue it locally or abroad. So to give a quick example of what these examples are, so foundation, or more commonly known as Asasi. A very famous example I can say is Pusat Asasi Sains University Malaya, that's PASUM, and there's also ASID, Asasi Sains ITM Dengkil, and Asputra, etc. But those are IPTAs, ones that you can apply through UPU. But we also have foundations provided by the private universities like Sunway College and Taylor's College. So next we have diploma. We also have diploma in your UPU options, right? You have diploma, and you also have diploma provided by private universities juga. So diploma is just a slightly longer academic program compared to your foundation. And then we also have matriculation, like, for example, College Matrikulasi Selangor, College Matrikulasi Perlis, College Matrikulasi Perak. And then we have STPM, which is essentially Form 6. And then we have some of the more famous overseas preparatory program, which is A-levels, International Baccalaureate Diploma, ADTP, which is American Degree Transfer Program, OSMAT, CISI, and ACCA or ICAW. Well, something interesting about ACCA and ICAW is it's technically not a pre-university program. Basically, it's a type of certificate that you guys can obtain right after your SPM to become a chartered accountant. It's not a degree, it's not a foundation, it's a way for you guys to obtain a certificate for you guys to terus kerja as a chartered accountant after you finish your ICCA. But you guys have the option to pursue your foundation in accounting or degree in accounting, and later on baru you guys buat ACCA. Like you guys can do it terus after SPM, or you guys can do it after you have your degree. So that's two pathways if you want to become an accountant. So after you have finished this, some of them might take 1 year or 2 years per universities. Only then would you guys get to pursue your studies, your undergraduate studies, overseas or locally, based on your dream university. Harvard maybe, Oxford, Cambridge, or for some famous local university we have UKM, and etc. So next slide please.
Okay, now I'm going to be asking the most important question for our session, which is what are the different PU options available in the first place? Next slide, please. Now, to make it easier, we actually separated it into 3 different categories, which is for local preparation, overseas preparation, and also a hybrid preparation, which caters to both local and overseas preparation. Now, do note that I will only be briefly explaining the different PU options, while Zulaika will be explaining it more detailed later on. Next slide, please. So under local preparation, first and foremost, we have the famous matriculation and diploma. So matriculation is a 1-year PU preparatory program offered by the Ministry of Education themselves, and it is mainly for entry into public universities. So for any colleges yang ada College Matrikulasi Melaka, Perak, Selangor, Sarawak, all of those are under matriculation. But College Mara, Kuala Nerang, College Mara, Seremban, all of those are still considered under matriculation as well. Now, although it says for local preparation, certain, a very few select universities actually accept matriculation certificate overseas. So, if you are planning to further your studies in under matriculation and you have plans to go overseas, definitely check out the requirements first to ensure that they actually take a matriculation certification. Moving on to diploma. Now, diploma is a 2 to 3 year program, post-secondary academic qualification, and they combine theory with hands-on learning. Now, the thing that sets diploma apart from the rest of the other PU options is that you are able to go into the workforce directly, because as you can see here, it's a 2 to 3 year program. So diploma is essentially equivalent to a first-year degree certificate, meaning it has a higher qualification certificate in comparison to other PU options due to its longer duration. Next slide, please. Moving on to overseas preparation. Now we have the famous A-level, which takes 1.5 to 2 years PU program based on the UK's education system, and you will have to do a deep study on 3 to 4 subjects. Now these 3 to 4 subjects include, they will be from fields such as STEM, humanities, arts, or even business and finance itself. So when you are choosing your A-level subjects, make sure that they actually cater to what you want to do for your degree. Say that you want to do engineering for your degree, then most likely for your A-levels, you will take physics, you will take maths, you will take further maths. Moving on, we have International Baccalaureate Diploma Program. So it is a 2-year PU program designed to provide a holistic education. And in comparison to A-levels, for IBDP, you actually have to do as much as 6 subjects across a very broad spectrum, such as language acquisition, language and literature, we have mathematics, we have arts, and we also have science. Next slide, please. So let's move on to the final one, which is hybrid preparation. So first and foremost, we have foundation. Now foundation is a 1-year fast-track PU program, and they are very focused on specific fields. Let's take PASUM for example again. So under PASUM, they actually have 3 different sciences. They have physical science, life science, and social science. If you want to pursue engineering for your degree, you will go for physical sciences. But if you want to go more into the sciences, you want to become a doctor, or you want to venture into the pharmaceuticals, then you will go for the life sciences. However, if you want to go into business, you want to pursue law, or even mass comm, then you would choose social science as your foundation option. Moving on to SPM. Now, SPM is like your Form 6. It is a 2-year PU program, and it is Malaysia's equivalent to A-levels. The only thing that sets SPM apart from A-levels is first, it's based on the Malaysian curriculum, and second, they have 3 papers instead of 2 in A-levels. Now, since it's the equivalence to A-level, meaning that it is also globally recognized, and you can apply up to 2,000 universities overseas, including Oxford as well. Now, they have specialized fields for science, while it's much broader for social science. Last but not least, we have AUSMAT, also known as Australian Matriculation, or SACE-I, which is SACE International. So SACE International is the South Australian Certificate of Education International. It is a 12 to 18 months long PU program from Australia, and you will be graded mainly on your coursework. So although this is a PU program from Australia, it does not mean that once you take AUSMAT, you will be forever bonded in Australia. You can't actually go back to Malaysia. You have no other choice. No. So under AUSMAT, you are still able to apply to other universities such as in Canada, China, or even New Zealand. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, I'll pass this back to Zulaika.
Alright, so thank you, Zara. So now we'll be talking about the factors to consider when you guys want to choose your pre-university pathways. Like banyak kan tadi, macam mana satu nak pilih ni. So you guys have to take in these factors into consideration. Why? Because number one, pre-university pathways will be the determinant for your undergraduate studies. Maksudnya kalau you guys salah pilih your pre-university programs, you guys dah halfway into your foundation, for example, so you guys are halfway into your foundation, it's technically impossible for you guys to change that. You guys won't be able to change your courses after. So it's very important to consider these factors. So next slide, please. So I've compiled the main factors to consider, which is time factor, cost, learning style, location, language, and what's next for you guys. So as for the time factors, you guys need to know that different pre-university programs have different study duration. For foundation, it's 1 year. So meaning that if you guys were to start in the middle of 2025, your foundation, you finish in the middle of 2026, and after that you'll already be doing your undergraduate studies. Isn't that a little bit crazy? So, but like, there's also A-levels and IB diploma. Well, it'll take you 2 years. So you have to take this into consideration. You have to have an end goal by at what age you want to finish your studies and etc. And then we have cost. For cost, it is for most of the IPTAs in Malaysia, which is Institute Pengajian Tinggi Awam, that is offered by the government through UPU, it is very low cost. The only fees that you have to pay would be your examination fees, some textbook fees, and like your living costs. But other than that, it is fully supported by the government. But if you wish to pursue your studies privately, meaning that you guys want to go to KYUM, KYSB, or Taylor's, Sunway, and self-fund yourself, it will be very, very costly. Some of them even reaching to 30,000, 40,000 for just a 1-year program. Next, we have learning style. Why do you have to consider learning style? And I really press on this matter so much because it is the determinant of your grade. Like, for example, in order to enter a specific degree, you'd have to meet a specific requirements. Maybe you'd have to have an A in your biology. But how is your biology graded? For some courses, for some programs, you're just fully graded on your examination, meaning that it's like SPM all over again. You'd be studying 24/7, basically just like SPM. But for some other programs, they offer you assessment, like a 40 to 60% assessment, meaning that 40% of your marks will be from your coursework assessment, meaning that it will either be from presentation, it will either be from assignment, or group assignments. So you guys have to take this factor into consideration, because your grade is not just determined by your hard work through your studies. It's also determined by how well you work with your peers, how well you interact, and whether you're introverted or extroverted. So you guys have to take this into consideration also. And next we have location. Maybe for some of you it's okay to live far away from your parents. For some of you it's not. Because some of you might already be from boarding schools, some of you from daily schools. But another factor to take into consideration is the place where your educational institution is at. For example, if you prefer a city center life, maybe St. Louis and Taylor's might be for you. It is close to accommodations, facilities. You have MRT, you have malls. It's very easy to get food around, dinners and stuff. Because it's very different. Boarding schools and pre-university programs schools, they don't provide the same facilities. Like you won't get 5 meals a day anymore in pre-university programs, in schools that offer pre-university programs. And another factor to consider is language. So you guys are aware that there are programs that offer you to study in France, in Japan, in Korea, and Germany. So when you guys choose these programs later on, it starts in pre-university. You guys would have to study the language in pre-university because they want you to prepare to learn fully in the language of the respective countries later on in the future. Meaning that you won't be learning in English, you won't be learning in your mother tongue, Bahasa Melayu, but you'll be learning in French, Korean, Japan, and German. So, last but not least, you have to consider what's next. What do you actually want to be? Do you want to be a doctor? Do you want to be an engineer? Do you want to be a consultant or whatnot? Because if you want to be a doctor, then the overseas preparatory program are not for you. Medicine are no longer sponsored to study overseas, other than Jordan by GPA and India, I believe. But other than that, those who want to become doctors can pursue their universities and they can still get scholarship, but just not overseas, just to keep that in mind. So, next slide, please. So, because I'm sure that you're bombarded with like so many facts, so many new things. So we've compiled all of the necessary information that you guys would need in order to choose your university pathway in a table. We tried summarizing everything, very crucial information for you guys. So for the first one, we have foundation or asasi, the one that I said like pasu, asid and everything. It will take you 1 year and you will be graded based on your examination. You'll have midterm, final term, random quizzes that will actually determine your grades. And also, you will also be graded on your coursework, meaning your presentation, maybe some research that you have to do outside of your school. And for foundation, there's a broad number of programs offered, meaning that there's law, there's computer science, there's social sciences, physical sciences, life sciences. But the catch is that when you enter these programs, it is very hard for you to move to another program in your degree. Meaning that if you were to do law as your foundation, it's technically very, very hard or almost impossible to change to computer science later on in your degree. So you gotta be careful when choosing what to pursue as your foundation. And also, another thing is that if you were to continue your foundation in a private college, for example Taylor's or Sunway, it is very hard to get back into your IPTA through UPU. Technically impossible because you can't be using the UPU saluran anymore. You'd have to go private at an IPTA. So next we have public, which is like UKM and everything, very low cost. But for the private universities, it can cost up to 10k to 30,000 ringgit. And for the pros, it is focused on specific subjects. So if you're already set and determined on your course, then go ahead for foundation. But for the cons, like I said, it is not suitable if you're a student who have not chosen their degree pathways yet. So moving on, we have STPM, which is essentially Form 6, the one that you'll be doing at the nearest SMK in your area, which is, it takes about 1.5 years, and it is fully exam-based. So SPM is just like STPM, exams, exams, and exams. And it's divided into 4 main streams, which is science, social science, sastra, and other languages. And there's broad degree of choices, meaning that you guys can choose lots of degree through UPU later on. And then government school costs are very low, might even be lower than IPTAs in foundation, and it is recognized by international universities, but however, it is limited in subject offerings, meaning that despite there are many being subject offered, it depends on the availability of teachers at your school. You guys can't just change school. And if you want to take a specific subject and the school does not have a teacher that teaches in that subject, you just won't be able to learn that subject. So next slide. Next we have matriculation, a famous one I said like College Matrikulasi Selangor, College Matrikulasi Perak and so on. It takes 1 year, it is fully exam based, and the streams available have been expanded as recently. And there's accounting, science, technical, professional accounting, and computer science. For the science program, it's divided into a 1-year program and a 2-year program. So if you choose to be a little bit fast track, you can do the 1-year program, but if you want to do the 2-year program, it will be dependent on your result. Meaning that if your result do not qualify for the 1 year, then you can't do the 1 year. And then for the cost, it's government funded, hence very low, but you have to borne your own living costs, your food costs and whatsoever. And then after that, the pros of matriculation is that it's very fast track, just like foundation, and it's tailored into entry for IPTA. Something interesting about matriculation is that it's very easy to get into top universities in Malaysia like and UKM with a matriculation certificate. But the cons is that the number of acceptance for non-Bumi Putra is very low. As far as I know, it's only 10% per each acceptance for each college matriculasi in Malaysia. So I'll pass it on to Zahra for diploma.
Okay, thank you, Zulaika. So I'll be taking it for diploma. So diploma is a 2 to 3 year program, as I mentioned before, and it is exam based, and you have your practical coursework assessment. So what's the very good thing about diploma is they have a wide variety of courses for you to choose from. However, these courses tend to be like very, very specific and in the technical sector. For instance, we have diploma in aircraft maintenance technology. We have diploma in midwifery. We even have diploma in traditional Chinese medicine. So imagine if you already take up a diploma in traditional Chinese medicine that you'll be learning for 2 to 3 years, it's going to be very hard for you to actually venture out into different fields if you suddenly decide that you don't actually like that field. So for the cost, and for the public university, it's going to be very low cost. But again, for private, it's going to be around 10,000 ringgit to 30,000 ringgit. Now, the pros and cons of this is it takes a longer study duration. So what this essentially means that if you want to take your time, you want to set your own pace of learning, you don't actually want to rush things, feel free to take up diploma because you have a lot of time for you to fully understand and comprehend the studying material. However, this could also be a con because imagine if you want to be a little bit more fast track than everyone else, diploma might not be the perfect choice for you. Secondly, the pros of diploma is that you will be eligible for a credit transfer during your degree. So imagine you have already done 2 years of diploma, and for degree you want to do another 3 years. But since you already took diploma, your 3 years could be actually shortened down to 2 years or even 1.5 years, making you like not even far off from your foundation friends or even your matriculation friends. But again, since these courses are very specific, we definitely don't recommend you to take it if you are still unsure about your degree pathway. Moving on to OSMED or SACE-I, it is 12 to 18 months, and again, it is exam based and they have their coursework assessments. So under OSMED and SACE-I, you are required to take 5 subjects, but only the best 4 will be graded. The subjects are like around the same as A-levels that I will be explaining later, with additional subjects like nutrition, if I'm not mistaken. Now for under SACE-I, their grading is heavily towards coursework. So like 50 to 70% of your grade is like dependent on your coursework itself, while only 30 to 50% is from your external assessments, which are your exams. So meaning like 50 to 70% like what coursework is like presentation, weekly quizzes, or lab reports, practicals, like all of those play a very big role in OSMED or SACE International. international because they are not as heavily independent on exams. So definitely choose this if you are someone who enjoys continuous assessment and you would love to explore different interests. However, don't choose this if you don't actually want to test it beside your academic abilities because they have very rigorous assessments here. Next slide, please. Now we'll continue to A-levels. So A-levels is typically a 2-year program and it is fully exam-based. So under A-levels, you actually have AS and A2. So under your AS is essentially like the foundation of your A-levels itself, but in your A2, we will be covering more complex topics. Now for each of these papers, it actually takes up, each of these papers plays 50% into your final grade. They have flexible and broad subjects. Okay, for example, we have like physics, chem, bio, maths, further maths, literature, geo, history, and so much more. So definitely choose the subjects that you would love to pursue in your degree later on. And the cost for A-levels might tend to be more costly because you are essentially taking examinations from the UK itself. So it could be like from 15,000 ringgit to 50,000 ringgit, which is like a very, very big investment if you do choose to do your A-levels. And second, choose this if you want to be assessed like fully on examinations, but don't choose this if you are not ready to do like very rigorous examinations, because under A-levels you are basically resitting your SPM again, but on the plus side there's less subjects, but don't be too happy because A-level subjects tend to be much harder than what you did in SPM. So let's move on to IB Diploma. Now IB Diploma is a 2-year program. You have exam-based and assessment, and you have to take 6 subjects from the variety of courses that they actually offer you. Okay, let's say you have to take 6 subjects. Three of those subjects you have to take them at a higher level, while the other 3, you have to take them at a standard level. Okay, so now imagine you have 6 subjects that you have to study for, and for each of these subjects, you have like 2 to 3 papers for each subject that you have to take, on top of mandatory papers that are required for you to take to actually gain your diploma certificate, which is extended essay, theory of knowledge, as well as creativity, activity, and service. So it's like you actually have 9 subjects that you have to study for, because the maximum points that you can get for IB Diploma is 45 points, and for each subject you can get up to a maximum of 7 points. So 6 times 7, that's 42 points. And the additional 3 subjects each have 1 point. So you will get a maximum of 45 points. But usually, like even my friends who are currently doing IB Diploma, the only requirements to fly, for them at least, is like only 35 points, and then you are eligible to fly overseas. So moving on to the cost. The cost again is also quite pricey, from 15,000 ringgit to 60,000 ringgit. But it is recognized by universities worldwide, and I would definitely recommend this for students who enjoy learning across a broad spectrum of subjects. But definitely don't choose this if you are not ready for rigorous assessments outside of academic studies, because under IB it is not 100% academic based. Moving on to the next slide. I'll pass this to Zulaika.
Thank you, Zara. So, for the next one, we want to explain about mandatory English language proficiency certificate. Basically, you guys know how you did your English SPM, right? Yeah, you'll do this one more time. So don't throw away your grammar book, your English lessons whatsoever, because technically, MUAT, TOEFL, and IELTS, it will test you based on your English proficiency. So as you can see, MUAT is for students in IPTA, meaning students who want to enter UM or UKM through UPU Saluran. So it's mandatory for them to take it. But for students who wish to do preparation for their studies abroad, it is mandatory for them to take either one of TOEFL or IELTS, but not both, just one. So next slide, please. Okay, so for MUAT, like I said, it's mandatory for IPTA, meaning that to enter certain courses in UPU, there's like a minimum requirement that you have to meet. And it tests 4 components, which is reading, writing, speaking, and listening. For the reading, is like your normal reading objective paper. And for writing, it is divided into 2 parts, which is an email essay in the first part, just like SPM, and the second part, which is a academic-based essay, well, where they'll ask you for opinion, discussion, so it's a bit higher level of thinking. And then we have speaking, which is divided into individual speaking and also group speaking. And then we have listening, the same with SPM. But the thing with MUET is that different minimum band requirement is for different courses, meaning that if you want to pursue law, you have to have a higher band. The requirement band for law is higher. For example, if you want to do TESOL, the minimum requirement is a band 5. But if you just want to do technical things like engineering and stuff, it's a minimum band 3.5. And the total mark that you can get is 360 marks. And some components carry different weightage than other components. For like reading, it contributes 120 marks. And you will also be graded on band 1 to band 6. So next slide. And then we have IELTS or TOEFL. It is used as a requirement for universities abroad, meaning that later on, when you want to apply for your universities, you would first get a conditional offer. But in order to get this conditional offer, you not only have to ace your A-levels and IB diploma, you would also have to ace your IELTS, because the requirements are very high, especially for prestigious universities. If I'm not mistaken, for engineering, a very technical course, it's a minimum requirement for you is a 7.5 in all components, not your total marks. In all components, you have to get a 7.5. And it is actually very, very hard to ace IELTS. Like, it's very technical and it's very hard. And it's the same thing. It tests 4 components, which is reading, writing, listening, and speaking. But just bear in mind that you have to meet your course-specific demand. For law, it's a bit higher, maybe an 8 and 8.5 overall is 8 in like all components. So just bear that in mind. Because as far as I know, there are some seniors of us, our seniors, that actually did not get accepted into their university despite getting a conditional offer, because they did not meet the IELTS band requirement, and I feel like that's something yang macam tu lah. Okay. The same thing with TOEFL. It's just a different kind of assessment with different technical grading, but the same weightage carry, and it's also graded out of 120. So different weightage, 30 out of 30 for reading, 30 for listening, 30 for speaking, and 30 for writing. So next slide, please.
So now, thank you. So now, what happens if you actually decide, I tak nak dengar lah cakap Zulaika, I'm going to go to Japan anyway, I'm going to go to Germany anyway. So there's no fault in that, but we just want to just give you a heads up that if you do choose to go to any of these countries, you have your own set of tests that you have to take to ensure that you are actually proficient in their language. Let's say you want to go to Germany. There you're going to be learning in German, hence you will have to take a test called Test DAF. Secondly, if you want to go to Korea, obviously you're going to be learning in Korean, and you're going to be taking the topic test. Next, we have Japan. So in Japan, you're mostly going to learn in Japanese, but some universities actually offer G30 courses, meaning that they offer courses fully in English to attract more international students. And they also have tests such as JLPT and EJU, but as of last year, my friends who are going to Japan don't actually have to take JLPT or EJU, but if you are taking a preparatory college at UM, it is compulsory for you to take this test. Moving on to France, you're going to be mostly learning in French, because in the France syllabus, they also learn in English for business courses. And if you do choose to take like engineering or business, you have to take DELF or DALF. Now moving on to India. So usually in India, you don't actually have to learn their subjects. You typically will learn English, meaning it's not compulsory for you to learn Indian at all. And the most common field here is for medicine and engineering. Lastly, we have like if you want to study medicine or like dentistry in Jordan, you have to learn Arabic, and there will be Arabic language prep for you. Next slide, please. So I'm going to be explaining a little bit more on DAF, test DAF, and topic. Next slide, please. So it's for Germany, Korea, and also France. Next slide. So under Germany, we have TestDAF. So TestDAF, they have the same 4 basic components that Zulaika mentioned earlier: reading, writing, listening, and speaking. And they have a total of 5 levels. And how do you know if you pass? If you actually got a level 3, 4, or 5, that means that you've passed and you essentially meet your requirement to go to your your ideal German university overseas. Next slide. We have topic. So topic is if you want to learn in Korea, so there will be 2 levels for each SEM. So for SEM 1, you'll be taking topic 1. However, in SEM 2, you'll be taking topic 2. And your results for each of these topic exams, you have to get at least level 3 out of 6. And this for topic only, they don't have the 4 components, as speaking is actually missing here. So don't worry if you are unable to speak Korean, because they will only test on reading, listening, and writing, and the total points go up to 200 points. Moving on to DELF. So for DELF, in SEM 1, you don't actually have to take any examinations. They will only give you like basic vocabulary lessons. However, in SEM 2, it is actually compulsory for you to take DELF A2 and get at least 50 out of 100. For SEM 3, you have to take DELF B1, and again, you have to reach at least 50 out of 100. And it also tests you on the 4 basic components. So now, how does the ranking go? It's like your SPM. It starts from A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2. So in order for you to study in France, you only have to go up to B1. Next slide, please. So I think that's essentially all from us. We truly hope that we are able to help you navigate your way through the
Okay.
Naik-naik.
Naik-naik macam suruh mic tanya nama.
Boleh lah.
Ya, lepas tu dia.
I don't know how to.
Yeah, just clip it kat your baju.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you.
Alright.
Can I sit there? Test.
Lepas tu kena rapat sikit. Tak masuk kamera. Rapat to the...
Okay. Right. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum. How are you guys feeling? Alright. For session 2, I'll be presenting along with my friends over here. A little bit introductions about myself. My name is Dia Arisa. You guys can call me Dia. I am a PETRONAS scholar, inshallah pursuing my degree in economics in either UK or US, haven't planned yet. And here, my friend.
Hey guys, my name is Carmelia. You guys can call me Cam. I'm a Shell scholar intending to study business and management at one of the top UK or US universities. So I think that's just about it. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure many of you guys are here wondering what are scholarships, right? Some of you guys might have a little bit knowledge about it, but some do not. What are the scholarship types available, the differences, and the terms and requirements for each different types of scholarship? So pay close attention because we're going to deliver exactly that. And please do take some notes if you can, all right? So just general definitions of scholarships. They are financial awards given to students based on their academic excellence, talents, and more other criteria. Before we jump into different types of scholarships available, I want you guys to differentiate between comfortable loan and also scholarships. Next slide. All right. Have you guys ever heard of pinjaman boleh ubah? Okay, you guys know what PTPTN is? Alright, Mara? Okay, those are a comfortable loan where it is a financial aid that you have to repay after you finish your studies. Meaning they are not fully scholarship. Like they will sponsor you during your studies, but after that, when you actually graduate and have your first ever salary, they'll directly send you like a certain amount that you have to pay. This falls under the contracts lah. But for scholarships, they are financial reward based on your merit, achievements, and other criteria. Meaning, they fund you like for free, right? There are other terms which we'll dive later, but they need no repayment afterwards. Okay? Comfortable loan, pinjaman boleh ubah, they're generally more like easier to be accepted. Like their intakes are larger. Like for Mara, I think it's around 200 of scholars. And in terms of requirements, not to say it's like, it's a bit lenient, but still it's still quite high. However, for scholarships, since they are funding you for free, right, obviously they will be more competitive. And many people will like apply for it, okay? They will cover partial or full tuition fees, depends on what type of scholarship that you are applying for. So now that you know what is the differences between pinjaman boleh ubah and scholarship, right? Okay, next. Alright. Different types of scholarships available. There are need-based and merit-based. Need-based is a scholarship that focuses solely on your financial need. They are targeting towards a low-income candidates or B40s. They still look at like certain level of achievements and academic excellence, but in terms of that, they focus more on your financial background. For example, we have Yayasan Diri, Zakat Education Aid, YTR, and other. For merit-based, or in other name is called academic-based scholarship, they really focus on your academic excellence, meaning in other criteria like leaderships, your extracurriculars, it is all based on how you perform and your overall achievements. They don't really look at your financial background, so regardless of what financial group that you are from, it won't put you at any advantage or disadvantage when you're applying. It's like it's solely up to you how you perform during the interviews, essay writing, and so on, right? Next. Okay, local and overseas. Some of you guys like want to stay local, right? Maybe you guys think that the cost of your studies is better if you like have the exposure in Malaysia, closer to your family and more. We do have government scholarship called JPA under the program Ijazah Dalam Negara, PIDN. So they will sponsor you to government universities or also private universities for different courses. We also have private corporate scholarships where there is a Khazanah, Yayasan Khazanah Watan. They will sponsor you to a UKM, and other private unis. PETRONAS mostly will put you in UTP, University Technology PETRONAS, and there's also CIMB, Maybank, and more. For overseas, in terms of the requirements, they are generally more competitive in compared with like local intakes, because especially in terms of language proficiencies, right? Just like the first session, they mentioned about different type of tests that you have to take to test your language proficiency. So in SPM later, in I think around 1 week, right? to get your result, right? There will be a CEFR, which it will tell you what language proficiency that you get. Let's say the minimum requirement for majority of scholarships is B2, but some do set a higher requirement, which is C1, to be eligible to apply for overseas studies. For example, PETRONAS. So my friends, based on my experience, he scored like, I think 7A+, and he really diverse in many extracurriculars. However, because of his CEFR is like less than C1, he's not eligible to apply for the overseas studies. So yeah. And then in terms of the tuition fees, they will cover you from preparation year, which is A-level, IB or ADTP and more, up until your undergraduate, which is degree program in overseas. Next. Okay, that is a bonded and non-bonded scholarship. For bonded scholarship is when you are required to work with the company after you graduate. Meaning, let's say for private company like PETRONAS or like Shell, they set a certain period that you have to serve. It depends on the contract. There's like 1-to-1 or 1-to-2, meaning that let's say you study for 5 years and you have to serve bond with them for 5 years. It's like some way for you to repay them, but not in the form of money, but in the form of your services, right? And then for non-bonded, there's also non-bonded, where you are free to choose wherever you want to work after you graduate, meaning you are not linked to that or like bond to them. For example, YPJ and Yayasan Sabah, they fund you like full scholarship, but at the same time, they need no repayment and you don't have to work for them afterwards, which is quite, best lah kan. But for YTP Mara, also like that, however, it's a loan, you have to pay them afterwards. And then, and also, just to add, for bonded scholarship, you cannot break your bond, or else you have to pay them, let's say, like certain percentage lah. Next, we have internal and external scholarship. Internal scholarships are administrated directly by the college or universities that you are attending. Meaning, let's say the university that we are in right now, right, tailors. And majority of the private universities in Malaysia, they have their own scholarship program that they tend to provide for the local students to apply for different courses. So, because some students want to pursue medic or law in private universities, but they couldn't afford that. So these private unis want to give an equal opportunity, so they will provide different scholarships or sponsorship opportunity for them. And then external scholarship, just like I mentioned, all those private corporate companies provide, like PETRONAS, Bank Negara, or PNB, and more. Next. Okay, now we're going to enter to the requirements of each scholarship bodies. However, mind you that these are solely based on 2024 selection cycle. It may change for this year. So you can pay close attention to it. However, don't solely depend on it. These are merely to guide you and to prepare you on what's coming, and so that you're more prepared mentally and physically. Okay. Next. Okay, I'll start with the internal scholarships. For tailors, for example, they have full or partial scholarships. They award you based on your academic excellence, talent in entertainment, sports, and extracurriculars involvement and leadership skills. They also have scholarships for A-levels, OSMED for Australia, ADP, ACCA for those who want to take accounting, foundation, and diploma. And for these, each each studies programs have different requirements, so do search on that. Now, and also other private units like MMU, MSU, Sunway, Manipal for Medic, they also provide their own internal scholarship. So if you want to do search on your preferred university that you want to go to, I'm pretty sure they all have their internal scholarships. Next. Okay. We'll move on to external scholarship. We have first MARA, comfortable loan Sorry?
I think the crowd is a little bit too chill. Do you want to go and ask them some questions?
Oh, boleh.
I know you guys hate this, guys, but since you guys are scholarship aspirants, any one of you would like to volunteer and just share a bit about what's your future plan or your dream scholarship? If you're scared to jinx your dream scholarship, it's okay lah. I won't force you guys to share. But like, any volunteers before I pick a random person from the crowd?
Come on, guys. This is to test your confidence level as well. So just to practice, you know.
Okay, let's go. Can you pass the mic to him? It's okay. Just say.
Hello everyone. So, my name is Redsa. I, like many of you, have just finished my secondary school course at SMK Abdul Rahman Talib, Kuantan Pahang. And it's always been my dream actually to study overseas. So that's why I'm here today actually. Came all the way from Kuantan to learn the tricks of the trade and make sure that I'm able to secure a scholarship for me as well. But my future to make myself proud, my teachers proud, and inshallah also to make my parents proud. So that is my main goal for today.
Thank you very much. Anyone boleh lawan in terms of distance? Anyone that came further from Kuantan Pahang? Wait, I heard someone say Johor. Oh, Johor.
Okay.
Siapa?
Hi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh everyone. My name is Khadijah, but you can call me Katie. I came all the way from Kota Kinabalu, Sabah, where I studied in PKC for the past 5 years now. And essentially what I intend on doing is I hope I can pursue IT in hopefully Korea. So I'm trying to maybe score a scholarship from JPA or MARA.
That's awesome, really. So, yeah, to not waste any time, we should actually look at the requirements and see if we meet the requirements.
Okay, I actually passed mic to Cam to explain about this.
Okay, so, sorry. Excuse me if I jump on a while for my to look at my phone, but there's also a slide there. But anyways, so just a reminder, you guys will get the copy of our slides later when dah habis the whole program. So macam tak payah nak macam stress sangat like ambil gambar semua tu. So I nampak from the back. It's okay. But anyways, before you guys apply, make sure to look at each and every single one of the requirements because macam dah dia cakap tadi disclaimer, there will be some updates. So now regardless, let's just move on for MARA. MARA is one of the scholarships or like pinjaman boleh ubah, which is a convertible loan. And for overseas, like how Dia mentioned previously, they have a minimum requirement of 7A-, which is very lenient compared to other scholarships. Most scholarships would require you 8A, and that does not include any A-. And for local studies, the requirements also vary for each course, and they also provide a variety of courses, including medical for local, but I'm not sure, but they only send to this one specific university. You guys who are interested in medics should take a look at the requirements for that. They only have one stage of interview, and the deadline is also to be announced. So now moving on for GPA. GPA for local as well as overseas, they require you to get at least 8A+. And how you guys would even know that you're eligible to apply, you guys would go onto the website and they would literally have a list name of the people yang dapat 9A+ in the whole country. So that's how you find out that you're not eligible. That's how I found out. Even though I already got my SPM results, I macam maybe nama terselit kat situ kan. But anyways, but for overseas, for GPA MARA or JKPJ, which is is Japan, Korea, French, and German. The minimum requirement is 8A, and that does not include any A minuses juga. And there's only one stage of interview. And for GPA, you don't necessarily have to serve back your bond in terms of services. They can also be converted into a financial loan. But if you do intend to kerja balik with GPA, your bond could be 8 to 10 years, and the deadline for it is also to be announced. So now moving on to PETRONAS. So for PETRONAS, our batch, the 2005 PE batch, SPM, the minimum for local was only 8 minuses to apply. So meaning that you can get like 8 minuses and you can still apply. But for our batch, starting from our batch, they increased it to 8A without any A minuses for local study sponsorship. And for overseas, you have to get a minimum of 4A plus, and the rest is only A solids and above. And even for PETRONAS, they sponsor a variety of courses, which includes like engineering to finance and even law. And they have 3 stages of interview application process, which includes a case study. And the bond length for PETRONAS is only 5 years, and the deadline for this is also to be announced. And for Yayasan Peneraju is basically for you guys who are interested in pursuing professional certification in accounting. They sponsor both ACCA and also ACAEW, and both of these have different minimum requirements. For ACCA is 5 A's and ICAEW is only 7 A's. And they also have 2 stages of interviews, and it can also turn into a full or partial scholarship because since you guys are doing like the exams, right? So if you guys, I think, like this is from what I know from my friends, if you guys like tak lepas for one paper, they wouldn't sponsor you again to retake that paper. So like that's why like macam you really have to know when you guys nak apply semua tu. And then we also have Yayasan Tenaga Nasional. For YTN, they sponsor both local and overseas, and also 8A minimum requirements, which does not include A minuses, 4 stages of application process, which also includes video resume, essay writing, and online as well as physical interview. And they sponsor a variety of courses, and the bond length for YTN is 7 years. Next slide. So moving on to Yayasan Pelajaran Johor, Sabah and Sarawak Energy. So for YPJ, they only sponsor overseas, and you must get 9A plus as well as be a Johorian to apply. And if I'm not mistaken, you guys pun kena ambil as like your last school should also be in Johor, if I'm not mistaken, because I'm Johorian. I tried to apply, but I went to school in Selangor, so I'm not eligible to apply. But yes, and then there's also going to be a selection camp and physical interview. And for YPJ, the bond year is 5 years. And for Yayasan Sabah, they also sponsor both local as well as overseas, which also have a minimum requirement of 9 A's. One parent must be Sabahan, and both must be Malaysians at least. And they only have one application stage, which is essay. And for Yayasan Sabah, they also sponsor for any course and anywhere in the world. And for Sarawak Energy, they also sponsor both local as well as overseas. Minimum requirement 8 A's without any A minuses. For the application process, it includes a case study, and this is something that even for other scholarships, it's quite normal. Usually they have case studies. And for Sarawak Energy, they mostly sponsor for engineering, but other courses are also provided. Nanti boleh tengok dekat their website for this. And then for their bond, it's 3 years for local studies and can be up to 6 years if you study overseas with Sarawak Energies. Next slide. So next we also have Yayasan Daya Diri, YDD. YDD also sponsors both local overseas, and the minimum requirement is 7 A's. And for YDD, it caters to B40 families, meaning that if you are in that financial class, then you can only apply. I think for those who are above, you're not allowed to apply. But then, like, you guys are also open to apply for other scholarships. And for YDD, it has an online as well as physical interview, and they also sponsor a variety of courses. Next, we move on to Yayasan UEM. Yayasan UEM, you will do A-levels at KY, and they only sponsor overseas as well. And the minimum requirement for UEM is 7 A's, which does not include any A minuses, and it has 4 stages of application, a 4-stage application process, which includes video resume, online as well as physical interview. And there's a limited set list of courses for UEM, and they only accept 5 scholars per year, and the bond length is 5 years. Next, we have FGV. FGV is one of the newest scholarships that's just started last year. Last year was the first batch after almost 10 years of, after 10 years of not giving out scholarships. For FGV, last year they only had 3 scholars, and the minimum requirements is also similar, like 8 A's without any A minuses, and but the bond length for FGV is 10 years. So yeah. Next slide, please. And okay, for this is my scholarship, which is Shell. So Shell, we only sponsor overseas. The minimum requirements for Shell is 8A without any A minuses, and we're also open for IGCSE students to apply. So if any of you took IGs, you guys can also apply. And we only have 2 stages of interviews. We don't even have essays. We only have some assessments and the last online interview with the Board of Trustees. And the bond length for Shell is also 5 years. And then we have Yayasan Telecom, Yayasan TM. And for overseas, the minimum requirement is 8A+, and for local is 6As. And they have 3 stages of interviews, including video resume, and then also a variety of courses. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the last slide actually. And now we have Yayasan Khazanah, BNM, and PNB. These are probably the holy trinity of scholarships that you guys have always heard about. So yeah, so for YK, they sponsor both local, which is one time, and global. But then for both of these sponsorship programs, they have the same minimum requirements, which is 8 A's, which does not include any A minuses. But the difference is for global, you have 5 stages in total. But for Khazanah one time, you only have to go to 4. And these include interviews, assessments, as well as case studies. And for YK, they sponsor almost all courses that you can imagine, except for medicine, tujuh. And then the bond is 5 years. And for BNM, they also sponsor overseas. Same minimum requirement, 4 stages of assessments, and you guys will go to Sasana Kijang to do it, and it's super fancy. I hope that you guys get to experience this, because I didn't. But anyways, going on to courses, a lot of them are related to finance, law, and data sciences. If you're planning to pursue engineering, look elsewhere. But yeah, so for BNM, their bond is 8 to 10 years, because they have like the specific calculation of 1 year to 2 years serving bond. But that's tomorrow's problem when you guys done up at NT. And lastly, for PNB, they also sponsor overseas, same minimum requirements, 4 stages of assessments, and varying courses related to PNB sport investment. So a lot of courses yang focuses on finance, but PNB also sponsor juga like engineering. I have a chemical engineering friend yang study under PNB scholarship, but then when you serve your bond with PNB, you still have to do something that's related to PNB juga. And that's all.
Okay, do reach us out if you have any questions, right? Thank you. Good job.
Siapa kita hubung next? Tiga kat Mrs. Alia and Sophia. Amai. Amai. Dia. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
God knows how. Yeah, it's always on.
Oh, takut jatuh lah.
Alright, try your best.
Okay. Okay.
Alright. Thank you. Is this fine? It should.
Is that comfortable enough for you?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and hi everyone. Are you guys still okay? Yeah. Is it too cold? No. Okay, good. I love the energy. Okay, so hi guys. My name is Sophia Alicia. I'm a PETRONAS scholar, and currently I'm studying my A-levels at KYUEM. I also received 3 other scholarships, which is Yayasan Khazanah Global, JPA Mara, and also YTP Mara. And today here with me, my partner.
Hello everyone. Hi, I'm Nur Alia Nadira. You can call me Alia. I'm currently a PETRONAS scholar. I'm studying my first year in chemical engineering at UTP.
document preparation, which is the first step that you guys need to do when you're trying to apply. So first of all, you guys can scan the QR code. So it's actually a sample of a tracking sheet. So in this particular sheet, you can list a few stuff, which is the scholarships that you would like to apply to, the portals and password, because you may know that all different scholarships have their own different portals. You can keep up with the deadlines, follow-ups, and also all of the documents and submissions that needed to be done. Next slide. Okay, so first of all, after you got your document, it's just not that you scan and directly submit it. The first step that you need to do is actually get certified true copy, or short-term CTC. So what is CTC? So as you guys can see, the example in the middle is actually a chop and a signature. And the person that can do the CTCs for your document is the Cap Rasmi Ahli Parlimen, Adun, Jaksa Pendamaian, all of the list there. And the documents that needed to be CTC includes your personal documents, which is your IC, your birth certificates, your examination results, which is your SPM results, your PAJSK, your other extracurricular certificates, and also your income documents. Keep in mind, you can also go for Persura Jaya Sumpah, which is what I did, but you can know that actually if you go to Persura Jaya Sumpah, you will be charged, and the charge varies from location. Like for me, when I go to my Persura Jaya Sumpah in JB, it costs about 10 ringgit per signature. So if you guys have a lot of certificates, my advice is actually get your CTC from your pengetua. It will be easier actually. Next slide please. Okay, so first you need to upload the soft copies of your documents. So one of the apps that we would suggest is actually using Cam Scanner, where you can just scan and keep it. And I know that you guys are active actually in your extracurricular activities, and you might have like 50, 70 certificates that you would like to upload and impress your scholarship body. So you can use any online compressors or Adobe. But one thing that I want to tell you, that certain scholarship body actually emphasize on their website that they would advise you not to use online compressors, and sometimes they would limit to only like just list out 5 certificates of your most grand extracurricular activities. So you please abide by the rules that they want. But for others, there would be size limits for the file, and please use the online compressor, but keep in mind you don't want to degrade your quality. So if you compress, make sure that the quality is still the same. Next please. And of course, please keep a hard copy when you're going for physical interviews. So for me, you can just keep everything in a file organizer and just bring it to any interview, although they specify that you do not need to bring anything. You just need to be prepared when you come to interview. Next slide. Okay, so navigating through portals, since different scholarships have different portals, so please refer to the portal guidelines documents so you can keep track on your accounts, and also keep your passwords in the Excel that you made earlier. So always read the fine prints that are provided. So there are some portal limit numbers. This is what I told you earlier. So you need to learn to prioritize. So if you have a lot of internationals or also a lot of districts, so please prioritize your international participation or competitions. And compressing files, and there are certain scholarships that requires you to do your essay right when you are applying. For example, it's Yayasan Khazanah, UEM, and also BNM. So please brainstorm your essays separately, because different scholarship body, they actually have different prompts. Next slide please. Staying on top of deadline, so utilize any calendar that you have, physical or online. Keep up to date, because scholarship season is very hectic. This is an example of an online calendar. You see how they actually stack with one another. So this brings to the next question. In case you have 2 interviews on the same day, what do you do? Next slide please. Rescheduling assessments. So don't worry if you actually have 2 different interviews in the same day. So you can just contact them, usually via email, but sometimes they do provide a number that you can reach out. Just when you're reaching out, please include your reasons, like maybe it's clashing, or maybe even have some health complications. So just be clear on the email. Next slide, please. So yeah, don't worry, they will answer to you and accommodate to you.
And inshallah, you can attend your interview. Don't worry. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the most important actually. Keep up with your email. To make it easier, some of you might have more than one email. Just apply all the scholarship with the same email. And always reply accordingly when responses are required, which is, for example, when they invite you for an online assessment, sometimes they would actually wrote it out like, please reply to this email if you are joining the online assessment by a certain date. So please reply to that. And please also check your spam and promotions, because based on my batch, there's a lot of people that actually missed their own interview or online assessment. Like for me personally, I actually missed my PNB assessment because it went to my spam. So guys, you don't want to be like me. So please check your spam, just like how you check your phone every minute when you send a risky text. So please, just check it. Okay, next slide please. Okay, now I'm going to pass to my partner, Alia.
Alright, hello everyone. So for my topic, what documents you need to prepare? Is it a boring topic? No. It's quite a boring topic, right? Okay, let me start with the riddle, okay? So why breakup couple never goes to the gym? Why breakup couple never goes to the gym? Why? Yeah, because they never work out. Okay, laugh guys. Alright, thank you. Okay, so next slide please. Okay, so we started with the general checklist, okay? So you need to prepare a copies of your personal document, your exam results definitely, your extracurricular involvements, your parents' latest income paperwork, your passport photo, and also your resume, this is quite optional, okay? So not all scholarship body is going to ask you to prepare a resume. Okay, next. Alright, so for copies of your personal documents, it is for you and your parents. What? IC and also your birth certificate. And make sure that you really read what requirements they need. Do they only need the soft copy or also the hard copy? So make sure you read what the scholarship body wants. Okay? Next slide. Alright, so for exam results, okay, if you are applying for scholarship after your SPM results, make sure you provide a soft copy of your SPM results. But in case of like private university, they mostly offer for trial SPM scholarship, right? Have you heard about that? Yes. Okay, so make sure you provide the right SPM slip or the right result slip. Okay? Next. Okay, so for extracurricular involvement, have you guys ever joined an online participation before? Yes. Since it's COVID, right? Okay, so make sure you print out those two. And for all certificates, you need to get a CTC signed too. From your principal or the Suruhanjaya Sumpah, yeah. Okay, so for your PAJ6 slip, your school will give you that. Alright, so make sure that those documents are being signed too. Okay, let's say that you did not involve with a lot of competition and stuff, but you are also holding a position in your school. So letters of appointment, you need to get from your school as well. Okay, and also the picture proof. Let's say you joined a forum before this, but you don't have any acknowledging in terms of certificate, then you can use your picture. Okay, next. Alright, so for this part, have you heard about this? Have you heard about this term, your payslip, income declaration? Yes. Not quite familiar, right? Okay, so you may ask your parent to help you, to assist and guide you to prepare these documents, okay? So for this part, make sure that you prepare all the requirements, okay? Payslip, utility bills, and also the income declaration. So you may just ask your parent. Next. Okay, so passport photo. Okay, some of my friends ask me, is it fine if I just take a selfie and just edit the background? Seems right, okay? But I did not suggest you to do that. Go and take your picture at the photo booth because they know the right sizing and also they can also edit you the right background color. Alright, so make sure you prepare two background color, for white and also for the blue background color, because some scholarship body they specifically ask you what kind of background color you want, because you don't want to go and take picture second time, right? Okay, next. Alright, so for your resume, okay, have any of you guys heard about resume? Yes. Oh, okay, nice. Alright, okay, so for resume, there are scholarship bodies that ask you to prepare a document resume and also a video resume. But for the document resume, it's actually where you put your academic achievements, your awards, your extracurricular activity or skills, and will distinguish you with the other candidates. Okay, next. Okay, so there are two types of resume. One is for the traditional, one is for the creative. Okay, for the creative, actually you can just search in Canva, you can prompt resume and then they'll give you an example. But most company, they prefer you to use the traditional resume instead because it is more easier to read, there are more spaces and they are easier to read the highlighted part. Okay, so I myself advise you to use the traditional one. So there's a QR code for the template. Okay, next. Alright, for resume writing, sorry, later they'll give you, okay, the slide. Alright, for resume writing, these are the two examples. One is for my example, one is from the previous speaker example. Okay, you can check out our example to see the layout, to refer to the layout and create your own resume. Okay, next. Alright, so what section do you need to put in your resume? You need to prioritize your education, your leadership, your awards, your curricular activity, your skills, and then your volunteering. For the optional one, next, is your work experience, your reference, and also your online courses. Okay, next. Alright, let me give you some tips, okay. Good resume, they always target on the specific, you target on the specific courses. Let's say I'm applying for chemical engineering. I need to say that what kind of skills do I have for chemical engineering, what kind of knowledge that I know for chemical engineering. Make sure you specify those words because if you do not specify, then they will just macam tak nak pandang lah. Okay, make sure you really specify on what courses and what scholarship do you apply for. Okay, means that if you apply for 5 scholarship, different 5 resume. Okay. Next is carefully and clearly lay out, logically order. Make sure jangan campur-campur. When make sure order the time right. Okay, timeline need to be orderly put. Okay, next is informative and concise. Informative and concise mean you only mention the crucial parts. No need to mention like a prolonged thing, doesn't have anything to do with the resume. Just mention the crucial part. And when I say concise mean, okay, let's say you got the 2nd place in the robotic competition. Make sure you mention at what level. National, international, out of how many participants? 200 participants. Good resume have a lot of numbers. People like to see numbers, okay? Make sure you mention that, keep in mind. Okay, next is accurate in content, spelling and grammar. Okay, let's say that you have checked your resume 10 times, like no spelling mistake, and you are still unsure. Then you can copy them and then put in your best friend ChatGPT and ask them to check for you, okay? Don't use AI to structure your resume. Only use them to help you, okay? Help you check the grammar and spelling. Okay, next. Okay, what can you do now? Okay, my friends always ask me like, oh my God, Ali, I did not join any competition. I did not have any involvement. So how do I do great in my interview, in my resume and stuff? Okay, next. There are a lot of opportunity. I know that you guys are waiting for SPM results, right? So please check out to this Instagram profile. They provide you with a lot of volunteering opportunity for ages like you. And also they provide you with conference and forum that you can join. They'll give you certificate of acknowledgement also. So in the meantime, please join these activities. They will definitely help you to boost your resume. Okay? And with great exposure, you can enhance your general knowledge, which can help you articulate your words better in your interview and also essay writing. Okay? Alright, next. Alright, that's all from me and Sophia. Okay. If do you have a question?
Yeah. I just want to ask for the previous slide, right?
Alright.
If we join any of the events or forums and we do get a certificate, do we have to go back to our principal or whatever to get a CTC check?
Yeah, true. You need to get the sign. Okay. So make sure you join everything, and then you just hand out the couple of certificate and ask them to.
Oh, and by the way, you're talking about certificates, right? You don't hand out the original copy of the certificates, right? You need to photocopy each one of them. Then only you ask for the CTC.
And then further scan it to get.
Yeah, then you scan, rename your file. Oh, and a reminder, rename your file professionally. Make it clear what type of file it is, and then you can upload at their respective portals.
All right. Any more questions? All right, no worries. Okay, later you may reach out to us, to our social media platform, and then you can ask us to guide you throughout the process, okay? I wish you all the best for your application process.
I hear you guys are getting your SPM results on the 24th. Don't worry, we've been there. Inshallah, it will be okay. I hope you guys got all your dream grades and your dream scholarships, inshallah. But yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out through either our LinkedIn or IG. Just drop a DM. Inshallah, I'll answer. I mean, for the A-level student, we're going to have our AS and A-level examination by next week. But we'll try to help you guys as best as we can. Okay, and thank you. That's all for us.
Oh yeah.
Alright. Okay. Can. Thanks.
Comfortable to pakai dulu.
Okay, is it comfortable? That's okay. You start first? Yeah, can. Alright. That's 1, 2, 1, 2. That's 1, 3, that's 1, 2. All it takes is one moment, one decision, ladies and gentlemen, and your life could change forever. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera. Good morning, dajahau and vanakkam to everyone. My name is Amir Nafis.
And my name is Zarif Afandi.
And today we will be sharing to you regarding navigating courses and as well as sharing our own personal journeys in our intended course of study. Okay, next slide please. Okay, now starting off, navigating courses. Here we have prepared for you a quick rundown, just a general overview of the different kinds of courses that scholarships offer and that you can also pursue in your universities or your colleges with or without scholarships. So here we've divided it up into two categories, humanities and social science as well as STEM. For humanities, you have the courses such as philosophy, politics and economics or PPE. We have political science, we have finance, psychology, architecture, economics, and many more. And
before I start on my speech, I just want to say that this session is probably the best session compared to others because we are the best thing, right? We are the one who will navigate what courses are the perfect one for you. Okay, I'll move on first. So Amir has talked about economics, social science, boring stuff, okay? Like, bro, you're going to like see a lot of numbers, finances, money. That's about it. Welcome to the real world. We are the futures. Welcome to the STEM world, which a lot of courses, some of it is engineering, data science or computer science, whatever you might call it, science, or maybe you want to be a doctor, biology, medicine, pharmacology, actual science, or even environment science. But environment science is a bit boring. So next slide.
No, wait. You're talking a lot of how is it? Rough talk here. Actually, we don't know. Like, actually, I want to see a show of hands. Who here prefers humanities over STEM? Boo. See? We got a lot of humanities here. Boo. It's not just about STEM. Life is not about STEM.
What's the STEM people? I want to see hands. See? STEM is the best. Okay. Right, next slide. We can see navigating courses. So I'll just explain a bit about what really is STEM. So STEM, as you all know, is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So I've divided this into two parts, which is natural of life science, which is probably the ones who is really keen on biology and chemistry. Okay, we have medicine, pharmacy, biology, or you can take pure chem. this is the courses if you want to go into that area. But if you want to be like me, I'm majoring in com science. You can take physical or math sciences. So this, you can become an engineer. Engineer is a very wide variety of engineer. You can be aerospace, mechanical, chemical, you can name it. Or you can take data science. This is the best, alright? Just remember that thing, just do a note, data science is the best. And then third is actuarial science. It's basically, I'll say it's like a brother to data science. It's basically maths all over again. And maybe you want to go bold, take your maths. It's hard, but it's fun. And last but not least, geology. You study about rocks. That's it.
Okay, now back to humanities and social science, you know, the one with the better courses. Just now, there was the courses that I mentioned, but we can also separate humanities and social sciences into two, where humanities, which is a lot more focused on human culture, we have courses such as history, law, English literature, architecture, linguistics. You see, these courses require a lot more creativity, you know, not just sitting in front of your computer screen like a Discord mod, you know.
Okay. Okay, that is kind of true, to be honest.
Okay, and then we also have social sciences. You know, these are the courses for the people who want to grow up to become CEOs, you know, leaders of a company, get rich, big houses, you know, studying economics, accounting and finance, you know, and there's also psychology, geography, as well as PPE. So next slide, please.
Next slide.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. And just a little bit about us. I'm Amir Nafis. I am currently a PETRONAS Global Scholar, and I intend to pursue the course of economics. Currently, I'm studying in College Yayasan UEM, taking my Cambridge A levels, and I am an alumni from SMK Aminuddin Baki.
And I am and I am. Okay, sure, I'm doing Baki. Okay, sure. Right, alright. So, my name is Zario Pavandi. I'm currently under JPA Mara Scholarship. I'm taking ADDP. Y'all have it? Have y'all heard of it? Yes. Okay, if y'all have it, congrats. It's pretty hard to know about it. Okay, so ADDP, I'm currently taking computer science, and later, in the States, I will be taking data science, and I am the alumni of Sekolah Menengah Agama Persekutuan Khazanah. Is anyone from there? Yeah, sure. Just give it a tap. Thanks. Alright, next slide. Okay, before I start on my class, sure, look at this knee. Please understand, please understand it and give it a laugh, you know, make me relevant or something. Okay, so we can see biology majors looking at bugs compared to me, computer science majors looking at bugs. That's the face that I do every single day. Okay, next. Okay, so I guess the degree or the life of a computer science student. Okay, one stigma that I think everyone have here. Computer science majors are... No. This is the stigma. Computer science majors are... homeless. That's the word, okay? Homeless. That is actually not true. It used to be true, but after computer science has kind of expanded their, courses, I have separated into 5 parts, which is data science, the best one. You can see it's basically maths. So if you like maths like me, go take data science. It's the best thing ever. Okay, maybe you like programming, you like staring at your laptop, code 24/7, take cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is just basically some sort of thing. It's kind of like hacking, but you are doing a firewall. Okay, I'm just using terms that you might not understand. This is a wall. This is security. So wall, right? You are building this wall. Right? See? Understand? Okay. And then we have AI. AI is the future, sure. Okay. AI is basically, I think, the hardest out of all these 5. We have maths, programming, and problem solving. Just a disclaimer, if y'all want to take AI, your test paper will be full of riddles. Sounds easy, right? No? Okay, sure, it's hard. Okay, it's kind of like, oh, Ali has 5 apples, blah, 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 blah. Those kind of questions. It's not really about AI. But it is AI, because whenever you go to ChatGPT, our best friend, asks, oh, Ali has 5 apples. At last, how many apples does he have? Those are the kind of questions that you will be taking later in the degree life. But it's actually, don't be scared, it's just AI. Okay, and then developer. If you want to build a game, if you want to build a website, you can go for the developer. And last but not least is the database, which is kind of like, it's boring, you know, because you are basically the one who is in charge of all the data for a certain company. And that's pretty much what I can conclude from computer science. And computer science majors are not homeless, okay? They are not homeless. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. And why did I choose computer science? First of all, if you're like me, you hate biology, you hate chemistry, you hate physics, but for some of the reason you like maths and maths, this is why I chose computer science. Computer science is basically maths and programming. That's why I can conclude. And second is my parents. My parents has a lot of mathematical background, so that's why I chose computer science. And then my passion. I always had passion for mathematics ever since I was in primary school. So I kind of like see a lot of scholarships and everything, and then like I kind of like found out about data science, which basically involves mathematics, so that's why I chose computer science. That will be transferred later to data science. And last but not least is because my scholarship body, which is JPA, will send me to the States. Wait a minute. Back then it sounds, oh my god, the States, but now, yeah, y'all know that. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is my journey as a computer science student. So after my SPM, y'all will be getting your SPM results like this Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. Oops, sorry. This Thursday, right? So after I got my SPM result, even before that, I've done my research and I applied to a lot of scholarships. Alhamdulillah, I got the JPA. But doing the research, you kind of like, there's a lot of websites. I think y'all just can go to Google and search of what course is suitable for me, and there's a lot of questions that will kind of like match what your intended course will be. And then after I got accepted, I got into ADDP. Trust me, ADDP is a spirit thing. It's better than IB. Basically IB, but make it 10 times easier. That is ADDP, how I want to simplify it. And one more thing about ADDP, I will go to the States as a second year, not a first year. So if y'all want to graduate a bit early compared to your A-level students like Ami, why? What's wrong with graduating early? It's fine, okay? You can go back to Malaysia and work earlier. More money you get. So you can just transfer, and then I intend to take my master's first before I go back to Malaysia, and then I will go for the job. Or, if JPA wants me back to be bonded, yeah, I will serve them, and then maybe look for other jobs. So that is the journey of a computer science students. And heads up, if you're taking ADDP like me, it's not really just computer science. There's economics as well, the boring one, and then we have the engineering as well. So if y'all want to graduate earlier, so take ADDP. Trust me on this one. Okay, I'll pass the torch to Ami.
All right. Okay, thank you, Zarif. So, first of all, guys, computer science, the job market, the demand for computer science is oversaturated, which is why now there is the growing stigma of them being homeless, Now, speaking of demand, let's delve into the topic of economics. Now, what is economics? Now, economics in its essence is the study of the allocation of scarce, limited resources, be it financial resources, capital resources, raw materials, how it is allocated and used to satisfy the unlimited wants and needs of society. You, me, everyone. Okay, now let me give you an example. Let's say the Malaysian government has about 2 million ringgit in their budget. Okay, but they have to make the decision of whether they want to use that money to build a hospital or to build a school. Now, this decision, in order to allocate their financial resources, is basically what economics is all about. A bit too complicated? Okay, let me dial it down. Let's say you have 5 ringgit in your pocket, you go to the canteen, and then you have to make the decision. Should I buy nasi lemak ke nak beli nasi goreng? Today, rasanya I don't want to eat spicy, nanti makan sambal, nanti I kena pergi tandas. Or do I want to buy nasi goreng? But you see, this thinking, thinking of how to allocate your resources, that is the study of economics. So there are a few branches of economics that I have given here. For example, you have environmental economics, behavioral economics, development economics, and also many more. And then here are also a few examples of the topics, different kind of topics that you'll be studying if you were to pursue the course of economics, such as, supply and demand, tariffs, subsidies, monetary, fiscal policies, the circular flow of income. I'm telling you, I definitely didn't take this out of my textbook and just copy and paste it here. Okay? All right, moving on. Okay, now when thinking about economics, right? Okay, here are a few, current, real life situations that are very related to economics. Actually, we've been hearing about it in news articles, in social media. But do we really know that this has a lot of correlation, with the course of economics? For example, the ongoing trade war between the countries of the United States of America and China. Now, what's going on between the two of them? Over a decade, it's been almost a decade that there has been an ongoing trade war between these two economic superpowers, where basically they're imposing tariffs amongst one another, retaliating against one another, banning the exports and the imports of their goods and services just to come out on top as the world's most powerful economic power. And at the same time, a certain president recently, most recently has also been imposing tariffs, 100%, 200%, absolutely absurd, All of this is related to economics. And as an economics student, it's very interesting when everything that I study during class, even though I sleep all the time, everything I study during class, when you think back and when you read the news, whenever I read the news and I think back, actually, everything that is in my books, everything that I've studied in prep for economics has a lot of correlation with real life. And another example of this can be seen through Japan's Abenomics. Now, what is Abenomics? Basically, before this, Japan, their former president, his name was Shinzo Abe. And basically, about 2 decades ago, the country of Japan fell into a very deep economic recession. Now, their former president, Shinzo Abe, tried to basically reignite their economy by imposing new monetary, fiscal policies, by imposing new reform within their labor markets, okay? And over time, yes, it did improve their economy, but at the same time, it didn't really bring the inflation rates, it didn't bring the wages that is demanded by the workers, So basically, if you want to pursue the course of economics, these are the kind of real-life situations that you want to be looking into, that you want to be analyzing, and that you will be a part of in the future. Okay, moving on to the next slide. So, let me tell you a story. Okay, when I was young, I had absolutely no idea what I wanted to pursue. Okay, after I finished my SPM, actually, I still didn't know where I wanted to go, what course I wanted to do. And I had a rough idea. I just wanted to be rich and get a lot of money. That was my main idea. Okay, maybe I thought to myself, okay, I'll just be an accountant, or I go into corporate finance, I become a CEO, money, big house, and the list goes on. But then one day, I came to this very university. I came to this very lecture theatre, and I heard a talk from someone who I believe that you have seen the banner up front along the way here, and her name is Ramya Ganesan. Fun fact, me and Ramya, we went to the same kindergarten, we went to the same elementary school, we went to the same high school, okay, just different scholarships now. Now she's a B&M scholar, and she went to Taylor's, she got 4 A stars in her A-levels, and now she is studying economics in the University of Cambridge. And now it was here that I heard a talk from her, basically delving into her life as a student, delving into her journey as an economics major, delving into her journey about Cambridge A-levels and how it led to her studying in Cambridge now. And it was this very talk that inspired me, that ignited the spark in my mind to pursue this very course. Okay, so I hope that this story serves as a testament to all of you that even though you might not seem to know what it is you want to pursue now, I always believe that everything will come for you at the right time. Okay, so do not hold out hope. Okay, the answers for all of your questions, like if you're still wondering what course do I really want to pursue, don't panic, don't worry. Okay, do your research. Okay, think back to advice from friends, family, your parents. Okay, and the answer will come to you at the right time. Okay, so can we move to the next slide? So basically, similar to Zarif's journey, after SPM, that's when I finally began to research about colleges and scholarships, just like all of you are doing now today. Coming here to the BASE Initiative Scholarship Workshop is a part of the research that you are doing in prep for scholarship season. Okay, and fun fact, I didn't even take economics during my SPM time. So just because you didn't take a certain subject during your SPM, and you want to pursue it as a career, you want to pursue it as your major course, it doesn't mean that your journey is over. Okay, and then now I'm currently pursuing my A-levels in College Yayasan UEM. I think it was explained to you in previous sessions already. Okay, and just take note, for all of you, inshallah, I hope all of you get your intended scholarships. Just make sure to meet your sponsorship requirement. Okay, as a scholar, as a future scholar, your most important responsibility is to meet your sponsorship requirement. You don't meet it, you won't get to fly, you lose your scholarship, and you have to pay back all that money. Okay, then moving on, inshallah, I plan to pursue a degree in either a degree in economics in either the United Kingdom or the United States. Harvard, please accept me, Harvard. Okay, and then I'll be studying overseas for about 3 to 4 years. And then after that, I will be pursuing either a master's in economics or pursuing a CFA, which is a Chartered Financial Analyst certification, for about 1 year or so. And at the same time, along my journey, probably looking out for internships. And then finally, to serve my bond with PETRONAS for about 5 years. But honestly, even though the bond is 5 years, who wants to leave PETRONAS, right? Okay, moving on. Okay, so Zarif, you want to take the floor?
Yeah, sure. I see some of you are yawning because of economics. Is that true? Is that true? Yeah, okay.
Nampak tu? No. No, right?
Okay. Let's explain first. Okay, we'll move on to our next sector or next session, which is the importance of choosing the right major. So I'll start first with you learn what you like. Okay, I'll give you a kind of short story. So back in my high school days, I guess, I took Arabic, the Arabic language. Oh, scary, sir. Okay, the Arabic language. I hated Arabic so much. I guess that it is a compulsory as my school. I need to take it from Form 1 to Form 5 and then the SPM paper. I hated Arabic and I kind of regretted one thing. I did not drop from the school to, I guess to move away from the Arab. Because I hated Arabic, so I'm not learning what I like. If it's possible, I just want to learn maths from, I guess, forever lah, senang kata. Tapi, so why is it very important to learn what you actually like? Because it actually can avoid you from burning out and regret, and most important, from crashing out. Ni sumpah betul lah sebenarnya. Okay, so back in my high school kan, every time I open the Arabic textbook, do an essay every time, last kali 100% I will crash out sebab susah mampus. Sumpah susah. Alright. So that is why it is very important to learn what you like, so you can avoid yourself from getting your burnout or even regret later in the future. So imagine this, you hate bio but you are taking medicines. Maybe in, let's say, the 3rd year of your degree, you have your intentions to drop out from your degree course because you're not learning what you like. Follow what your heart is telling you and don't really follow what your parents says. Do what you like. Do what you like. Don't kind of take outside influence as your choice of your course. Okay.
Okay, now another importance of choosing your right major is to understand the difference between transferable knowledge and specialized skills. Okay, some of you, when your plans for working in the future, maybe you want to have a job scope that is more broad. You want to have access to many different types of skills, You want to be able to work together in a big team. You want to be able to be someone who delves a lot into problem solving and creative thinking, okay? So maybe you want to pursue a career that is more related to humanities and social sciences. Or for some of you who maybe want to pursue a career that is more specialized in its job scope, maybe courses such as engineering and computer science. So when you have these different types of aspirations for your job and your career, you have to ensure that you choose the right course to align with it. Which leads me to my next point of aligning with your long-term goals. Okay, let's say your goal at the end of the day is to become a CEO So, you want to become rich, you want to be a high-ranking, you want to have a high-ranking position in a corporate company. Okay, so if you want to do that, of course you have to pursue a course that is related to humanities, social sciences. Okay, you can't expect, you know, wanting to be a CEO and then you go pursue something like, I don't know, psychology, or you pursue something like computer science. You know, that's not how this is not how it works. All right, again, shaded computer science. All right, and then lastly, I think this is repetitive, you know, loss of passion and have increased motivation, because let me tell you, I have quite a number of friends currently in KYUEM. Every single day, you know, when I see them, when they walk into class, they're asking, why did I choose this course? Huh? Why did I choose this course? Why did PETRONAS give me this course? And then I have even some friends who are changing their courses. All right, so make sure you make the right decision starting from now so that you do not regret it in the future. Okay, moving on to the next slide, please. Okay, so now let's just give you a quick rundown of some different courses offered by different scholarships. I'm not going to really delve into it specifically, because this one later you can access through our slides. But firstly, let's look at Yayasan Khazanah. Okay, Yayasan Khazanah is one of those scholarships that provide like a wide variety of courses. For example, in arts and humanities, in engineering and technology, social sciences and management, and life sciences, and even natural sciences. Okay, this one later you can read in the slides. Okay, and the slides will be shared to you later on. And then moving on, next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right, and then we have scholarships such as Bank Negara Malaysia, which are more specialized in the courses that they offer. We know this is bank, so of course the courses that they offer are mostly related to the bank, to their core like job scopes that they offer, you know, maths, economics, accounting, finance, so on and so forth. Okay, and then for next one.
Yeah, okay, and then we go to the scholarships that's more like STEM related. We have PETRONAS that kind of like I guess divide into STEM and humanities. Again, you can just read it in slide. It's too much words for me to speak out loud. Next slide. And then we got Shell, you know, Shell and PETRONAS. And then Shell is basically the same thing as, not the same thing, but I guess Shell has more variety compared to some scholarships, but Shell is Shell, you know, Shell scholarship. Come on. Okay, next. Okay, but if y'all are too lazy to read all the words, same like me, the computer science majors, you know, hate words, just love numbers. So y'all can just go to the website of Base Initiative and go there and just, you know, explore the website, and inshallah you will find your intended course there. Okay, next slide please. Okay, and we'll just move on. I think we'll make this a quick one. So leveraging course-related opportunities. So me and Ami will just like tell you what these words actually really is. So first is ECAs, extracurricular activities. So again, I'll just give you an example. During my time in high school, I was in the robotics club. So robotics, I think the first thing that comes into your mind is probably programming and a bit of mechanics. So that passion, I guess like my passion and my love for robotics actually turned into my dream. So I guess I took the skills for mathematics, problem solving into my passion, which is to become a data scientist later. So let's say if you're involved in PBSM, right? Could be BSM. The Bulan Sabit Merah organization that involve a lot of medicines, right? The, you know, hospitality and everything. Maybe you can turn that passion into your dream later. And second is internship and work experience. Sure, SPM results vary here, but if y'all after SPM have done any work or work experience, it may, okay, disclaimer, it may put you into an advantage later in the interview because you are more mature, sort of, okay? But if, let's say, you didn't do any internship or didn't do any part-time jobs after SPM, it's really okay. Because I have my friend here, Ami, what did you do after your SPM?
Oh, nothing.
Nothing. So he basically like sits in his bed and do absolutely nothing. But he got PETRONAS. See, it does not really put him that advantage at the end. Okay.
Okay, so next up, okay, how do did you touch on all of it? Oh, okay. Okay, next up, so how do you leverage, okay, I know some of you here, some of you maybe you bedrot after SPM like me, but some of you here are also very rajin, very try-hard actually. You know, you go for your internship, you go and find for your work experience, okay, but you you can actually use this to your advantage, because the skills that you gain, okay, the soft skills, perhaps the, communicating with the people you work with, dealing with customers, the skills that you gain, even working the cashier or going for the interview for you to actually get selected for the internship. All of these skills, little by little, are actually important within the scholarship application process that you can put in your essays, that you can talk about in your interviews to help you secure that scholarship. And then finally, the research that you have done can also be leveraged for you to really get that scholarship, okay? Because it already puts you at a far, high advantage than everyone else who isn't conducting the necessary research in order to secure their scholarships. Coming here to Base Initiative Workshop and, listening to our, rather boring talks a bit, I know I'm a bit boring when I talk, okay, but coming here to do your research is already putting you at an advantage ahead of everyone else. Okay, now final slide. Okay, let's do a quick one. We're running short on time. Can we get one person, okay, to answer the question, what do you wish to pursue in the future? And why? And what exactly are your plans to achieve your goals? One person. Okay, siapa yang volunteer, insyaAllah dia akan dapat scholarship yang dia nak.
Amin.
Siapa? One person. I need one person. Okay, I see you, gentlemen at the back. Come, let me give you this. Kita lepas.
Please be econ science. I don't want to get any econs. Please.
I think you will be disappointed. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Malaysian. I'm also from Kuantan. So my plan has been pretty clear since Form 4. I've always wanted to do economics, but I am a science student in school because econs wasn't really available in my school that well. So redor je lah kat sekolah. Jadi, after SPM, hopefully the opportunity comes. And one of the reasons that I really want to do econs is because I believe it gives me a better view of our world in order to help. Because I'm really passionate about helping my community. So I think understanding how money travels and how money flows will really help me to, do better stuff for the community. So that's really my plan.
Okay, thank you. Come.
I think we have a bit more time to do one more volunteer. Yep. Yeah, we got time. One more volunteer, please. Okay.
Okay. Come. Tolong lepas.
Computer science.
So again, like when I was in Form 4, I was pretty set on engineering. But my dad and my sister were both like science students that eventually went to econs. So I thought my path will also be econs. But then, I see you. So during Form 4 and Form 5, like I think none of the sciences really connected to me. And I feel like your story, like about you really liking maths and joining the robotics team. So I think computer science is like
that's Okay, I think that pretty much sums up our session, which is the best session, obviously. Next slide. Okay, if y'all want to ask questions or anything, this is our plugins. We got Amir, Aziz, Ali. Y'all can connect us to LinkedIn. Sure.
Okay.
And that's pretty much about it.
Yeah, okay. And then some final words. We know you're getting your SPM results this coming week. We wish you the very best in all of your SPM results. Okay, we hope you're going to get straight A+. Amin. Okay, any questions later on you can ask during, I think later at the end we have Q&A session, or you can find me later outside, studying maths, at one of the tables outside there. Okay, Zarif, any words to say?
Nope, that's pretty much about it. And remember, STEM is our future, not economics. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, hi guys. Before you guys go for a break, I would like to make a quick announcement. We are actually starting our
Oh, okay. Hold on, you're very good. No lah.
So during your break or even during lunch, if you like, you can go buy our flashcards. A little bit of practice will go a long way. And with that, please enjoy your break and try to come here back by 11 o'clock so we can sit for the next
I think it's still inside. Where have you been chilling? Here. Oh, here only. I haven't eaten breakfast. going to eat my breakfast. What's open over there? Did you see?
There's I went to the Mama's Family Mart. There's
someone. I haven't had breakfast. I need to eat.
Sekejap, actually, tak rasa kat luar lah. Cik Wei kat luar.
Tadi aku nampak kat sini lah.
Dia tak nampak dia lagi hari ni.
Ada.
Cik dia dah keluar. Tak apa, dia lepas Wei lah.
I sound like an old man when I speak.
That's okay, I'm inspired. You and Zara made like a top duo.
This is Mika. This is my friend from
Amir.
Also studying tech in
Okay, I want to go have my breakfast. I'm starving. I haven't eaten yet. Okay, I'll see you guys later. Alamak, yes. Makan lagi.
Wait, that's really good.
Okay, thank you.
It's about the thirst for learning, the curiosity, which also includes like self-learning outside of textbooks, and it can be through your extracurricular activities here. It can be through your interactions with people and learning new stuff, and unlearning the stuff that you already know and challenging those things that you used to believe. Then in that process, you will eventually learn to become a lifelong learner. My name is Shusin and I come from a small town from Ipoh. Back then in SPM time, I was in the pure science stream. When I came to KY, I took A-levels in mathematics, economics, biology and chemistry. First is definitely them helping you to maintain your academic excellence. Second is them providing you with all the opportunities for your extracurricular activities. And third is their guidance throughout the university application process, helping you with your recommendation letters, your personal statement, and also helping you to really get on your soul-searching journey and realizing which part you want to showcase to the universities. To be honest, I actually wrote like 5 different drafts for my personal statement, and all of them were about different stories in my life and even different phases in my life. And I think it's really when I talk to the UR department here in KY, and also I talk to my friends and let them read my essays, and some of their questions that ask me, oh, why did you do this action and what led you to this conclusion? I think it's really those questions that made me reflect on myself and to think who I really are. The inspiration I got here is not just from one person, but from a lot of the friends that I've met here. So I have friends who are very interested in like cultural integration in Malaysia, issues like that. I also had friends who are passionate about mathematics or sports or healthcare, and even some who are passionate about bringing people together even though they have different backgrounds. So I think it's really this diversity that gets me inspired by different people every other day. It's about the thirst for learning, the curiosity, which also includes like self-learning outside of textbooks, and it can be through your extracurricular activities here. It can be through your interactions with people and learning new stuff and unlearning the stuff that you already know and challenging those things that you used to believe. Then in that process, you will eventually learn to become a lifelong learner. My name is Shusin and I come from a small town from Ipoh. Back then in SPM time, I was in the pure science stream. When I came to KY, I took A-levels in mathematics, economics, biology and chemistry. First is definitely them helping you to maintain your academic excellence. Second is them providing you with all the opportunities for your extracurricular activities. And third is their guidance throughout the university application process, helping you with your recommendation letters, your personal statement, and also helping you to really get on your soul-searching journey and realizing which part you want to showcase to the universities. To be honest, I actually wrote like 5 different drafts for my personal statement, and all of them were about different stories in my life and even different phases in my life. And I think it's really when I talk to the UR department here in KY, and also I talk to my friends and let them read my essays, and some of their questions that ask me, oh, why did you do this action and what led you to this conclusion? I think it's really those questions that made me reflect on myself and to think who I really are. The inspiration I got here is not just from one person, but from a lot of the friends that I've met here. So I have friends who are very interested in like cultural integration in Malaysia, issues like that. I also had friends who are passionate about mathematics or sports or healthcare, and even some who are passionate about bringing people together even though they have different backgrounds. So I think it's really this diversity that gets me inspired by different people every other day. It's about the thirst for learning, the curiosity, which also includes like self-learning outside of textbooks, and it can be through your extracurricular activities here. It can be through your interactions with people and learning new stuff and unlearning the stuff that you already know and challenging those things that you used to believe. Then in that process, you will eventually learn to become a lifelong learner. My name is Shusin and I come from a small town from Ipoh. Back then in SPM time, I was in the pure science stream. When I came to KY, I took A-levels in mathematics, economics, biology and chemistry. First is definitely them helping you to maintain your academic excellence. Second is them providing you with all the opportunities for your extracurricular activities. And third is their guidance throughout the university application process, helping you with your recommendation letters, your personal statement, and also helping you to really get on your soul-searching journey and realizing which part you want to showcase to the
senang nak cakap, tapi ekspresif, like that. Senang cerita, kalau introverted ni, kalau korang ingat lah, macam korang buat peribahasa BM dulu kan. Dia macam dia ubi berisi lah, lebih sikit. So nak tanya sikit lah, siapa sini budak I? Oh, ramai. Budak I? Okay. Baik. So next slide. Okay, next kita ada IN dengan S. Ada intuitif dengan juga sensing. Apa beza intuitif dengan sensing ni? Intuitif ni, dia lebih kepada creative minded, lebih kepada imaginative and also open minded lah. And while sensing ni, dia kepada arah-arah yang macam practical and hands on punya benda. Dia macam okay, aku nak tanya korang. Kalau kita belajar syllabus baru and benda baru kan. Kalau kita belajar fizik, kita belajar syllabus baru. Kau rasa budak-budak intuitif atau budak-budak sensing akan lebih senang untuk adapt benda tu? Siapa kata intuitif? Siapa rasa sensing? Okey lah, boleh lah. So basically yang senang adapt benda tu adalah budak-budak intuitif. Sebab apa? Budak-budak intuitif ni, dia bila nak adapt benda tu, dia macam ambil, okey, faham. Okey, aku tak perlu check apa-apa lagi dah. Tapi budak-budak sensi ni, dia untuk memahami sesuatu benda tu, dia akan flashback, dia akan check balik benda tu, dia akan kena tengok dengan semua diri dia, kena rasa, dia kena tengok benda tu, and dia kena buktikan benda tu betul-betul ada ke tak, baru dia boleh percaya benda tu. So itu basically beza antara I dengan S ni. I dengan S, sorry.
Dia macam kalau korang nak planning for the future kan, mungkin intuitif dia macam oh ni boleh, tapi sensing dia kena cari dulu bukti, boleh ke tak boleh. Tu beza dia orang lah. Okey, untuk yang ketiga is TNF. Sebelum kita pergi TNF ni, I nak buat satu eksperimen. Okay, so I nak tunjuk korang lah beza T dengan F ni. I tengok ni kat TikTok, tapi dia memang dekat universiti untuk psychology major. Okay, so sebelum tu I nak minta wakil. Siapa sini yang T, yang nak ke depan and jawab soalan I?
Tak malu-malu.
Tak payah malu-malu.
Aku nak petik weh.
T dengan F. I nak T seorang, F seorang. Siapa yang dia rasa dia sangat F dan siapa dia rasa dia T.
Okay.
Expressive percentage.
Tu yang belakang tengah-tengah tu, Fizi. Kau T ke F Fizi? F.
Okay, meh. Okay, T pula T.
Budak T, siapa volunteer? Jom lah.
Kau malah T.
Kita petik lah lambat lah. Kita ambil. Kau nak siapa Lisa?
Budak-budak T ni kan, okay lah, nak bagi promo sikit lah weh. Dia macam yang pada pandai sikit.
Tu, budak yang
siapa
macam,
rasa dia macam
siapa yang straight A nanti? Siapa nak?
Siapa T?
Siapa volunteer ni? InsyaAllah SPM straight A. InsyaAllah.
Amin.
Okay, boleh.
T, come. Okay. Sambil tu, anak korang tengok juga percentage korang. Siapa yang macam 51 dengan 49, yang dekat-dekat je. T dengan F tu macam, dia macam dekat-dekat je. Okay, nanti kita explain part tu Okay, nama-nama.
Okay, present yourself.
Hello guys, my name is Muhammad Hafiz Zikri bin Muhammad Suhaimi. You can call me Hafiz. I'm graduating from Yayasan Khazanah.
MBTI?
My MBTI is ISFJ.
Okay. Menarik ni pula. Nama siapa?
Nama kami Badi Hisham. Duduk Selangor. I'm from Yayasan Langkawi.
Budak-budak MRSM semua.
MBTI ESTP.
ESTP, okay. Seorang I, seorang E Okay, soalan dia, korang pun boleh fikir bagi situasi kat korang. Korang kena fikir macam mana nak solve benda ni. Katakan korang seorang jurulatih untuk pasukan bola sepak budak-budak. Like budak-budak 12 tahun, paling muda 7 tahun. Lepas tu korang dah training, dah pergi tournament apa semua kan. Lepas tu semi-final korang menang weh. Tapi final dekat Italy. Dalam masa 2 minggu tak jawab. Sampai korang tak pergi Italy kan susah. Tak ada duit, tak ada apa semua.
Jauh tu.
Bapak jauh lah nak pergi. Tapi biasa budak-budak tu kan. So sebagai jurulatih, macam mana korang nak solve benda ni?
Okay, aku bagi korang 5 saat lah.
First thing je. Kita tak ada salah-salah betul. Kita nak tunjuk je orang ni berbeza.
Kita bagi pressure sikit. Semua sama, kira-kira sama-sama 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Okay, kita dengar budak
F dulu.
Okay, physical F kan? Yes.
Okay, kalau saya sebagai jurulatih tu, firstly saya akan motivate orang dulu pasal bestnya main kat Itali. Saya tunjuklah video-video main kita main Itali. Saya tunjuk play hebat legend Itali. Jadi tapi saya juga akan tunjuk kekangan lah yang kita akan hadapi dekat budak-budak tu. Okay.
So, basically sebenarnya kau tak menjawab soalan sikit lah saya.
Macam mana kau nak bawa tim kau?
Bagus lah. Dia
Macam mana kau nak bawa tim
semangat
kau?
ada, confident ada, bagus lah.
Betul.
Support sikit lah untuk busy, support sikit. So basically soalannya, kau nak pergi Itali ni.
Macam mana kau nak bawa tim?
Tapi kau tak cukup duit. So macam mana kau nak overcome tu?
Macam mana kau nak bawa tim?
Tak cukup duit.
Tak cukup duit.
Okay, kalau tak cukup duit, firstly saya akan go to local authority lah untuk minta funding. Dan juga saya juga akan minta local authority tu dengan tunjukkan achievement apa yang akan dapat dan juga apa benefit win to win situation. Okay.
So basically kau akan fundraise lah benda tu. Okay. Dia tengah pula Raja Sado kan.
Dah sadar sangat.
Hey.
Kalau saya in terms of funding ni, saya rasa saya ada 3 cara. Sama ada like first sponsors lah kan, like sama ada sponsors from mana-mana player dalam tu, like parents ke apa lah, ada parents yang memang like willing to sumbang, because like from my experience biasanya parents ni dia memang motivated lah. So that's one. Secondly, I try cari macam sponsors like corporate sponsor lah. Because like biasanya macam you see most teams sekarang pun memang ada sponsor. Or number 3, we memang like for the tournament so kita dah menang semi-final.
Dah menang semi-final, betul-betul.
Very confident lah. So like dengan good team ni like it's like quite easy to impress people and have them sumbang duit. So yeah.
Okay. Nampaknya eksperimen kita tak jadi.
So basically aku nak tanya, kau ada macam possibility tak macam kau nak buat mini tournament lagi dalam team kau untuk eliminate siapa-siapa? Macam contoh kan, macam kau nak bawa the best 11 je pergi. Kau rasa dia benda macam tu? Kau macam terfikir benda tu tak tadi?
Tak boleh, kena ada
semua.
Okay. Kau punya MBTI ni 50-50 lah.
Aku pun rasa
50-50. So
kita tengok ada tak orang lain yang fikir selain fundraise ke apa ke?
Baju putih tu kak.
Apa?
Baju mana?
Sini. Tak apa, kita nak kena jadikanlah eksperimen I. Janganlah. What do you think?
I think survival of the fittest lah. We
tahu.
the best players.
Bagus. Ni.
Terima kasih. Eksperimen jadi.
So ni baru betul ni macam majority T.
Majority T memang macam tu. Memang dekat universiti tu, orang F akan jawab fundraising. Kita orang ni lah. Aku rasa kau setengah-setengah Okay, tak apa. Tapi orang T, dia selalu cakap, potong je lah. Yelah, korang tak ada masa nak fundraise. 2 minggu. Mana sempat? Right? Kan? Sempat. Okay, kau confident. Okay, inilah kita nak.
Aku confident dua-dua.
Aku baru. Okay, korang boleh duduk dulu.
Okay, terima kasih.
Thank you.
Pause sikit.
Thank you juga for answering. Okay. So the reality is T dengan F ni macam mana kita buat decision. Orang T, diorang akan lebih fikirkan pasal efficiency over emotion. Like senang kata dia fikir guna otak lah. Tapi orang F ni dia fikir guna heart. Daripada kita dengar pun tadi kan, dia kata mana boleh kena bawa semua team. So dia memang focus on social harmony. Okay, itu just the differences lah. Not saying ada salah ada betul, tapi dekat setengah-setengah tempat tu kita boleh gunakan kekuatan tu. Okay, tadi kan dia cakap ada separuh-separuh kan, macam kita tak apa, I pun separuh 51 dengan 49. Siapa lagi yang separuh-separuh? Okay, kita sebenarnya special. Kita special sebab orang yang separuh ni, diorang kebaikan diorang ikut situasi. So mungkin macam tadi kan, kalau 2 minggu, kalau betul lah tak boleh buat apa-apa, kita akan rely on kita punya most logical thinking lah, yang paling efficient. Tapi kalau ada masa, kita naklah buat fundraise. Tapi dia punya keburukan pula weh. Dia ada keburukan dia teruk ke This is dilemma. Korang indecisive. So with knowing this, then you can know how to tackle that problem. Okay. Next slide please.
So next kita ada judging and perceiving. Yang ni adalah huruf keempat daripada MBTI ni. So judging ni bukanlah macam kau tengok orang tu kau judge dia ni macam
tak
bukan tu tau. So judge ni adalah dia lebih suka untuk secara teratur. Dia akan kalau nak plan, dia macam plan satu-satu. Teliti lah senang cerita. Kalau budak receiving ni, dia akan lebih appreciate flexibility and also spontaneity. Spontan lah senang cerita. So basically judging ni dia tak suka lah benda-benda last minute. Dia macam dia kena teratur like A ke B ke C. And mana-mana budak receiving ni dia tak kisah pun. Dia okey je. Okay, senang cerita lah. Kalau lah dalam circle of member korang macam nak ajak pergi lepak. Lepas tu dia macam last minute lah. Ajak pagi nak lepak petang. Selalu lah benda ni jadi.
Bangun lambat kan punya pasal.
Betul. Tapi benda ni budak-budak P dia confirm akan macam okay gas aku on. Dia tak kisah. Tapi budak-budak judging ni lah, aku tak boleh lah. Parents aku tak bagi lah. Dia macam dia kena aku ada event lain lah. Dia macam ada something je halang dia.
Transport pula apa pula.
Betul.
Susah tu.
So budak-budak bersivil ni macam tak apa lah, aku dah jumpa member ni, aku dah lepak so lantak tepi lah. Macam tu lah senang cerita.
Ya, lepas tu kadang-kadang bila you nak solve benda baru kan, orang judging ni kena ikut step 1, 2, 3. Dia tak nak, dia kena tackle satu-satu. Tapi kadang-kadang budak receiving ni macam masalah ni dah settle lah, masalah lain lah pula. So kadang-kadang dia orang macam solve tu dengan cara yang lebih inovatif, luar kotak sikit. Sebab dia tak ikut step by step. So dia ada baik buruk dia lah kat situ. Okay. Next slide please. Okay, last one ni confusing sikit, tapi it's more about your individuality, how confident you are about your decisions and abilities. So orang assertive ni dia lebih confident dengan like macam apa-apa yang dia buat kan, dia macam boleh ni, dia confident dan dia self reliant, self assured semua macam tu. Macam kalau korang buat soalan kan ada soalan macam do you often think about your past mistakes from years ago? Orang assertive akan cakap tak ada, aku dah move on dah. Tapi turbulent mungkin ya dia orang akan fikir pasal dia past mistakes, anda nampak dah muka dia past mistakes, tapi because they don't want to analyze them, they're more sensitive to potential problems and they're not solve cepat, so they strive for excellence, strive for perfection. That's the word. Okay, tapi there's a study that shows the best like combination is when you're tengah-tengah. So siapa yang macam dalam 40, 50, 60 macam tu, it's a good thing lah. Sebab kalau orang assertive ni dia terlalu assertive, dia akan terlepas pandang mistake dia, which is like not so good kan. Tapi kalau terlalu turbulent sangat, you akan self-doubt, low self-esteem. So maybe you guys can like work on that by yourself. Kalau tak, you guys can pilih orang like kalau korang buat partner group work kan. Okay, kalau korang terlalu assertive, find someone to balance you out that's like somewhat more of turbulent.
So betul, kalau korang perasan kan, semua huruf MBTI tu, E, I, N, S semua tu, dia semua datang partner-partner. Dia tak ada orang ketiga dalam tu. So bila dia datang partner-partner ni, dia akan memang akan ada competing each other. So kalau lah nanti korang cari partner korang ke macam korang punya girlfriend ke boyfriend ke nanti kan, cari yang competing each other supaya macam kalau kau tertinggal yang ni, so dia akan remind kau. So sama juga kalau buat kerja, kalau kau punya study group, kau carilah MBTI yang agak lain sikit dengan kau, bukan yang sama je. So nanti kalau kau terlepas benda ni, macam budak assertive ni macam dia jalan je. So basically so bila kalau dia jalan je, dia tertinggal, dia tak ingat. So budak turbulence je akan ingatkan. So korang circle korang variety sikit lah.
Betul. Yeah, so semua ni sebab tu korang sendiri pun ada like tambah sikit-sikit kan, ada yang lebih sini. So it's memang saling meng-complete each other. Okay. Next slide please. Okay. So seterusnya, after your result, you'll get career path suggestions. Okay, tapi nak ingatkan again, ini setakat guideline sahaja.
Betul, guideline sahaja. So basically Nisa, apa kau punya MBTI?
MBTI I ENFJ.
ENFJ. Okay, aku nak jalan-jalan sikit lah setelah ni dia. So, aku nak tanya, kau rasa apa course yang Nisa ambil? Jom kita tanya yang ni. Nama, siapa perkenalkan diri, lepas tu
siapa betul dapat duit raya?
Nama saya Fazlina Syazwini Muhammad Sasri, and saya rasa awak nama macam sales.
Sales? Okay.
Nice try. Itu cari seorang lagi lah?
Dekat dah.
Ni brother ni. Nama, sekolah mana?
Okay, my name is Imran Hakim bin Azman and I'm from Sekolah Menengah Sains Gurusang. And I think she is advertising executive.
Okay, menarik.
First time dapat tu. Thank you. Tapi tak. Okay, kita bagilah satu chance lah.
Satu chance. Kau pilih pula lah mana tahu kau dapat kan?
Tapi aku bagi hint kau sebelum tu. I punya course tak ada pun dalam slide ni.
Macam mana tu?
Ten.
Siapa? Okay, mungkin kita bagi hint lah. Kita bagi next slide lah. Kita bagi sikit. Next slide please. Okay, siapa yang rasa-rasa nak try?
Okay, boleh.
Alah, aku dah sembang dengan dia.
Pergilah.
Okeylah, okey.
Okay, hi, my name is Anna. So I talked to Nisa just now.
Aduh, tak boleh macam ni.
Itulah pasal. Tak apa.
I didn't say any rules kan tadi, so it could be anyone.
Okey, boleh, tak apa.
So I tadi I tanya Nisa because we were talking about science stream and all kan. So I asked her what did she take, and then she said basically she didn't study this subject in high school, so it was quite new. So she's taking econs.
Okay.
Betul.
Kau rasa betul ke Nisa? Betul ke 100% kau punya course yang kau study?
Okay, sebenarnya bukan econ.
Aduh.
I ambil subjek econ sebab my course is accounting.
Kalau kau tengok sini kan, accounting, ISTJ. Nisa ISTJ ke? Takkan.
I ada 3 beza huruf dekat situ. So it shows that it's just such a guideline lah. Macam tadi Amin dengan Zarif tekankan, right? Apa yang you passionate. I rasa I nak kerja dalam industri macam-macam, tapi industri siapa yang boleh tukar industri banyak-banyak? Antaranya accountant lah, sebab semua company perlukan finance. So that's why I chose it. So ini untuk siapa yang maybe belum consider, you can use this as suggestion to explore lagi apa lagi banyak jenis courses yang ada.
Betul, tapi korang jangan risau tau. Sebab as time goes on, mungkin korang punya MBTI juga akan berubah-ubah. So korang jangan macam, aku INFP, tak boleh lah nak jadi engineer. Betul. So jangan jadi macam tu. Next
slide please. Okay.
So next kita ada benefits of knowing your MBTI. So first of all, kita akan jadi lebih self-aware dengan diri kita lah. Kita akan tahu apa kekuatan kita, apa kelemahan kita. So kita boleh improvise dan kita boleh macam okay, aku noob sikit lah kat part ni. Aku nak tolong orang lah. So aku pro sini lah, aku tolong orang. So dia macam tadi juga melengkapi satu sama lain. And also next adalah communication. So macam mana communication ni improve bila kita tahu MBTI kita? Kita macam akan bila kita cakap dengan orang lain, bila MBTI dia macam kita boleh teka sikit, and kita macam okay, and kita boleh macam kita tahu dia punya pendapat, and kita boleh accept, and kita boleh negotiate with each other untuk reach a consensus. And consensus tu dia akan lebih macam better lah daripada kalau kau fikir seorang-seorang saja. Next slide.
Okay, so nombor 3 tu kerpa kita dah bincangkan. Korang boleh pilih ikut your MBTI kalau korang tak tahu. Tapi number 4 is choosing your environment. Sama juga apa yang Afif cakap tadi. So basically when you know yourself, you know how to selitkan yourself where you probably have the best potential productivity, maybe in a group environment. Again, macam assertive dengan terpilih tadi, you can pilih ikut cara aku macam banyak pandang lepas lah sebenarnya, terpandang banyak mistake terlepas. So kan you pilih someone yang lebih teliti. Okay, next slide please.
So, macam-macam kita dah cakap tadi kan. So, macam mana kita nak tahu MBTI ni function, kita nak apply scholarship application. So, basically dia ada banyak key value yang untuk scholarship body ni tekankan untuk tengok MBTI masing-masing. So, one yang paling penting sekali adalah setiap scholarship body tu dia ada organizational value yang diorang. So korang kena buat research benda tu. So korang kena tengok fit ke tak MBTI korang. So next slide please. Dia macam Afif cakap kat start tadi lah, diorang nak tengok personality korang, either you guys will fit the course and fit the company. Sebab tadi kan ada cakap pasal bond, right? You guys might have to work in the company. Kalau korang macam personality tak align dengan company, kadang-kadang orang sebab tu diorang berhenti kerja, sebab diorang tak align dengan company tu sendiri. So tapi ni generally ada a few other things which is academic excellence. Tu obvious, korang nampak kan requirement tadi. But for your SPM, berdebat this Khamis lah? Khamis kan? Apakah perasaan korang?
Tak apa.
Nervous ke? Tak apa, korang dah buat yang terbaik terbaik
You guys
lah.
dah buat terbaik dah. Just
Sekarang
believe in yourself.
ni just berdoa lah. Tak boleh buat apa dah.
Okay, but academic excellence penting untuk company sendiri because they want to know if you're able to carry the next thing. Sebab, okay, SPM ni bukan tentu pandai bodoh, dia bukan IQ test. Dia ada cikgu cakap kat I, dia adalah benda nak tengok you guys boleh tak bawa benda berat. Macam, mungkin siapa yang tak boleh buat bio, tak boleh buat bio. Macam, bio in university is berat kan. Chemistry, especially chemistry A-level. Siapa yang ambil chemistry A-level, ada cerita lah.
SPM tu adalah hanya dunia tipu-tipu.
Betul. So academic excellence is penting in terms of that. So and then if you can show that you know how to get those grades, macam cara korang belajar, diorang akan lebih confident to give you that scholarship because they'll know, okay, budak ni budak macam mana pun dia punya jalan dia boleh carry. And then it aligns as well with career vision. Once you guys ada like nampak masa depan korang tu, diorang akan lebih confident juga. Like when you do your research, maybe korang cakap, okay, sekarang I nak buat engineering, tapi eventually I nak ambil masters in business. So then eventually I can be CEO. So diorang akan cakap, okay, budak ni memang worth my investment lah. Sebab nanti eventually, insyaAllah korang jadi CEO the next one. Okay, next slide please.
So dia ada dua lagi, which is leadership potential and also organizational value. Organizational value ni macam apa yang aku cakap tadi lah. So setiap company ada masing-masing dia punya organizational value. So korang kena research lagi. And most of government punya bodies macam BNM ke, YK ke, macam government kan. So basically dia akan tekankan lebih kepada nation building. Macam mana kau nak return back kepada negara untuk macam, sebab dia orang dah invest dekat kau. So macam mana kau nak give back to the country, give back to the society untuk majukan Malaysia. And next adalah leadership potential. Macam mana kau nanti ada macam-macam assessment tau. Lebih-lebih lagi team assessment, iaitu group interview. So dia akan tengok macam mana kau bersama lagi 5-6 orang lain adalah rival kau untuk macam mana kau outshine dia orang, tapi juga kau bimbing dia sekali untuk mendapat scholarship tu. Macam mana? So tu adalah benda yang dia akan assess lah. So basically one of the important thing yang aku dapat waktu aku interview, and yang interviewer tu sekali cakap juga, yang paling penting antara interview tu yang dia cari adalah leadership potential. Macam mana dia nak jadi the next potential future leader, the next prime minister maybe. So next slide.
Okay, so this is macam mana where you can show your personality. Lepas ni korang akan ada essay punya session, right? So that's one of the places to brief you more on that. And interviews pun, they'll brief you more on that. Tapi kita nak highlight je lah. Ada beberapa soalan yang nampak senang, tapi sebenarnya nampak korang punya personality kat situ. Macam the first question on your left would be, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Aku rasa, Afiq, kau dapat soalan tu?
Ya, betul. Ni soalan ni aku dapat waktu final stage interview YK. Okay, depan tu aku ada board of director YK. So dia macam memang orang besar lah. So aku macam bila ditanya ni, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Aduh, macam ni nak sembang ke, nak cakap betul-betul ke macam ni? So aku macam, aku just be true myself. Apa yang aku nak? So aku waktu tu, aku nak pergi overseas satu je. Aku nak travel. Aku nak jalan-jalan. Nak so basically, so aku cakap dengan dia, so in the next 5 years, I will be in my final year in the most prestigious college in the world, which is Cambridge University. And I hope that during that time, I will be able to explore Europe at least 30%. So aku cakap macam tu dekat dia. And so dia nampak aku macam like, oh, ambitious lah budak ni. So dia tahu macam aku punya career vision, macam apa yang Nisa cakap tadi, aku punya target. So mungkin tu antara sebab yang candidate tu dipilih daripada orang lain. So next, what is your hobby? Benda tu macam nampak macam
senang
simple je. Tapi Nisa, kau rasa kau dapat kan soalan ni?
I dapat soalan ni. Lepas tu siapa sini yang macam tak ada hobi dia tidur? Kan? Thank you. Dia lebih kurang lah. Tapi macam hobi I tak membaca. I kalau baca buku tu 10 saat tidur. Literally, I try banyak kali memang tidur. So, tapi benda yang I suka buat is tengok television shows like K-dramas and like a couple of few things lah. So, tentu dia tanya pula kenapa you suka buat benda tu? Sudah. I dah jawab apa kat situ. Tapi, okay, I jenis yang kalau tengok K-drama, you know like kalau yang heartbreaking scenes, I tengok romance by the way. So, lagilah I dah cakap apa? Dalam karangan Faedah menonton television, belajar bahasa. Aku dah cakap apa? Aku cakap romance. So, I cakap, tapi I jenis yang macam kalau breakup scene tu kan, I akan ulang balik tengok. Kau nangis macam mana? Kau tengok mana? Wih, sakit tu kau guna perkataan ni. So,
masa tu pun coincidentally I tengok Extraordinary Attorney Wu, which is the lawyer.
Siapa nak tengok cerita ni? Teruskan.
So I cakap lah, so benda tu kan membuka kita punya perspektif pasal orang yang on the spectrum. So I use that in my interview. So maybe dia rasa, oh Nisa ni analitik sesuai untuk accounting. So dia macam, oh, okay, Nisa fits her course. Ya, so benda seimbang pun macam, entah-entah kau boleh tolong kau dalam interview.
Betul. Even as simple as kau punya minat and apa kau suka. Kau cakap kau suka Power Rangers, kau suka Barbie contohnya.
Betul.
So just be yourself. Next slide.
Okay, next slide. Okay, so ada juga game-based assessment yang kita akan tekankan lagi lepas ni.
Alright.
Tapi next slide please. Game-based ni dia macam banyak agaklah company yang use it and they want to just, that's how they know you. Tapi macam nak buat macam mana tu confusing sikit lah Fif. Macam mana?
Sebab game-based ni nampak macam game kan. Memang betul pun game. Main tembak-tembak, main sambungkan pipe. Tapi dia dalam masa yang singkat dan dia akan, waktu tu dia akan test kau punya critical thinking and also dia punya macam work under pressure. Dalam 10 saat, macam mana kau test dia? Macam tadi Fizi dengan brother tu kan. Dalam 5 saat, macam mana dia fikir? Walaupun Fizi dia salah sikit tapi tak apa. So, next slide.
Okay, jawapan dia tak ada cara nak buat. Like, there's nothing that we can tell you to macam ace your personality test. Tak ada. Sebab personality assessment ni dia tak ada skema. There's no like, oh aku nak 100% E, 100% T. Tak ada. Okay? But we can give you some tips which is 3C. Next slide please. Dia basically 3C ni character, consistency and coherent. Next slide please. Okay, basically like the 3Cs they work together. Character, consistency, coherent. Sedang cerita lah banyak perkataan kan. Just be yourself. Don't lie, especially don't lie. Sebab benda tu will come and bite back you. And then like sometimes diorang akan suruh buat korang macam personality test tadi, dia ada few questions yang lebih kurang je soalan dia. Tapi they just change the wording. And then contoh you lie at the first one and then you macam tak sedar the second one. So you macam pilih jawapan lain dengan first one. Terus diorang detect, okay, there's a difference in pattern. So I don't think this person was being really honest and it will affect your personality test.
Tak boleh dapat scholarship, rugi.
So just be yourself.
Betul. So basically satu lagi point yang aku nak tekankan bila interview nanti ataupun apa-apa, speak to express. Jangan speak to impress.
Okay. So that concludes our session for today.
Oh, dah habis dah?
Kan? Next slide.
So,
dah habis.
Itu saja dari kami. Sekian. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Siapa next?
Just click.
You and you seorang ke?
You seorang ke?
Oh, aku tak tahu. You seorang ke? Tak, Aman. Oh, Aman. Aman. Okay. Mana? I don't know. Macam mana tu? Klik je dekat trolley. You want me to help? Ya kan? Okay, can you start this session with you? Sekejap. I want to take a break. Boleh. Jom. Okay. Tadi ajak kau. Jom. Boleh tak? Okay. Boleh kot. Okay, tak bagi main match. We are lucky. I think you can click like it's fine. Okay. I see writing. I see writing. Okay. Oh. Okay. What do you? Okay. Okay. Hi guys. So we're gonna start off our session, which is essay writing tips. But we're gonna take a B-reel first. So pause.
Sorry guys, I want to take this during my section, but I get too much, so I'm stealing other people's time. Okay. Okay, pause.
Okay. Dia tak on ke? This on? Yeah. Test. Okay. Hi and assalamualaikum guys. Today, we're going to talk about essay writing tips. But first and foremost, I'm Amanina, but you can call me Aman. I went to a school in Perlis. Okay, bukan berapa orang je. Lepas tu, I'm currently pursuing A-levels in KYUM under Bank Negara Scholarship or BNM. And okay, pass it over to Simran.
Okay, so hi guys, my name is Simran. I'm from a school here in Selangor, Sri Aman, and I am a Yayasan Khazanah scholar, also at KYUM, and I'm planning to pursue accounting and finance after my A-levels.
Okay. Yeah, next slide please. Next slide. Okay, first, siapa kat sini suka
Ada.
Oh, ada.
Ada juga.
I guess the majority doesn't like writing essays, which is okay because same. I don't like writing essays as well. But don't worry, we're here to help you because for our scholarships, BNM and YK, we have to write essays during the application process.
Yeah.
So we're going to help guide you what you should write or what you should know before you write an essay. So next slide, please. Okay, first and foremost, what is an essay and why do you have to write one when you apply to scholarships? Okay, so basically, you guys have read essay in SPM, right? So an essay is like a focused piece of writing where they give you a question or a prompt and they tell you to write the essay with evidence and examples, which we'll show you later on. And basically, a scholarship essay shows your personality, goals, values, and who you are because essays are usually in the initial stage, like the very first stage when you apply. Korang buka website tu, dia akan suruh korang tulis essay. So it really helps scholarship bodies to figure out who you are in the first stage. And what's so important about having a really good essay, because it can actually make or break your scholarship application. Because there are some people who write essays and they get rejected at the very first stage. See, yeah, it's very important. And a really good, unique essay can impress the scholarship bodies or the scholarship that you're trying to apply to. And if you guys ada macam kekurangan sikit, maybe your grades or your co-curriculum macam kurang daripada kawan-kawan you yang lain, yang essay you boleh tolong. Because it can show your strengths and also your growth. Okay, next slide. Okay, so today we're going to talk about 4 components in total. We have time management, researching, creating a narrative, and reviews and checks. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so first, I'll give it to Simran.
So I'll be talking about the general flow of an essay writing process. So in the beginning, of course, we have time management. So after your SPM results come out next week, you are going to be applying to not just one, you're going to be applying to many scholarships. Okay, there are so many scholarships out there to apply for, and a lot of them have essay writing. So you need to make sure to mark your deadlines clearly on a calendar. They all have different deadlines, so make sure you're like understanding of when you're supposed to submit your essays so you're not late. Okay, next we have brainstorming. This can only happen after you get the prompts. But you can also, on the base website and especially on like the scholar websites, you can check last year's prompts just to like brainstorm and see what type of questions they want to ask and what you would say. Yeah, and then for once the prompts are coming out for this year, you can mind map and we'll show you how to do that later. And then we also have the drafting process. So there are many different ways to write an essay and we'll be teaching you on how to structure it in like the really common and good ways lah. And then, yeah, of course, creating a hook and paragraphing. So creating a hook is very important because thousands of applicants are applying to the scholarships, not just a few, and they're sifting through many essays. So you're going to have to want to capture the scholars' attentions by writing something really interesting in the beginning. So we'll be showing you how to do that later as well. And lastly is reviews and checks. We're going to mention earlier, like Aman said, editing, proofreading, we'll cover it. Okay. Next slide. Next slide, please.
Okay, so the second component is researching, and first and foremost, we're starting with understanding the prompt. So what I said like tadi, a prompt is a guideline or a topic that gives you a starting point before you write your scholarship essay, because different scholarship bodies have different prompts that they're going to ask you about. And some of the questions that they can ask you could be based on your experience, like your extracurriculars, your values, like what do you believe in, your aspirations, what are your ambitions in the future, or it could be like the interest in the scholarship overall, and also what is your intended course. So for experience, values, and aspirations, they can ask questions like who is your role model, and who made you into the person you are today. And for scholarship interest and course interest, they can ask you like a very wide range of questions. They can ask you, how would you contribute to the country if you got this scholarship? Why do you deserve this scholarship? And how would your intended course contribute to the scholarship body in the future? Okay, next slide. Okay, so these are types of questions. This is actually taken from the last year application cycle, but disclaimer,
This does not necessarily mean that it will be the same question this year, but you guys can read it and like get a rough idea of what scholarships bodies are going to ask you later on. So I can't really specify which scholarship bodies gave this question, but I can tell you it has from my scholarship body, Simran's scholarship body, and also Yayasan UM. So you guys can like pandai-pandai lah. Okay, next question. Sorry, next slide. Okay. But however, before you write an essay, you're basically going to write about yourself, kan? So you have to know yourself before selling yourself. This is also related to Afif and Isa's session earlier, so you guys can like correlate to that. But basically, I just want you guys to like sit down and self-reflect on yourself. Ask yourself 3 questions: why, what, and how. So some why questions like, why do you act the way you act today? Or why do some people feel this way about you? Or for what questions, what are your strengths and weaknesses? Or what are you most proud of in your life? And for how, you can ask, how am I different than others? Or how do I handle obstacles or challenges in my life? Okay, next question. Okay, so after you've known yourself, you have to know the scholarship body you're applying to. Because takkanlah korang nak apply scholarship body tu, tapi you guys don't even know who your potential sponsors are. Then of course they're not going to accept you because you don't seem really interested if you haven't done your research. So what you need to know about the scholarship body is basically what the scholarship body is about, what are their missions, what are their goals, and also what are they actually looking for. Okay, next slide. Okay, so yeah, what is scholarship body about? You have to learn their mission statement, their values, or how you can align yourself with their values. So you have to do a little bit of critical thinking there. And what are scholarship bodies looking for? They're looking for your interest in the scholarship and also your interest in the course. So you have to show that you're really interested, because they only want to take people who are really committed to them. They don't want to take someone who's just like, oh, I want this scholarship just for fun. No, they don't want that. Okay, but in order to get this information, next slide. Please use valid resources. I know it's very tempting to use ChatGPT. Who here uses ChatGPT? Tipu, korang tak guna ChatGPT, guna kan? You have at least open the app at least once. Okay, but I know it's very tempting to use AI for this, but please don't, because we know they don't really give 100% accurate information. So we recommend that you use official websites of the scholarship body. I'm going to show you some pictures later on what you should be looking for. Also recent news articles about the scholarship body, and also our base kit, which we will be sharing with you later on as well. So what you can learn from these resources are that like what universities you can apply to, because different scholarship bodies have different universities that they allow you to apply to according to your course. And also like what I said, you can learn about their goals, their missions, and also their ventures. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so this is taken from Yayasan Khazanah's official website. You guys can actually like search it up right now and you'll see this exact same interface. So basically from here, you need to know who your potential sponsors are. So you can see like, who are we, or what is the scholarship about, and right down there is actually the selection process for Yayasan Khazanah. So you can see like 3,000 people applied, but at the end, only 44 people got the scholarship. So yeah, you need to know like what they're actually looking for, and you can kind of like get a rough idea from that. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is what you want to look for, the scholarship body's values. This is from PNB's official website as well. So you need to understand that different scholarship bodies have different values. And when you understand this, you understand that you can use this to tukar-tukar korang punya essay, because you can't be using the same essay for every same scholarship. You need to change it according to the scholarship that you're applying to. So you can see that PNB has that mandat kami, matlamat kami, and manifesto kami. So you guys can read this on the official website as well. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is recent news articles I took from about Bank Negara Malaysia. So you can use this to understand what the scholarship body is about. Okay, so for example, you can also relate it to your course interest. So for example, if I were to take data science, I would probably read this article about Bank Negara Malaysia and the Bank of Thailand working together to enhance cyber resilience, because it's going to be probably something I'll do later on if I do get the scholarship. Okay, next slide. Okay, and last and foremost, you guys can also get access to the approved universities that the scholarships allow you to go to. So that's Yayasan Khazanah up there, the one with Harvard and all. And that's Bank Negara punya universities. You can see they have Oxbridge, which is Oxford and Cambridge. And they have like LSE, the London School of Economics, and so on. So you guys can like talk about how these scholarships will help achieve your goals into getting the top universities. Because like, tipulah siapa tak nak masuk Harvard kan? Korang tak nak masuk Harvard ke? Oh, is it because of the recent news? Okay, siapa nak masuk Cambridge? Nak masuk Oxford? Okay. That's alright, because later on you'll discover your dream university yourself and you have an option to apply to. So you guys don't really need to get into specifics right now, but you guys can just like tengok list here. Okay, next slide.
Okay, so now I'll be talking about how to create a narrative. So, what exactly are you going to write in your essay? You obviously want to show that you're a capable student, that you're worthy of the scholarship, but like, how are you going to do that? So, the two main questions is which achievements should I include and how are you going to highlight it to show that you're capable? Okay, next slide. Next slide. Okay, thank you. Okay, so these are three. So the first is achievements which align with sponsors' aspirations. So like Aman said earlier, if you go onto the websites of certain scholarship bodies, they have written their values down. So you can like tengok-tengok and like include those in your essay. So for example, like compassion is a really important value that scholarship bodies are looking for, especially Yayasan Khazanah. So you could talk about a volunteering experience or what you did and like highlight how it helped the people around you and highlight how it was for the good. Other than that, you can also write about determination, cooperation. A lot of positions you hold in your school, it requires you to work with others. So maybe you can highlight how it helped you understand how to like work with others and achieve a goal together. Yeah, and then we also have achievements which develop or show your interest in the course of study. Okay, so you guys are kind of tired, so let's do a little survey. Who is interested in economics and finance? Okay. Who's interested in law? Okay, a few of you. Who's interested in IT? Computer science, IT, AI. Okay. Who's interested in engineering? Okay. So you've already kind of understood which courses you guys want to apply to. So now that you know the course, you can like highlight achievements or experiences that align with the course. So if it's law, maybe talk about a debate competition or a book you read about law. If it's engineering, maybe you went for like a STEM thing. Talk about things that align with your course and further your passion in it. Yeah. And then lastly is achievements which have impacted you the most. So don't just write down achievements for like the fun of it or like just because it looks fancy. Really write down like how it impacted you, because scholarship bodies, they don't just want to see what you've done, they want to see what you learned from what you've done. Yeah. Okay, so next slide. Yeah, okay. So these are two SpongeBobs. The first is listing down many ECAs without depth, and the second one is describing experiences and its impacts on your self-development. So obviously, it's way better to not just list down, oh, I was head of this club, and oh, I went for this competition and got number 1, and oh, I went for this talk. Yeah, but like, what did you learn from it? How did it help you grow as a person? That's what scholarship bodies want to see. So that's what you need to highlight. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is going to be you guys after you apply for scholarship. Okay, next slide. Okay, so these are a few things that you could include. So first we have volunteering, we also have like events, like I said earlier, like STEM competitions, other competitions that you go for. We also have, okay, so your achievements and your experiences, it doesn't have to be things that you did in school. It can also be things that you did when you were a child. Like one scholar wrote about watching National Geographic as a kid and how that helped him like get interested in engineering. Or you could write about like a trip you went on. Like there's so many things in your life outside of school that could help you like further your passion in a course. It doesn't have to be competitions. Yeah, and we also have like positions you hold in our school. Okay.
Simran, can I ask you one question? What did you write about in your essay?
Okay, so for my Yayasan Khazanah essay, actually, I didn't write about my achievements. I didn't really write about my achievements because for me, I wrote about my experiences and how it made me who I was. So I remember one of my points was just a conversation I had with my Malay teacher about education and how like he told me something that stuck with me throughout the years and how that made me like realize the importance and like made me realize my passion is to continue my studies in somewhere really nice. Yeah.
Okay.
What about you?
Okay, I guess my story is a bit interesting. It depends on like the person, but basically what I talked about in my essay was about my personal challenges. Korang nak tahu ke? Okay. So what I talked about, this got me through the first initial stage of the Yayasan Khazanah essay, by the way. So what I wrote about was like my experience in my high school. So korang tahu kan like kat sekolah ada badan pengawas kan? Okay, so when it came to I'm going to give a bit experience about my school where I was a prefect since Form 2. So all the way from Form 2 to Form 5, I was a prefect. And then, you know, when it comes to Form 5, diorang akan pilih ketua pengawas and timbalan ketua pengawas kan. So, there was either me or another friend of mine who was a guy, but he only recently become a prefect. Dia Form 5 tu baru jadi prefect. So like he didn't have a lot of experience, but he's still a good friend of mine. So when it came to choosing the new ketua pengawas, I remember my principal interviewed us both separately, but at the end, what the result was, my prefect teacher, yang cikgu ketua pengawas tu semua kan, she sat me down and she said like, I'm sorry, we can't take you for ketua pengawas because they want a guy as a leader. Yeah, it's real, okay? It actually happened. And I remember like crying so hard because, you know, it's like really disappointing kan. Aku dah prefect since Form 2 kan. And then like, you're just gonna give me the timbalan. Okay, timbalan is still important, but you know, like, of course, if there was a position, you guys would probably want to be the leader because the leader is like the face of the scholarship body. So like, I wrote in my essay, like, I remember I was like feeling really disappointed and I cried. But what I did, I wrote it in my essay, by the way. I was like, after that, I was like, okay, I'm gonna prove my worth. I'm gonna like have my villain art or something. So what I did after getting the result, I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna like do everything else that I'm good at. So I got into debate competition. I was already a debater at this point, but I really pushed myself to the point I managed to represent my state and school at the nationals at Sarawak. So yeah. So yeah, I wrote about that in my essay, and I talk about how having this challenge like really helped me learn that titles aren't everything, but really it's about the experience and what you learn along the way. So yeah, that's what I wrote, but please don't share with anyone else.
Okay, so yeah, you see the importance of like creating a narrative instead of Aman just saying, oh, I was timbalan ketua pengawas and I went for debate competitions. Like no, she wrote about the challenge that got her there and what she learned from it. So that's what you guys need to do later. Okay. Okay, next slide. Okay, so now we're going to talk about structuring the essay. So we're going to turn your essay from a black and white picture to a colorful, engaging, and compelling story. Okay, next slide. Okay, so the first and most like common way to like, yeah, you have these achievements, but how are you going to expand on it and how are you going to elaborate on it? Maybe you don't really know what to do. So sit down and think about a few experiences that align with your course, align with who you are, and then try writing like when it happened, what you did, what it entailed, what did the task require you to do, why did you do it? Was it to impact other people? Was it, you know, a school level or something? Who else did you work with? Did you work with other people? Did you lead a project? So certain things like that, just sit down and write and just expand on a few achievements that you did. Okay, next slide. Okay, so the second method we want to talk about is the STAR method. Who has heard of the STAR method? Okay, wait, can you guys raise your hands higher? Okay, so now we're going to do a little interactive thing. Who wants to stand up and tell me what STAR stands for? Okay. What does S stand for? Just S.
S is situation.
Situation. Okay, that's correct. What about T?
Task. Assignment. Results.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of similar. Okay. Next slide. Thank you. Yeah. So, not yet. Back. Okay. So we have situation, task, action, and result. So for S is the situation. So you need to write like the general setting, what happened before you took on the task, what was the general idea. For task is like the purpose. So what brought you to do it, what motivated you to do it. Action is what you did, and result is what you got from it. Okay, next slide. Okay. So I want someone really confident to stand up and read the passage. Guys.
Wait, maybe you want to split it by ST.
Okay. We're going to ask people to read for S, T, A, and R. So anyone want to come? Just come in front. You don't have to raise your hand. Just come in front.
Whoever reads it, inshallah, they will get a scholarship.
Yeah, you guys need to be confident. Like,
it's
you're
just
going to be applying
hands on, guys. Hands on.
You guys are going against thousands of people. Come on.
Okay, give a round of applause to this guy.
Okay.
Just read it. The S1.
S1.
Yeah.
Alright. The weight of the impending SPM trial preparations pressed down on my batchmates, causing some to succumb to lethargy and demotivation.
Okay, can you explain what you got from that? Like, what does the setting explain?
This person, he or she was preparing for the SPM trials, but of course it's tough, and all the batchmates would assume it's very hard. And yes, even when I experienced that, I was lethargy, I was demotivated, but eventually I managed to come out of it. So I think that's how the setting is.
So they're very like
it's from a perspective of a student.
Tense and demotivated. Okay, thank you.
Alright, welcome.
Okay, for T. Calm down, guys.
Okay, for T, anyone want to read for T? Okay, come.
Okay.
Tepuklah sikit korang. Tepuk.
Just enthusiasm.
From even the teachers? Yeah. Even the teachers were struck by how much the pupils had changed, including how less engaged they were in class and how often they submitted their assignments late.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. And so you can see from here that the task is, the purpose was because they were submitting the assignments late, they weren't engaged in class, so that's what brought her to do what she did next, which someone's going to read. Who's going to read? Okay, yes, calm down. Hi. Okay, read.
So, observing that elective subjects were my batchmate's greatest weakness, 10 of the young tutors from my batch and I created a Telegram channel named Elective Booster, where we shared numerous educational resources and gained over 150 subscribers with up to 300 post impressions. And
physically in class,
I established 4 different engaging projects in collaboration with other biology young tutors, which are BioHots, BWOTD, BioPronims, and Anak Bio.
Okay, thank you. So from here, you can see that she took action and she worked with other people to create a Telegram channel and to create all these projects to engage the students and propel their grades. Okay, so for result, last person who wants to come down. Anybody?
Okay, that guy, come.
Okay.
Okay, give a round of applause. Just read the one in blue, start from even though. Yeah.
We received overwhelming positive feedback from my batchmates, including my biology teachers,
which leads our spirit to continue brainstorming more creative and impactful programs. Even though average GP did not achieve the school's target, my teachers are still impressed with our staggering improvement during SPM trials. And what is most important, the greatness that hung onto us began to dissipate, replaced with a burning enthusiasm to spare no effort in our upcoming SPM and give it our all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so for the blue is the result, and you can see that the students were more motivated, they were more engaged, and their grades did better. Okay, so this is an example of a STAR method. So when you guys want to think of your achievements and expand it, a good way to do it would be this method. Okay, next slide.
Okay, so this is the fourth component, which is reviews and checks. So after you've written out your essay, you've like poured your heart and soul, you told your life story basically in this one singular essay. You need to make sure that it has the correct grammar and spelling, and also it's readable, because do remember that the one who's going to read these essays at the end of the day are your potential sponsors. So you need to make sure that what you're trying to get across is clear to them and they can understand what you're really trying to tell, because you don't really want to you're trying to tell A, but what the scholarship bodies understand is B. You don't want that to happen because it can jeopardize your application. So what we recommend using is Grammarly, #not sponsored. But what you can basically do is put your essay into the Grammarly app or website, and it will automatically diagnose how readable your essay is, or if you have any grammar errors, if you have any speller errors, they will automatically fix that for you. And you can see there's a readability score, so which tells you your score, the essay, is has 73% of being able to read, something like that. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is an additional one, which is word limits. Okay, I know some people, myself, I have a struggle with word limits because I love to yap in my essays. I like to talk and talk and talk. But you do need to realize that not every scholarship body wants to hear everything that you want to say. You do have to cut down some things at the end of the day. And I know it might be disappointing because you really want to tell everything, but they don't want to hear that. They just want to hear certain parts. So there are different word limits. It can be up to 350. I know it kat sini macam nampak sikit, but when you guys write the essay, you understand it's actually really hard to keep under the limit. And then also up to 1,000 words. 1,000 words can also be a very hard limit to make sure that you're following the limit. But do note that these limits tend to change. This is from last year's application, but this year it might be different. This year it could be 500. This year it could be 700. It really depends on the scholarship. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so what to do if you wrote too much and you exceeded the word limit? Okay, so don't panic. Okay, I'm going to give you 3 points. So the first thing you should do is eliminate unnecessary words such as that, because we tend to unconsciously put unnecessary words when writing essays. So you can see the 2 example sentences I give. The scholarship support I receive will versus scholarship support I receive will. It's basically the same thing, but they just buang one word, which helps you to hit the word limit. And use concise language whenever you can. What I mean by concise language is try to simplify the phrases that you use into something shorter, but don't oversimplify it. Maybe just minor phrases such as due to the fact that, you can replace it with because, or a large number of people, you can just replace it with many people. It's as simple as that. And basically just make it short and sweet overall. #Sabrina Carpenter album. Yeah, so what you can say, instead of you want to talk about a leadership role that you had in school, but instead of this leadership role was held by me, you can just simply say I led the student council. Yeah, it's as simple as that. Okay, next slide please. Okay, so do ensure that this situation doesn't happen to you. Just remember the tips that I give to you, because you don't really want to korang dah penat-penat tulis essay dah berjam, because it takes hours to write essay, by the way. I remember taking 1 full week to write my essay. That's how long it took me. So you don't want to by the end of it all, you've already noticed that you've exceeded the word limit by 200 words. That's very hard to cut down. So just try to simplify it along the way, so when you finish your essay, there's not so much that you guys kena potong-potong. Okay, next slide.
Okay, so now I'll be talking talking about the usage of AI. So after you get the prompt for your essay, it's going to be really tempting to ask ChatGPT how to write and how to make it more compelling. Using ChatGPT, I know it's inevitable, but there are certain limits and there are certain things to do and not do. Okay, next slide. Okay, so here we have two situations. The first is the scholarship bodies when they read your essay, but it's fully written by AI and they can tell. And the second one is the scholarship bodies when they read a unique and self-written essay. So one thing I want to really tell you guys, it's very, very obvious when your essay was written by ChatGPT, because ChatGPT has very common words and common phrases that they use, and so you can tell when you use ChatGPT. Okay, next slide. So do's and don'ts. So for the first thing that you should do is use AI to assist your writing, not replace it. Okay, so maybe you struggle with paragraphing and your paragraphs are a little uneven. You can use ChatGPT to help it even out, help you move certain things to the next paragraph, things like that. But moving on to the don't copy the prompt into ChatGPT and paste the answer. Because, when we were doing these slides, we wanted to experiment, right? So we took a prompt from last year and we pasted it into ChatGPT and we're like, write me a very professional, very personal and unique essay. And ChatGPT created its own trauma. It was like, oh, I went through this financial struggle with my family, and oh, I was bullied in high school, and I went through this to become the president of this club. It just created its own trauma. So don't copy and paste, because I know it saves time, but would you really be proud of an essay that isn't really your story? Yeah. So then the next one is edit all AI content and add your own vocabulary. So once you've gotten your draft from ChatGPT, make sure you don't just submit it without editing it. Make sure you add your own vocabulary, change the common phrases that ChatGPT gave. Because I think even the sentence connectors that ChatGPT shows are very, very common, it's very basic. So try to include your own vocabulary, make it more you. Yeah. And then for the don'ts is, don't submit AI content without editing it. It's very easy to detect. Okay. And lastly, do fact check all information given by AI. So if you want to write an essay and you want to include some stats, or you want to write about the nation and certain things, don't just ask ChatGPT and it gives you information and you're like, okay, great. No. Actually Google it, or if you want to ask ChatGPT a question, maybe say source the internet, source certain relevant sites, and then go to the source that it lists down there and check if the facts are actually correct or not. Yeah. And then for do not share sensitive information. So a lot of people don't realize that ChatGPT is it's not just a friendly bot, it's an internet chat, it's an internet AI program that if you just dump all your sensitive information, you're dumping all your personality traits, what you went through in life, everything about you to AI, you're basically just selling your information to the internet. And that's not really what you want to do. So do not share too sensitive information, do not tell AI everything, just try to get it for ideas and inspiration, but don't rely on it like a crutch. Okay, next. Next slide. Okay, so here we have your essay bank. If you guys want to scan the QR code, we have essays from 2023 and 2024. So the last 2 years, we have the successful essays that got chosen. And it's also in your booklet. Yeah, that was given to you through email. Okay, just a few more seconds. Okay, I think we can go to the next slide. Okay, so now do you guys have any questions? You can scan the QR code again, and this will take you to a Slido link that will submit your questions.
Okay, just side note, if anyone wants to read my essay that I talked about earlier, I didn't put it in the essay bank, so you can come to me personally and I'll give you the link if you want to read it. Okay, if you're interested lah. Is there anyone who want to ask questions right now instead of the Slido? Because during the Slido, we might not be able to answer all of your questions. So if that's something you really want to know now, you can just come forward and ask us first.
You guys have to be confident. You're going to be future scholars. Yes, what's your question? You can come in front. us your name and your question.
My name is Kyle. I just wanted to ask because before this there are certain like scholarship applications that also open up, like KTJ and everything, but those are mainly for IGCSE students. So the way that like, I wrote it was like I did write everything on my own, but because like you also like to put a lot of unnecessary words, I put it, I pasted the whole thing in ChatGPT, and then I asked it to like, because I shortened the word also because I was writing a lot. So then after shortening the word, I put it back into an anti-AI thing. I just kept going back and forth. But then eventually at the end I also like edited my own words. So is that something that you guys would approve or?
Okay. So the thing is, with pasting into ChatGPT, you won't really be content with the result that you get, right? Anyone put into AI, I think at the end you still have to edit it on your own, right? So I think the most important thing is just that you can copy and paste, and you can take the ChatGPT response, you can put it into anti-AI, but I think you'll only be satisfied once it sounds like you. So I think the most important thing is like just like check your initial draft, maybe check what you wrote earlier, how did the AI change it, then maybe change it back, or just maybe show your siblings, show your family and friends, ask them how you can add things, how you can shorten things. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because one thing, like I said, the one who's going to be reading your essay is not AI, it's going to be a scholarship body. So present your essay in the way you want a real human being to understand and read it. So yeah.
Any other questions?
Okay, no more questions, but if you are too shy, you can just like put it in on Sunday. It's okay, we'll answer it later.
And if you guys want to come to us after the session, we're going to be here until the evening, so yeah.
Okay, yeah, so if you guys want to like contact or follow us for more, you can just like, that's our Instagram and also our LinkedIn. So yeah, you can just like, if you not reach out to us after this, and we'll try to answer any questions you have. Okay.
Alright, thank you.
That's all. Thank you guys. Tidak mantap. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Kawan? Baju juga. It's like here. Or maybe in my baju. Yeah. Okay. Kau nak tolong aku tak? Oh. Put it, no, just put it on the lanyard itself. Can you help? Just like slip it on. It's off. What is that? No.
Okay, can.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
This is the.
Oh, it's here.
Yeah.
Girl.
Is it broken? Sekejap, tengok.
Apa dia?
Good afternoon, everyone. How you guys feeling? Sleepy? Not sleepy? Lapar? Lapar. Okay. Just bear with us for another 40 minutes and then we release you for a lunch break, okay? Alright. So, what do you guys think is the next slot? Okay, so our next slot for today is the introduction to general interviews, which is the most daunting part of applying for scholarship. Betul tak? Because if you compare doing essay depan computer and like speaking face to face with a person 20 years older than you, which one is more intimidating? Second one, okay. Alright, so before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Wawa Jeffrey, and I'm also a scholar from PETRONAS and currently studying A-levels at KYUEM. And this is my partner.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Sonia. I'm also currently studying A-levels at KYUEM, and I'm a Yayasan Khazanah scholar, and I plan to do Econs and Finance.
Alright, you guys ready? Okay, before we head into the next session, let's play a little game, okay? Next slide, please. Alright, so here I bagi instruction, okay? Later when I ask, taking notes on notebook or iPad, when I say 1, 2, 3, korang semua angkat tangan. If you prefer to take notes on notebook, you angkat your left hand and then you angkat 2 fingers, okay?
If you prefer to take notes dengan telinga je, just don't raise your hand.
Yes.
Put it down.
And the same goes to the other hand. If you prefer to take notes on your on iPad, then you angkat your right hand and display number 1. Okay? Are you guys ready? Semua faham? Alright. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Oh. Okay. Who likes to take notes on notebook? Yang iPad turun dulu.
Oh.
Angkat tinggi-tinggi. Okay. Banyak
Notebook. Okay, who's going to present the iPad?
Mom.
Siapa? You. Okay.
Come.
Introduce your name, please.
Hi everyone, it's Katie again, and one of the reasons, well, a few reasons why I prefer taking notes on notebook instead of iPad. Firstly, it's because I'm a debater, so generally taking notes on paper is much more efficient for me compared to using iPad, since during prep time we don't really have access to our devices other than written or printed materials. Number two is because I believe writing on paper using paper and pen is generally more, macam mana dia bagi feel lah, daripada guna iPad. Dia tak rasa macam wow. I guess it's more of the human touch to writing on paper compared to writing or taking notes on iPad. So that's one of the two reasons why I prefer notes on the book over iPad.
Okay, give a round of applause to Katie. What lagi? Okay. What about you?
Hi, my name is Zara, and I prefer taking notes on iPad because firstly, I can bring it everywhere. Same like notebook, but other than that, I can have other apps. I can have like several apps like GoodNotes or GoodNotes and others, and then I can have other like colorful pens using only one stick.
Okay.
Alright, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Alright, okay. Next one, second round. Teh tarik versus ice milo.
Short explanation.
1, 2, 3. Siapa suka teh tarik? Okay, siapa suka ice Milo ice?
Nah.
Orang Malaysia kan? Okay, let me call out one representative from each side. Tak nak orang sama. Come on. Ke nak panggil?
Oh, I think just go to someone bagi mic.
Okay.
We're gonna pick tau.
We're gonna pick. Kenapa semua elak ni?
Belakang.
Okay, you.
Okay, sige, jangan. Alright.
Hello, it's me, Reza again. For me, I picked L2, Teh Tarik. Just a few reasons. One, I used to order ice Milo a lot when I was high, but now that I've grown out of it, I drink much more tea and coffee rather than Milo. And two, one of my favorite pastimes actually is with my father at night. If we have nothing to do and there's no work for tomorrow, then we like to go out to Mama to drink Teh Tarik together. So that's also the, just the bond I feel. So that's one of the reasons I pick Teh Tarik.
Hi, my name is Isha. And one of the reasons I picked ice Milo, if I'm being honest, I like both. But ice Milo actually has a lot of memories attached to it, especially in Sekolah Rendah, you know, the Milo truck. Yeah, so that's one of the reasons I like ice Milo.
Okay. Valid. Okay, thank you.
Alright, now that we have gotten everyone's attention, are you guys ready? Yeah. Okay. So, next slide. Okay. So, from just now kan, korang boleh tengok, like everyone have different preference. Ada orang suka Milo ice, ada orang suka teh tarik, and all these different preference, you can tailor it in your interviews, which is unique to you. So, why do the companies decided to make an interview? Of course, it is a detailed assessment of to evaluate your skills, your expertise, and also your overall interpersonal and intrapersonal abilities. And next, they also want to increase their ability to look for the best candidate, because eventually scholars are going to be absorbed by the company, although not all company lah, but this is why they wanted to do interview in order to pick the best candidate. Okay, next slide please. Okay, so typically, what is it that they look for in the candidate. There's 4 main things, although there's few others, but these are the 4 things that I think is the most important things. First is your confidence. But here, confidence here is not arrogance, but it's how you bring yourself and how you bring yourself to others. Next, the passion. They wanted to see that how passionate you are with the course that you're choosing, and why do you want to do this, why do you want to do that, and it's very important that you're passionate. Next, they wanted to see someone with strong ethics and clear vision, because all of these people are going to be absorbed as their employees in the future. So it's very important that they pick someone yang actually have a very strong work ethic or study ethic or even moral ethics. Okay, next slide please. So here are 3 types of interviews yang the most common for scholarship application. Firstly, we have national awareness, in which they try to evaluate your awareness on certain issues that is currently happening. And then we have competency-based interview. Competency-based interview is basically they wanted to see how your past or personal achievement all relates back to you, and like just now Amalina said, how the experiences teach you something. So this is where you apply the things that you write in your essays into the interviews. And last but not least is debate, which is the most interesting part, because they will give you a motion and then you will have to pick a side and then argue about it. So from my experience before this, when I was applying for JPS scholarship, they actually asked us to do a TikTok video. To macam act out like there's a camera in front of us and we have to make a TikTok in order to sell something. So I nak tanya, kalau in presenting a TikTok, which one do you think the categories fall down under? Is it national awareness, is it competency, or debate? Competency. Okay, why? Just voice out. One, two, three. Why is TikTok like presenting in TikTok kan? Macam, is it competency based interview? Kenapa? Why do you think so?
Okay. My name is Ahomni. I'm student from Kisas, Kelang. Why I think TikTok is a competency based interview, because you need to TikTok, you need to compete with other creators, and you sell something, right?
Yeah.
Because
selling something.
You need to sell something in TikTok, and as we know, TikTok has many creators that to promote the product. So I think that's why the task is from competency-based interview.
All right. Thank you. Give him a round of applause, please. Okay, so basically, why they asked me to do a TikTok is because they want to see my ability to sell something. They want to see how you promote certain products, and that is considered as a competency-based interview. Okay, next slide, please. All right. So when you went to the interview, these are the dress code that you have to abide for. You guys kena abide for like formal attire, not smart casual. So as you guys can see from the picture, the white guy is donning a pair of kemeja blue and also a 3-piece suit. And so these are the type of examples that you can wear during the interview day. So usually the color code for interview day, korang kena like keep it neutral color. Don't let it be too distracting for the interviewers to assess you. So like colors macam brown, khaki, black, navy blue, grey, and neutral colors. Okay, next slide please. So for females, we have our national baju kurung. For Muslim or those who want to look a bit modest, you can pakai baju kurung also. Alright, next slide please. Okay, so onto the preparation. So we have 4 things that you can prepare first. The first thing you must do is you must do a background research of the company. You have to you have to know the nature of the business of the company that you're applying for. For example, if you're applying for PETRONAS, you have to know what they're doing, their company history, and how do you think that aligns with your passion. For example, if you want to study chemical engineering, Alright, next, you have to know yourself, the quality that aligns with the company, your strength and your weaknesses. One thing that I suggest you guys to do is like, korang listkan apa semua korang punya strength, korang punya weaknesses, and also what do you think your best quality. And then you can input it in like AI, macam ChatGPT or DeepSeek, and then you can ask for them to do a mock interview. Which brings me to my third point, which is the mock interview. You can use AI in order to practice answering questions, especially like the common interview question, which is one of the most common is like, tell me about yourself. Why are you here today? You can use AI for that. And then, last but not least, dress to impress. Macam you have to abide to the dress code that I cakap tadi. Okay, faham? Alright, next slide please. Okay, these are the things that you have to do during the interview. So, first of all, when you masuk the interview room, you have to greet them. If you're a Muslim, bagi salam dulu. Assalamualaikum cik, Assalamualaikum miss. Avoid using madam because we don't know if the person is married or not. And then, bonus point if you remember their name. It's good to remember their name because it shows that you care about the interview, kan? And next, be calm. Jangan panik, jangan globo. Jangan gelabah. Jangan kepo. I'm not sure if I use that correctly. And then, because kalau you panic, you tak boleh jawab the question properly, you know. So you have to be calm. So one way you can do that is through positive visualization. You visualize all the good things happening to you, and then you have to act confidence. One phrase that I think you can apply for during the interview is like, fake it till you make it. Because everyone during the interview is intimidated kan, by the interviewer. So like, you just have to act confident and wing it, okay? Next, thirdly, is answering question. When you answer the question, you must first be concise. And it's okay to take a few seconds before you come up with an answer. Because it shows that you are very well articulated with your speech. It shows that you think first before you speak, which is something that the interviewer memang betul-betul nak tengok in their scholars. Okay? Faham? Alright, thank you. Any question? Before I pass on to my friends? No question? Really? Okay, thank you.
Okay, next slide please. Okay, so my session is going to be a bit more up close and personal because it's like I'm going to be discussing common interview questions with you guys. But before I start, I want someone to tell me about themselves. Like really short. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, like that should be enough. If no one raises up their hands, I'm going to pick again.
Tu, you put your hand, you angkat tangan tadi.
Oh, okay.
Okay. It's okay, sana. Give him this one.
You can say whatever you want.
Okay, so Assalamualaikum, good morning. My name is Kafi Baju Hisham. I live in Selangor. I'm 18, right? I'm 18 this month, by the 25th. Mostly my passion right now is mostly into the world of engineering and business. And as of now, I currently do 3 sports, but my main is boxing.
Okay, sweet. Short and sweet. Nice. Okay. Okay, so I wanted to show like a before and after, tapi like I think you already did quite well. So let me just like dive a bit more into it. Some do's for questions like, you know, personal questions like this is to talk about you as a person, you as a human being, not about your achievements or your leadership roles, whatnot, blah blah blah. But they want to, they'll test that later on in other types of interviews. But when they want to get to know about you, make sure it's like something that makes your personality shine. Kalau you suka. Oh, actually, I know one senior who during her final stage of Yayasan Khazanah interview, in front of the board of Yayasan Khazanah, she talked about Barbie, like literally all the Barbie movies. She was like, oh, Princess Charm's cool, 12 Dancing Princesses, ... And now she is LSE bound. So, like even if you, oh, okay.
So it's like, because they're also human and they also want to get to know you on a more personal level rather than just knowing your qualities as a leader or what so not. So make sure this session is solely about your personality, okay? So some other common questions are tell us something that isn't in your resume, or name one meaningful experience that you had in school. And some tips to answer this kind of questions that I actually used during my interviews was, number one, the past, present, future questions. So like, for example, what I did in the past and how it piqued my interest in something, and then what I'm doing right now to like further study about that interest, and what I plan to do in the future. So I can give an example, like when they asked me about myself, I said my name, what I like, ... And then I was like, I'm someone who likes music, so I did the orchestra, I did dance, because I wanted to do things that I like. But then when MCO came, I think my family kind of faced a lot of financial restrictions, so I had to cut down on the activities that I was doing. I had to like sacrifice, and then that's what made me open my eyes towards like the economic state of the world right now, post MCO. So that's when I started becoming more interested in, you know, current world situations, whatnot. So post SPM, I did a lot of volunteering here and there, like relating to one was education, one was, if you know, the Lost Food Project to help poverty and soup kitchens also. So by doing that, I think it made me more sure of what I wanted to do in the future, to study economics and, you know, combat these situations that are happening right now. So yeah, those are the kind of ways you can answer these kind of questions. Make it more personal. If you don't need to have traumatic stories. Like you can be happy also, but make sure it's about you. Okay, and some of the don'ts is don't lie, never lie, because there will be follow-up questions, and if you lie, nanti it's like you're digging your own grave, because like they know when you lie, so try not to lie. Okay, next slide please. Okay, some other common questions are about your pathways and your goals, and actually like these kind of questions are really, really popular. Like just now they already talked about where do you see yourself in 5 years and then 10 years. That's a question that I got and I was like, whoa, I never thought that far into the future. So one way to answer this is again the SMART method. I think one of them already talked about this. Specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound. So in 5 years, you have to be specific and you have to be realistic. You can't just say, oh, in 5 years I'm already going to be CFO, CEO. No. In 5 years, I'm probably doing my 3rd year degree in economics and at inshallah LSE, let's say. And then in another 10 years time, I'm probably going to be, I just finished serving my bond with my scholarship body, and I'm probably going to be interning at, I want to intern at an investment banking company, and then you can, dive more into that. And then another question that is quite popular is how this scholarship can help you achieve what you want. You can say that using the SMART method, try to answer this question during your own time, because I'm going to speak through a bit. And why this course and why not a certain course? So this question, I think it's really important to know the courses that you want to take and the courses similar to those that you want to take, because they might ask you these questions, and if you don't really know the differences, it's a bit of a turn off. But so, because I got this question, why you decided to take econs and not actual science when I like maths? The biggest difference was that I won't tell you, but what I said, because I don't really remember, but it's good to know the differences in a bit more detail so that they know that you know what you really want to do, okay? Next slide, please. Okay, some situational common questions. This will be explained in more detail by some of my friends later on after lunch. But they might also ask these kind of questions early on in the interview to just get to know you on the surface a bit more. So, okay, this one, I think every scholar in here can agree that tell us about a challenge you faced and how you overcame it is a super, super crucial question to every interview. Like, trust me, every interview I went, they asked the same question and I used the same answer over and over again. So,
just as Simran also talked about the STAR method to answer this kind of questions, it's very useful. So first you lay out the situation where you were given a task and you were given something to do, but you had drawbacks and challenges. That's where you answer the task. Okay, one thing to highlight is that it's okay to talk about your weaknesses. It's good and it's better to talk about your weaknesses. Talking about your weaknesses isn't a weakness. Like, scholarship bodies don't want to see a perfect person. They want to see an improved and growing person. So when you talk about your drawbacks and challenges that you face in making sure this the outcome is good, you have to combat it with your strengths and what you did to improve yourself in that manner. You can say that maybe you delegated the task so that you get less stressed or whatnot. So that's where you can combat your weaknesses with your strengths. And finally, the result, talk about your personal improvements and where you feel like you grew as a person while facing that challenge and what you feel like you could have done better. Okay, and then one more method is the elevator pitch. Okay, I want you all to imagine an elevator. You go inside the elevator. The ride is usually not too short, not too long. You want to go to 6th floor from G. Okay? And then every elevator has its own charm, I'd say. Like, one utama elevator, it smells kind of nice for me. Like, I like how it smells. And then there's certain elevators that have carpets, certain elevators that are see-through, right? So, like, everything is personalized differently, and every elevator ride is interesting. I say this because, like, you go inside the elevator, you hear people's conversations, like, oh, gossip pasal ni. So it's very interesting. But some people, they have these traumas of riding elevators, but they don't really want to show that because it's embarrassing, right? So they mask it out with a confident outlook so that everyone doesn't think they're scared. So how I relate this to answering these kind of questions is that, number one, your answers have to be concise. That means short but compact, not too short, not too long. Personalized, only highlight your main value propositions. You have a lot, I'm sure all of you here has done a lot of things in your high school life. They do not want to know everything, and one thing to know what's best to pick up from those is you align them with the scholarship's body's vision and mission. So you go to their website, you look for their vision and mission. If they care more about leadership, maybe talk about a leadership role that you have and the experience that you had from that. If they want, like, a team worker, they're more interested in team working, then you can talk more about that. And interesting, make sure you try to tell your answers in a storytelling manner and put some emotion into it, because they're also humans, and to engage themselves more in what you're trying to say, it's nice to always have some emotion and feeling into it. And last but not least, you should always be confident but not arrogant. Keep it humble, but yeah, your voice tone, the way you speak, your facial expressions should always be confident. Even though you're scared, try your best to mask it with a confident face. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Back. Okay, some extra tips. I think a lot of them has stressed on a few of this already. So but I think it's really important. The first box right there, know yourself and the scholarship body inside out. I don't know how much more anyone can stress on this, because it's so important to know yourself and the scholarship body. It's like going into like a friendship, a new friendship or a new relationship. You don't want to be friends with someone who's not interested in you, you know. A scholarship body wants someone who's interested in them. So you should always, and then like I said, the follow-up questions will always be about either the scholarship body or about yourself. So if you always have to keep diving in deeper, digging deeper to know more about yourself. And I think it's just a good way to grow as a person in general when you know more about yourself. And then next, prepare beforehand by listing possible scenarios. Like, honestly, the possibilities of these questions coming out are not 100%. So what you can do is go to Google and ask your seniors what other questions did they get,
And from there, you can start brainstorming before your interview. And with that said, I think preparation is really important because I know some of you think you can just go into the interview room and try your best to talk. Even though if you're a debater, sometimes you just need preparation beforehand. Okay. And the third one, I relate to this the most because I myself wasn't sure what I wanted to do, but slowly throughout my interview sessions, after that I got to know that I have to be more passionate about my course. And even if I don't know much about it, as long as you show the interviewers that you are eager to learn, then they want you, because they want someone who's passionate about learning, eager to know more, and always constantly growing. They don't want a stagnant person, they want a constantly improving person. And okay, this fourth one is very interesting because sometimes you won't even expect them to ask these kind of questions, but their board can sometimes be, some big person in politics or whatever not. So you have to try to be well versed in current issues, Malaysia and international, because I actually had a friend who was asked the question, who's the current Timbalan Perdana Menteri? If I ask you that right now, can all of you answer that question? Okay. So sometimes general knowledge is important even if you think it doesn't matter much, because if you don't know how to answer that question, I'm not saying it's bad, it's just that it makes them look at you a bit differently. And lastly, know how to leverage your skills to their wants while making your personality shine. So when you listen to the question that they give you, you think about it first and which of your experiences relate most to that question. Don't put everything that you want into that, and making sure that you can always check their expressions. If they are nodding, then you're saying the right thing. But then there's no right or wrong. Just make sure to be confident while answering these kind of questions. Okay, next slide please. Okay, now I'm going to further talk about body language. I'm sure most of you didn't know that body language actually accounts for the most percentage of what the interviewers look in for an interviewee. So, can I have one guy to come down here to demonstrate how to sit properly?
So, yang panggil belakang-belakang tu.
Belakang-belakang tu. Yang duduk kat hujung. Both of you lah, both of you come.
Belakang tu. Yang meja. Korang get ready ya.
Okay, I want one person to demonstrate the right way, one person to demonstrate the wrong way. Okay, start from masuk bilik interview and then you can sit at the chair over there.
Start masuk bilik, from where?
From here, you walk, and then you sit down. Yeah. Okay, you do the correct one. Okay. Okay, you try. The wrong way. Yeah. Okay, so what were the main differences between him? Nama? Iskandar. Arif. What were the main differences? Posture in what sense? Okay, yes. The main point that I wanted to talk about was slouch or shoulder up. When you show that your shoulder is up, it shows that you're ready to answer their questions. It shows that you're ready to make it through this interview. Tapi when you slouch, walaupun you takut and you tend to slouch a lot, try your best to keep your chin up. I maintain eye contact with them, and always put your hands on your lap. Try not to put your hands on the table. Always put your hands on your lap. Unless you need to move your hands for macam ni. Macam ni boleh je. Try to, if you really need to move your hands, you can move them, but don't move them excessively. Move them according to what you say, only if needed. Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, and one more point is always face your body to towards whoever is speaking. There's usually 2 to 3 interviewers, and always try to move your body and making sure you're facing them when they're talking to show that you're actually attentive and interested in what they're saying. Even if you're not, you can just fake it till you make it. And some facial expression tips. Always try to put on a natural smile. You don't have to smile with your teeth because that's a bit excessive and scary to the interviewers, you know, it's like, oh. So always try to put on a smile, even when other people are talking. Try to look at them and be like, yeah, like, you know, like not along, you just agree to what they're saying. And like I said, always look attentive, because even though you're not the one speaking right now, but they're still observing you and how you observe other people. So always try to look attentive. Okay, next slide please. Okay, now a bit about communication. Your tone of voice should always be relaxed. Don't shout, don't scream at the interviewer. It's not right. And also try to, even though you're relaxed, it doesn't mean you can speak softly. Speak with a good volume. Speak confidently. Slowly, you should always pace your speech and talk clearly. Make sure they grasp every single word that you're trying to say so that they don't feel bored, they don't tertidur. You know, make sure they're interested in what you're saying. And, okay, pro tip, in group settings, there's usually maybe 4 to 3 people who are interviewing with you at the same time. And in this kind of, in this kind of situations, you want to observe the room and decide on whether you want to become number 1, a leader, or number 2, a moderator. I think this is my biggest pro tip, because you do not want to be the person who doesn't join in the discussion, who just listens. You want to be either number 1, the leader, is someone who delegates roles and tasks in the group. You say, like gives instructions to them, try to lead their best. It's always good to become leader as well, but I would usually prefer to become the moderator, someone who helps those who aren't part of the discussion to feel more included in the discussion. If they're not saying much, can always ask for their opinion. It shows that you're more of a team worker rather than a lone worker, right? So you should always give way for others to voice out their opinions as well. Even if you don't agree, try your best to be mindful and don't be dismissive towards their answers. You always try to be respectful towards the people around you, because respect is really important, especially in interviews, because they want someone who is humble and confident but respectful at the same time. And it's always important to share your opinions while also asking for others' opinions. You want to show that you can clearly work in a team and that you're open-minded and that you're okay with, other people's views, even if it's different with yours. Next slide, please. Okay, and lastly, I want everyone to know that it's completely 100% okay to feel nervous. The interviewers are people as well, so they know that you're nervous. They were once in your shoes as well. And it's okay to panic. It's so normal to panic on the spot. I did during my Bank Negara interview. Yeah, I did panic. But one thing I learned from that was that, number 1, always take a break before your interview. Don't keep reading your notes. Don't keep stressing yourself out with, oh, maybe they're not going to ask me this. Maybe they're going to ask me this. Like, just stop everything that you're doing and clear your mind from everything to make sure that you go inside the room calm and not as scared as before. It's really important to show that you're trying your best to be calm, because if not, they might attack you. Say, oh, like, if they're gonna ask like, oh, are you feeling nervous right now? And then sometimes it's gonna trigger something in you. So try your best to look calm so that they don't attack you during things like that. And then another pro tip, always remember it's a conversation with your interviewer, because like I said, of course you should speak in formal speech, not informally, but the way you talk, it can be like you talking to your friends while you're doing a discussion. Because like, I think they like people who, can speak in a very relaxed manner, can speak with them, and like are engaging in the talks and are interesting while talking. So try your best to make it seem like a conversation. I did that during one of my interviews, and they asked me, you tak nervous sebenarnya? And I was like, I am nervous, I'm very nervous, but I'm trying my best to make it seem that I'm okay. And that's something that is very respectable, I guess.
And one more thing, it's not here, but I want everyone to know that it's also okay to take a pause before you answer your questions. You don't have to answer immediately. You can always take your time to think about an answer, because it's always better to give a mindful answer rather than give an answer that you feel like you want to take back, or can I answer again? It's best not to do that. It's best to really think about what you want to say, really feel the question, and you can even sometimes ask like, oh, can I take some time to think about it? And they'll be okay with it. They'll definitely be okay with it. And one last pro tip that I actually use is called box breathing. It's where you inhale for 4 seconds, hold it for 4 seconds, exhale for 4 seconds, and hold it for another 4 seconds. Can we all try that together? One last workout, okay? On the count of 3, breathe in, and then when I say 4, you guys hold it for 4 seconds, okay? 1, 2, 3, in. Hold.
Test 1 2 3. Dengar. Test.
Maybe if you guys can enter the first 2 rows, Nika.
Yang like dekat the kanan of the hall, make sure you guys like move towards the center, you know, to like ensure you guys can fully get all the knowledge and information that
I mean, I do understand that the person next to you may not be the person that you know, but in a way, this is actually a partial simulation of the drill day itself, where the next person, you might not even know them from the start, but you still have to talk and work with them. And I think we should start the practice with that. So can everyone start moving to the center or just closing in?
Maybe the last 3 rows kat belakang tu move towards the center, just like move 1 or 2 seats.
Ni boleh pakai kan?
Aku rasa there's a reason why it's empty.
This one can use, right? Can the first 2 rows on the left enter the first 2 rows here? Okay.
Oh my God, we're talking.
Nak gerak dengan ambil masa 10 minit.
Okay, cepat.
Tak apa, there's still space. Datang je depan. It's okay. Agak tilat tu. That's right.
Apa tu dia orang?
Ya, aku cakap aku dah semakin. Come on guys, there's still spaces. Come, especially the ones yang ada gap dalam their rows. Make sure to fill the rows. Fill the rows. Nah, aku dah kelaparan ni.
Okay.
Laki-laki.
Okay, aku start yang sekolah.
Okay. Alright, so we're going to start our session now. So, Jasmine?
Okay, so we're gonna play a game where if I say that you're from a certain school, you guys like maybe clap once. Or you're from like this school, you clap twice. Okay, so let's start. Make sure you guys pay attention, okay? Okay, so if you're from like SMK, clap once. Louder, clap once. Okay, ramai juga. If you're from MRSM, clap twice.
Wow.
Okay. If you're from SDP, say Yahoo! Yahoo! Sure ke semua daripada SDP ke ni ada yang import ni?
Sekolah gambar.
Okay, if you're from like sekolah agama, okay, apa lagi tu? If you're from a private school, raise up your hand. Okay. Since we like briefly know you, where you guys are from, which school are you from, so it's time to know us a little bit more. Okay, so hi, I'm Jasmine Harsha. You can call me Jasmine. I'm currently doing A-levels at KYUEM, and my previous high school was College Yayasan Khazanah.
Alright, so hi everyone. My name is Umar Khalid. I'm currently doing my A-levels at KTJ, and I'm majoring in economics. So, any economists here, or finance, accounting, engineering, law, medic? Okay.
Okay, I'm also majoring in economics, by the way. We're both under the same sponsors, which is PETRONAS. Okay, so I really want to appreciate you guys being here, especially it's like a Saturday afternoon and it's still like macam raya mood lagi, or maybe it's like die down, I'm not sure. But I just want to say that what we're sharing today might be just like the one thing that stands between you and your dream scholarship. So we would really appreciate if you guys pay attention to this session, which is interview type 1, competency-based interview. Is short form, we will just use CBI, which is competency-based interview.
And before we begin, I just want to remind you guys that this session isn't a talk or a ceramah like the motivasi. No, it's very much not like that. So this is a very santai one. So I want you guys to get the max out of this session, because I feel like we have a lot, the whole team, the speakers, we really want to share our experience to help you guys for your applications. And don't feel afraid to ask any questions, all right? So I think you can start, Jasmine.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so here's a little overview of the session. We're going to go through what is CBI, what's the purpose of CBI, and why is it really important. We're going to teach you the STAR method. I think you guys have heard it back masa essay punya writing tips, but the STAR method you'll be using specifically for interview. And lastly, a few examples of CBI questions that we've both been asked during our interviews last year. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so before we start and dive deeper into what CBI is, can you guys please scan? It's a quizzes for you guys, and you guys pair with the person beside you because we have a participation punya limit, only 100 participants can join. And dengar. Yeah, the top 3 winners will win something.
So since it's Raya, so we still have a few dear Rayas here. So I mean the lucky ones would get it. So yeah, try your best.
Okay, I'll give you like 2 minutes to scan and find your partner. And make sure nama tu you guys tulis your name and your partner. So we know who's the winner.
Sini, berapa soalan? 8. Berapa lama?
Around 2:25 is it?
Sekarang
pukul 2:30.
Oh, lama tak?
Okay, semua orang dah scan the QR code ke? Okay, I'll give you time.
So meanwhile, you guys are registering or entering the session. So SPM results next week, right? So are you guys feeling it? The SPM, woo!
Do you guys expect like the results will be released like that early? Because you guys memang tahu dah it's 24. Okay, siapa belum angkat tangan? Siapa belum like find a partner and register the quizzes?
I am praying I don't win.
Semua dah? Semua dah? Okay, Nas, can you open the quizzes link? Okay, jap. Okay, we're gonna start now. Everyone ready? Make sure to do betul-betul tau because there's presents. Okay, ni korang semua dah buat your names dah dengan your partner, right? Okay, we can start now. Okay, so what is competency-based interviews? Okay, you have 15 seconds. So is it a personality test? Is it a general knowledge quiz? Or is it an interview based on real skill examples? Or is it just a casual chat? Okay, next question.
Unattempted.
Okay, what is the purpose of competency-based interview? Can you read the answer?
Is it to assess how a candidate has demonstrated specific skills, to evaluate a candidate's technical knowledge, to assess a candidate's physical appearance, to determine a candidate's academic performance? Come on guys, 4 seconds.
2, 1. Okay, dah habis. Okay, next. Okay, so what are the values assessed during a CBI? Teamwork, communication, carelessness, or sarcasm? Okay, this one should be easy, guys. You guys should answer this betul.
Tadi memang tak nampak skor tu?
Nampak at the end.
Oh.
1. Okay. Oh my god, look at the teacher ball. Alia Is, mana Alia Is? Oh, okay. Okay, nanti kita tengok leaderboard. Okay, next question. Explain the STAR method and how it can be used to answer interview questions. It's fine if you don't know. We just want to test your like basic knowledge about CBI. Biasanya yang panjang lah jawapan dia, yang paling panjang.
Okay, halfway through guys, 4 more questions. Come on guys.
Come on. Okay, next question. Next question, please. Okay. So how important is it to research and understand a company's culture before competency-based interview? Important ke tak?
I don't think so. Is it important? I rasa tak penting sangat lah.
Three, two, one.
Betul ke ni?
Okay, next 3 questions I think. So how do you ensure your actions align with the values and goals of a company's culture?
I think you should just ignore the company's values and goals.
Okay, next question please. Okay, last 2 questions guys. Okay, why is it important to provide specific examples when answering competency-based interview questions?
General answers are more impressive to interviewers.
I think so also.
Yeah.
They wouldn't like for you to specifically
Yeah, I don't think so.
answer questions kan? Okay, asal dia buat tak kuat ada
Betul. Tak thrill tu.
Okay, last question guys, last question. In a CBI, in a competency-based interview, what kind of examples are sponsorship bodies looking for? I think they are looking for hypothetical scenarios. Start simple.
Fictional stories. Fictional stories. Okay guys, come on, last question. Try to get it right. All right.
Okay, that marks the end of the quizzes session. Sekejap
Cuba tengok rest.
Sekejap, cancel sekejap. Mana?
Kalau letak marks tak?
Hah?
Kalau letak marks tak?
Letak.
So who do you think won first? Like, who thinks they answered all correctly? Oh, very confident, huh?
Confident.
Very confident.
Okay, sekejap Okay.
Alright guys, so I think since we have an issue, so I just want to ask you guys, so have you guys ever had an interview where you guys like were blank? Macam you guys don't even know what to answer? Pernah tak? Because I feel like that's a universal experience where everyone will have that moment where they don't know what to answer. But I think if I actually went to base last year, I wouldn't have faced it during my scholarship interview. So I think you guys are all very lucky to be here. So, wow.
Wow, why not Can we access the leaderboard?
Alright, so can we have Sim and
SW,
Hanis, Amanda and Isha and Nam Joo Hyuk up in front. Nam Joo Hyuk.
You guys are Sim and SW? Yeah. Okay, congratulations guys. Clap for
Okay. I don't know.
Okay. I like green. Okay. Okay, so where's Hanis, Amanda and Isha?
Woo! Ada duit lagi macam ni je deh. Tapi dia 3 orang, Sure.
Okay, pilih
Selamat Hari Raya.
Selamat Hari Raya.
Selamat Hari Raya, thank you. Do they have different money?
I don't know.
But this is the prettiest one. I like this one, this is pretty. I'm going to take this one because it's green.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so who is Nam Joo Hyuk? Yes! Wait, I specifically told her to Nam Joo Hyuk. Okay, tak apa, tu nanti yang saya kat rumah. Okay, so next slide please.
So guys, what is a CBI? I think everyone has their own definition of what is a competency-based interview. So CBI is a type of interview designed to assess whether candidates has the specific skills, qualities, behaviors. So in most of our interviews with the scholarships, whether you're applying for Bank Negara, PETRONAS, Khazanah, TNB, MARA, GPA, they're going to use this method to actually assess you. So what do they actually look at? So things like maybe the values of the companies, whether they align with you or not, or maybe are you the fit for the company? Because why would they take someone who has the values that they're not looking for? So I think to actually know what this type of interview is will actually help you so much in the interview later.
So in simple words, just to know you as a person and how you like, what you prioritize when you do your tasks. Okay, next slide please. Okay, so the purpose of CBI, why is it very important, and it's very common actually. As mentioned by Umar before, it's used by many sponsorship bodies. So first of all, is to predict your future performance, like how you behave as their employee later on. Second is to evaluate your core competencies and values. So what do you prioritize when you're a leader? What do you usually put first? And then next is also to ensure fair and consistent assessment. So actually, candidates are not asked exactly the same type of questions, but like those questions are paraphrased, but they are looking for the same type of values. For example, if a question is directed towards teamwork, the question must not be, it cannot be the same as, like the question that you and your friend receive is not exactly the same lah, but they are looking for the same value, if you guys get what I mean. Okay, so lastly is to understand candidates just beyond grades and achievements, because as you all know, like in this era we live in, memang results sendiri tak cukup. Like back then maybe you get straight A's, then oh okay, you can get scholarship, because dulu ramai orang, I mean tak seramai sekarang lah orang yang pandai kan, tapi sekarang like berrata-rata orang dapat straight A, straight A plus. So CBI is actually to macam differentiate you and other straight A students, or yang orang dapat some results dengan you. Okay, so next slide please. Okay, so values and visions that fit. I'm pretty sure before an interview, you guys will search dekat Google or like the internet lah, the positive values that interviewers are looking for, and you guys see you guys will see banyak a lot of values that they will list. But here at base, we actually narrow it down to 5 main values, that 5 common main values that sponsorship bodies are looking for.
Wait, Justin. You're a PETRONAS scholar, right? So can you tell me what the values that PETRONAS carry?
Okay. I think it's loyalty and innovative. So I think that's the 2 main criteria that they look for. Am I right? You're a PETRONAS scholar, so you should know.
So, I mean, to those who've done their research, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I researched this last year. So, it's professionalism, loyalty, integrity, and courage to speak up. So, I think most of the scholarships or the bodies itself carry certain values that they actually look in an individual. So, they will want to find these values to get them in their company. So, yeah.
Okay, so back to the slide, we have 5 main values, which are leadership, teamwork, communication, problem solving, and adaptability. So what you have to do now, that now you know what are the 5 main values that they look for, you have to list what you emphasize on for each value and relate each values to your past experiences. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's my cheat sheet for last year. I actually had like a value, I had a list of values that I want to show to the interviewer. I made sure that I state these values and elaboration in my answers. So as you can see, for leadership, I emphasize on empathy or emotional intelligence. I also encourage open communication. So that was the environment that I wanted to foster as a leader. So as you guys can see, the pattern is if you are a good leader, or if you're a leader that is trying to improve your ways of becoming a leader, the other 4 values will fall into place. So if you're a good leader, you must have good teamwork, you must have good communication, problem solving, and adaptability. I wouldn't want to specifically like tell what my other elaboration for each value. So I think you guys get the idea. And now it's your turn to elaborate each value according to your personal traits. Okay, next slide please. Okay, so as you guys can see, each value ada dua. You can actually put 2 or 3 emphasization. You can search dekat Google like kalau leadership, what do you emphasize on and whatnot. So I think you guys can take 2 to 3 minutes to just think about it, and you guys can complete this dekat rumah nanti or before the interview, actual interview. If there's anything that you guys tak faham, then you guys can just ask, like, just angkat tangan and we'll address your questions. So you can take out your iPads or like your...
Yeah, I think it's best if everyone had a piece of paper or maybe their iPads and write, just pick any values that you want from this and then write something. And then we'll ask certain people to come in front. So yeah. Tapi kena example questions aku run through je.
And then leadership and teamwork tu kita suruh diorang datang untuk dua values.
Yang stupid note ni yang ni?
Next lah, example question.
Itu lama tu. Actually itu lama gila. Aku rasa...
No, it's not for them to answer. It's just for them to relate each question to this value. Faham tak?
Oh, faham.
Like, it's not for...
They want to pick out the values that in the question.
Okay, so you guys have like a minute left.
Okay.
You don't have to list for every value. It's just we want to know what's your rough idea, your rough explanation about each value that you have.
Because I feel like, in a way, you would always have this one value that actually, you can actually demonstrate it through the situations you've experienced in the past or the hardships that you've been through. Because I think everyone has their own story to tell. So it's the values in those stories that they actually want to hear. Or how you address something, address a problem that shows these values. So yeah. So is anyone done or does anyone want to try?
Kalau dah siap with leadership pun okay je. We just want to know what's your like elaboration.
Don't worry, it doesn't have to be perfect. It's just an idea that we want you to grasp and then possibly answer it well during the interview. So...
Anyone wants to share? Dapat duit raya tau. Tapi seorang je lah. Okay.
Come on guys, give her a round of applause.
Kau bagi mic. You give the mic.
Okay, state your name
So
and
school.
Okay, yeah, what's your answer?
Alright, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I greet to everyone and a very good evening. My name is Ariana Aisha and all of you can call me Ariana. I was from College Tugu Kursha. So for me, I would say a value that I stand and I would say is a strong value in me is I can adapt quickly to new situations and also new environments. I say this because when I was around 7 or 8, I moved from Penang to Selangor because my dad had a new job in Selangor. And for me, at such a young age, who I totally depended on my grandmother at that time, to come here to a new city, new friends, new slang, I'd say it was very life-changing for me in a way. It taught me to adapt to new situations and also new environment, new challenges very quickly. And also with that, when I moved to a fully residential school when I was 13, I had no problem at all. And I believe with that also, in everyday challenges, I also adapt quickly and also make the most of every situation.
Okay, so thank you.
Let's give her a round of applause. That was a brilliant answer. Tak nak duit raya ke? Okay je.
Okay, next slide, please.
Thank you.
Okay, so for this session, it's just a quick one. Can you guys check the back of your seat if under a red paper? Only the chosen ones are there. Take it out and show it to us. Siapa ada bangun? Ada.
Spin, macam tak ada je.
Ada. Okay, I think you guys tak nampak kot. Okay, row D23. Your row. Yes, you. 23, seat number 23. Cuba tengok betul-betul. And then next is B12, second row.
16, 14 minutes.
Cuba bagus. Okay, can you check the bawah that? Tak ada? Ada.
Okay, so far there's 2. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. Alright, come forward, guys. Right, so do you mind introducing yourself?
Yeah, not at all. Hi everyone, my name is Malaysian. You can just call me Mahe, and I'm from SMK Sultan Abu Bakar, Kuantan.
Okay. What about you?
Hello, my name is Sandra, and I'm from Sri Putri, but 5 of my friends aren't here. They went to Sami Pyramid after the session just now.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, dah.
Hello, my name is and I'm from Yayasan Khazanah.
Sorry, what was your name?
Okay, so your task is to read the question. Okay, I'll read it for you guys, and then you tie it to the 5 values I mentioned just now. So who wants to go first? Okay, yeah, I think you'll go first. Okay, so tell me about a time where you had to work closely with someone whose personality was very different from yours. How do you ensure effective communication and collaboration? Actually, the hint dah ada kat situ. So, okay, so what are the values?
Me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Mana duduk lagi?
Lagi.
Communication and collaboration. So apa?
Right. So me and my friend, she's a close friend of mine, but we just have very.
You don't have to answer. It's just the values.
Just point out the values that you think is looked at in the question itself.
Is it adaptability, problem solving?
Oh, yeah, I think it's adaptability and then also problem solving, because you have to find a middle ground of compromise in order to work with another person.
Yeah, I think I'll agree on problem solving, but I think there's one thing that's more obvious in the question. So
it's bolded. Teamwork.
Yeah, it is lah. Communication.
Anyone want to help him?
Communication is already there. Right?
Yeah, so communication.
So that's the value. So that's one of the things, guys. Sometimes you try to overthink the questions they give. It's just like, sometimes I know the pressure, you guys want to get the scholarship and things like that, so you overthink as if it's like they want to look at you have to the comsas of the question, you have to like interpret in depth and things like that, which is not needed, guys. So thank you so much. Okay, let's give him a round of applause.
Okay, so next question. Siapa nak jawab?
She can go first.
Okay, so describe a situation where you had to step up as a leader during a time of change or uncertainty. How do you handle it? So what are the values?
The first one is leadership.
Okay.
Second one, I think adaptability.
Yeah, betul. Okay. Round of applause. Okay. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. Okay, which question do you want to need? 3 or 4?
3.
Okay, 3.
So I think the skills for the third question is problem solving, and then is that it?
There's one more.
Resolving is it?
Problem solving.
Yeah, okay. I always said problem solving.
Okay. Okay, so betul. Yay!
So let's give her a round of applause, not just for answering the question correctly, but for also staying in the talk, guys. Come on, let's give her another round of applause.
Next. Okay.
Alright guys, so I'm going to be talking about the STAR method. So the STAR method, I'm sure you've heard of it like during the essay session. So I think you guys can actually implement the same method to score your interview. So S means situation, T is task, A is action, R is result. So next slide please.
Next slide. Thank you.
So here's an example of how you can actually tackle a certain question using the STAR method. So I'm going to give you guys 1 minute to actually skim through and actually understand of how it works.
Skim through. Next thing apa?
Your turn.
No, okay. Oh, tempat je. We have 9 minutes. That's ample of time.
Slide dulu lagi.
Tak tahu kalau ada orang ada soalan.
So as like the whole hall, can you guys just like shout out the answer? So what was the seed that they set, or what was the S inside? So you guys can like, what was the problem in simple words? Okay, so in that sense, what did the person actually do? So I think that's where people sometimes make a mistake. T is when you have the idea, A is how you execute the idea. So S is mostly the problem itself, T is the idea that you have in mind, the A is the action that you take to actually solve it. So what was the results of the action they took? More eco-friendly, more cost-effective, and things like that. So I think I want to like give room for people to actually ask questions for the STAR method. Does anyone have any questions? Don't worry, it's a very santai session. You don't have to come in front, just ask from where you are. Any questions, guys?
Yeah, if there's anything unclear, you can just like shoot your question. Okay, if that is, we can move on to the next slide.
So I'm gonna call one person, like I'm actually gonna call one person to highlight where the S, T, and A, and also the R is. So, let me see. Justin, you wanna pick someone?
Okay, give me a letter and a number. From A to D je lah.
D.
A to F.
E.
E. Number?
3.
E3. Anyone sitting at E3? A, B, C, D, E. 3 kat sana kan? Okay, come here.
Don't worry. It's better to actually do the mistake now and try it now rather than during the interview process itself. So, I mean, you don't even have to come up front. So, what was the S, the situation in this context?
Okay.
I think you should give her the mic.
Okay, what's your name first? I think I know you. Yeah.
My name is Azhani.
Okay. Okay, do you want to answer now?
The S, right, the situation.
Yeah, situation.
The situation is that this person noticed that one of his or her classmates was constantly struggling with athletes and wanted to give up.
Okay, yes, betul. The T? T is task.
They felt responsible to help.
Okay, that's T. And then the action, what did he or she do?
He or she offered to study with him after school and started reviewing the basics at his pace.
Okay, and the outcome, which is the results?
The outcome. By the time SPM came, he not only passed the subject, but he also started enjoying it.
Okay, give a round of applause to Azhani. Pick one.
Okay, Jasmine, bagi dia one more. Bagi dia one more.
Bagi one more.
Wait, thank you.
Alright, so I think in this sense, you guys would have an idea on how STAR works. So next slide, please. So your turn. So I want you guys to write on a piece of paper. There's going to be a question after this. You don't have to write in like a very, what's the word yeah? Tak dalam the Malay word. Kan bahasa Melayu, there's a word, but it's okay. You don't have to write it in a way to sound very ayat berbunga-bunga. That's the word, yeah. So it's not an essay. Just try to do the STAR quickly on your paper or on your iPad. So next slide, please. All right. So we're gonna be calling. Berapa duit lagi?
There's 5 more.
Okay.
5 more samples. We have 4 minutes. We have slide. Okay, tapi itu nanti don't spend lah. Okay, you have like 2 to 3 minutes actually. Yes. Make sure you follow the STAR method, okay?
Tak payah ayat panjang. It's just the
just the draft.
Yeah. Point form lah, point form.
Point form, yes.
Huh? Oh, MRS. Tadi aku.
I think it's a busy. Oh, from MRSN.
Tadi 6:14. Alisha, ada seat kat belakang. Oh, ramai lagi. So let's welcome the people from MRSL. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, so I think actually, who wants to volunteer to actually try out for the answers? Yeah.
Yeah, 5 more
Right.
sample. Okay, yes, come in front.
Anyone?
Anyone else? Okay, come. We have the last 3 minutes for you to present your answers. Make it quick, make it quick. Okay, come, Ken also. Okay, I think Ken.
You want? Yeah, come forward.
Okay, 4.
Let's make it even. So maybe another lady.
Even if there's another lady, it won't be even, Omar.
Oh, there's 3 boys.
Yes.
So, you ready, Baba?
Okay, they can present.
So, how do you answer this question using the STAR method?
So I give my own answer.
Yeah. You give one. Yeah, I'll state your name first. Yeah.
My name is Alif.
Just a reminder to keep it short and simple.
So
after.
Last year, before post-SPM, when me and my schoolmates were preparing for SPM, during our final exam for Form 4, my batchmates were really struggling with maths, which is we had 180 people in the batch, so only 30 people passed
untuk make it concise.
Just a reminder to keep it short and simple.
So when the next year came, so my friend, he was the main young teacher for maths. So he asked others to conduct a program which is called RKS Rakan Tu Sayang. So the program is basically 30 minutes session every night. So during the day, we will, me and my friends, we will give out questions to those who are struggling with maths, like simple questions of maths from SPM questions from 2012, the older questions which is quite easy. So they are required to
try to finish it already, okay? Because we.
And then at night we discuss the questions together, and Alhamdulillah, for midterm and trials, results are getting better from 30, from 1/6 of the people who failed to only half of the students failed during the trials. And then more people start to enjoy math and count it as a fun subject rather than a struggle subject.
Yay!
Okay.
Let's give him a round of applause. Do it right here. There we go.
So for mine, it's like really short because me and another one of my friends, we went to a US like transfer program. It was like a week. It was an MEM program. But anyway, our situation was that nobody knew Malaysia, and me and my other friend had to like work together because we feel like that's our team, because we felt tasked to like let these Americans know about us Malaysians. So, I mean, what we did was we just said that we're next to Singapore because they were already in Singapore. So yeah, so that's what we did. That was our action, and our result is, and now like most of them now want to visit us, and yeah, they know about Malaysia.
Okay, since our session has come to an end, that was a 40, everything was 40 minutes, but I would just like to say thanks to the volunteers, and we'll just give you the idea for like volunteering, okay? Sorry.
All right, Nazima, last slide. So, next slide.
Okay.
So this is our socials. So feel free to connect with us on LinkedIn, text us, or maybe if you guys need help to prepare for your scholarship interviews. So we hope that you guys have a brilliant day, and good luck for your SPM results and your scholarship applications.
Thank you for today. Oh, we want to take a B-reel, so be quick. Oh, we have one more.
Smile. All right, thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you for today.
On time tu, baik tu. Dah.
Kita tak boleh dekat mana? Letak dekat mana? Sorry, do lambat. Wait, can you help? Can you help? Just put, like, it's actually very... Oh, can you help? Can you help? Okay, so. Go. Go on. Takut ke? Thank you, man. Aku pun nak beli juga. Okay. Lepas tu, takut je? Yeah, just takut. And then the camera akan takut. Zai tak sampai ni? Macam ni boleh ke? Ya, like that.
Lepas tu, korang kena selalu conscious korang ada mic dah.
Oh.
Kami dikit dia jaga.
Macam, time. Okay, good luck, man. Dalam petang. Oh, okey. Mic aku ni. Tu mic. Oh.
Right.
Okay.
Hi everyone! How are you guys feeling today? Are you guys nervous for SPM results? No? Alright, so my name is Liana. I'm a Shell scholar and I'm at College Yayasan UEM.
Hello? Okay. Hi guys, my name is Noha. I am currently doing my A-levels in KDJ and I'm a Bank Negara scholar and I will be doing law for my future degree. And today, me and Liana will be presenting to you guys about debate! Next slide.
Alright, so you guys might be wondering what scholarships actually need debate, right? But we're going to teach you how to apply debate skills in interviews. So it's debate, but not really. We're going to teach you two skills. First, how to deal with pushback by interviewers and applicants. And two, how to weigh between certain values and interests that are conflicting against one another. We'll give you examples of what this looks like. But yeah, we will teach you very practical skills that you guys can use during interviews. Sounds good? Alright, next slide. Okay, so the first skill of dealing with pushback from interviewers. So a lot of the times when we give our answers for interviews, mesti ada pushback from interviewers. There must be some questions from the interviewers in terms of the feasibility of our ideas. How much money is it going to cost? How much time will it take? Or is this idea even logical in the first place? So a lot of the times interviewers are not trying to prove you wrong by questioning you, but rather they're trying to see whether first, can you take the criticism? Like, can you take it and how do you respond to it? And will you be stubborn when confronted with opposition to your ideas? So we will tell you how to deal with these pushback in a very strategic and very mature way. Next slide.
Okay, so this mic hates me. Okay, so we are going to share you about some tips on what can you do when dealing with these pushbacks from interviewers. So first of all, what you can do is you can acknowledge the interviewer's view. So, bila interviewers challenge your opinion, it's not, as Liana said, it's not to prove you're wrong. It's not to caught you off guard. It's not to make you, oh, I want to make this kid cry right here, right now. It's just to show how well can you think on your feet, how well can you react to different perspectives. Okay. So instead of reacting so defensively bila these interviewers push you back, just take a moment and listen to their view. So what can you say? For example, as dekat clouds kan, you can see, I can understand why you would say that, or that's a valid point, or I see where you're coming from. So this way, why is this important is because it is showing that you are actually listening. You dengar, bukannya you dengar tu just untuk apply your own personal agenda. You actually dengar untuk faham. Okay guys? And then the second one is, you should try to strike a middle ground while firming your stance. So, for example, you could say that, oh, while that's true, I still believe blah blah blah. So why is this important? Because it shows that walaupun, okay, because it is related to the first tip as well kan. So when you acknowledge the interviewer's view, don't backtrack immediately. Maksudnya, don't terus change your stance. Try to firm your stance, tapi also try to find the middle ground. Macam if the interviewer punya point was black and your point was white, you try to find a good shade of grey. So jangan black and white macam tu kan. Okay, and then the last one is try to be open to changing your stance if justified. Meaning try as best as possible to be flexible where it makes sense. You have to know that flexibility is not a weakness. So maybe most of you would think that, oh, kalau I tukar my stance terus nampak macam I cannot firm my stance kan, I cannot firm my point. Tapi actually macam kalau the interviewers punya pushback, the interviewers when they challenge your opinion, kalau you realise that oh that makes sense and you realise the weaknesses in your initial argument, you can change your stance, but not 100% lah. Macam as I said earlier, try to strike a middle ground, tapi you can change where it's justified. And it is important to justify. Kalau you ada nak change your stance pun, justify it. So why does this matter? Because these scholarship bodies, they are not trying to find someone with perfect answers. They're not trying to find someone who's 100% giving the textbook answer kan? Because they know you guys are just 18-year-old kids that just finished SPM. So what are they searching? They are searching for someone who's have high adaptability, yang teachable, yang can apa kata?
Can adapt.
Yeah, can adapt. Okay. As you can see, the kecil, like notepad kat bawah tu kan. Recognizing your weaknesses shows intellectual humility, adaptability, and a willingness to learn. So overall, it is actually important to stay confident in your stance, but still try to be flexible and try to find a middle ground when you are dealing with these pushbacks. Faham?
Okay, next slide.
Okay, so here we have some example to see how you can apply the tips we shared to you earlier. Okay, so I will be the applicant and Liana here will be the interviewer. So the topic here is actually about studying abroad. Is it an opportunity or is it a risk for local development? So I believe that students should be encouraged to study abroad because it offers greater exposure and independence.
But wouldn't that encourage brain drain and fewer local talents in Malaysia?
That's a valid concern, as brain drain is something we must avoid. So in my first sentence, you can see that I am acknowledging the interviewer's point of view. Okay. However, I still believe that international exposure is vital, meaning I am firming my stance, which is I still believe that my point is somehow, to some extent, is correct. And next, the key to solve these problems is incentives that would encourage students to come back and use that knowledge to benefit Malaysia. As I said earlier, you can see that the interviewers' idea is like, oh, kalau ramai students pergi study overseas, nanti brain drain, meaning nanti students Malaysia semua nak study kat overseas, nak kerja kat overseas. So my point is like, oh, tapi it is important for international exposure, sebab we don't want someone who's close-minded kan. So what do? Last two, I strike a middle ground, which is I acknowledge the pushback while still firming my stance. Okay?
Next slide. Alright, so what should you do during an interview and what you should not do? The first is to always reflect alternative stances in your answers. So what do we mean by this? Because every issue ada dua sides kan? Every karangan there is the benefits and there is the disadvantages. So you as an applicant should be mature in recognizing that there are always two sides of the coin for every situation. And to acknowledge these sides, it shows that you are a mature applicant, and how you balance between these two sides is even better. Okay, so make sure you acknowledge both sides. The second is to acknowledge other people's ideas. So janganlah sangat don't be so stubborn and just stick to your own ideas. Your applicants that you applied with you or even the interviewers might have good ideas. And what's even better is if you can tambah those ideas on top of your own ideas. So that can show that you are listening to other people and that you are actually adapting to the situation, and you can be a good team player. The third thing is to always be respectful in any disagreement. This is a pretty not explanatory point. Don't talk over people. The more dominant you try to seem in an interview, the more I don't think it gives a good impression to interviewers if you're trying to talk over everyone. So be a good team player, not just a good team leader.
Okay, so next, what are the things that you should never do in any of these individual interview, group interview, or even case study? First of all, do not ramble or go off topic. So what is ramble? Ramble is actually macam you yap, cakap panjang-panjang, but there's no clear purpose or there's no clear point in your argument. And this would actually confuse you and even confuse the interviewer bila dengar your answer. Obviously, we don't want that, and this would actually lead to you going off topic. So macam, what are you answering actually? So why is this important? Because it shows that, actually the key thing is here, you have to be short and concise because clarity is the key. So don't ramble, don't yap too much, just be clear and be concise. And next, don't say I don't know without trying, because it's okay to not have a perfect answer. Because as I mentioned earlier, these interviews, no, korang baru 18, you're not supposed to know everything that's going on in the world, kan? So, but what you should do is just try to reason through the question, macam try to faham, and you can actually acknowledge, because that's what I did in my bank interview as well. I got asked a really detailed legal question, but I cakap I don't know, but I still try to reason, and I still got the scholarship, meaning they are not trying to hear a perfect answer from you guys. And lastly, don't cut others aggressively. As Liana said earlier, even if you have disagreement, even when dealing with pushbacks from interviewers, don't just cut the interview or don't cut your teammates when trying to share your thoughts. So you guys have to remember that listening is also as important as talking well. Yeah.
All right, so keep those in mind for interviews. Next slide. Okay, so I hope you guys learned a lot for the first part of our session. Hello, okay. So now we're going to talk about the second skill, which is a bit more complex, which is weighing between issues. So some debaters might know this, but weighing is like a way for you to just try to see how you can balance both issues that you have at hand, okay? We'll give you an example of how this looks like, but interviewers might put you in tricky moral dilemmas that put you in a tight spot. So we'll teach you how to answer in a very thoughtful and strategic way. Note that this section is useful for both interviews and also personality tests. So it's especially useful for Yayasan Khazanah and Shell personality test because it can test you on these issues as well. So let's go to a first example. Next. Okay, can I have one person to read out this slide? Okay, can you read out this for us? What's your name?
Can I sit?
Okay, sure.
My name is Muhammad Adam Shakir bin Muhammad Fauzi.
Alright, school?
My school is SBPI Selanda.
Alright, you can read out the questions.
You're leading a team project and one of your team members submits their portion of the work late, citing personal reasons. However, deadlines must be adhered to strictly according to the project guidelines. What would you do in this situation?
Okay, can we have any volunteers to answer this question?
Any volunteers?
Jom guys, jangan takut. As I said,
we are in a room of future scholars, right? Yeah. So can I have one volunteer from the sea of people in this room who, inshallah, will be scholars?
The one in maroon shirt, do you want to try? Okay, come.
Come.
Clap.
Who wanted to volunteer? Come down.
Oh.
Turn around.
Oh. Dia angkat tangan tadi.
Guys, we need one volunteer, a future scholar. If not, we're going to do the A to Z 1 to 10 thing.
If not, we'll just choose someone randomly.
Okay, give me a letter.
Okay. J.
J.
I don't know.
Okay, again, J.
Okay. 3.
E, F, G, H, I, J. All right, you in the gray shirt, could you please try to give us your answer? And like tell us your name. Guys, tolong tepuk lah.
Tadi the girl yang ada seorang angkat tangan, so we just.
So hi everyone, my name is Muhammad Zanisha. Previously I graduated from Malaysian taping. So my answer will be as a team leader. So let me get this straight. The person is actually submit the work late, but still on the deadline, right? I don't really understand about the question actually.
It's late. Lepas deadline dah.
Lepas deadline.
Yeah. Cakap je, apa what would you do in that situation?
If I in that position, for me, I always be ready for any problems. Everyone else need to have a different task that actually backing up the other people's teammate, and by doing that, it's actually be safe instead of we are actually exit the deadline itself. And
maksudnya orang lain tolong?
In case kalau lambat, dah ada orang lain yang dah backup dengan work task tu.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Alright, so that was a good answer. So that's as a team leader, yes, you should have people like as a backup to help your other teammates. But what if there was no backup and like maybe everyone had your own work? So there are a few answers that some of you guys might have thought of. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, so let's go through each A, B, C, D. Okay, so A, I'd accept the work this time, but I have a conversation with them to understand the situation better and talk about how to prevent it from happening again. B, I'd stick to the original deadline and apply the standard penalty. It's important to be consistent and fair to others who followed the rules.
C, I would accept the late submission without any penalty, since personal reasons can be unpredictable, and I want to show that we value empathy and flexibility. D, I would let the delay slide and focus on keeping the rest of the project on track. I don't want to escalate things unnecessarily when we're trying to move forward.
Okay, we'll give you guys like 20 seconds to process all of this, and we want a show of hands of A, B, C, D. Because these answers are quite different from each other, if you notice. Okay, so we'll give you 20 seconds, formulate your opinion, and yeah. We need to do the A to Z thing again.
No, tapi tadi the girl in the middle yang pakai spec tu dia tadi angkat tangan, tapi you already choose the person. So we can just ask her for the second session.
You tanya lah. Nanti you cakap, oh that girl.
Okay dah 20 seconds.
Alright, can I have a show of hands? Who here would choose A? Alright, I think it's quite the majority of people. B?
Oh.
Okay, alright, okay. I think there are 5 people. C? No one? Okay, 2 people. D? Oh, okay, I think in terms of order, it will be A, D, B, C, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so next slide. Okay, so I'm pretty sure you guys have noticed that this question tests you on how you weigh between these two values up here, right? There was fulfilling your responsibilities as a leader, meaning meeting your deadlines, making sure your teammates do well for their work. And 2 would be empathy and flexibility, right? Whether you can accommodate for your team members' personal circumstances. Tak tahu lah, maybe that person's punya like, maybe they're struggling with AS like how we are right now. I don't know, but we don't know. And how do you deal with these two competing issues? And as a good leader, I think a good leader would try to balance out these two interests, right? So let's move on to the next slide. So we have compiled here a list of comments based on your answer. And depending on these answers, it actually shows what type of person you are. So let's say you pick A, right? A was a good middle ground between flexibility and accountability, right? So it shows that you are not so complacent to allow your team members to just submit their work whenever they want to, but you will also be flexible to a certain extent and be understanding of your teammates' personal circumstances. So I would say it's decent middle ground to show that you care about your teammates' personal situation, but you also know that you are a team leader and you must fulfill your responsibilities. Okay, so that's A, which most of you guys picked. Okay, B, I think 5 of you guys picked B. I think 2 of you guys picked B, right? No, okay. Okay, so B is a very by-the-book answer, correct? Because it's a very consistent answer, by-the-book answer, but it might hurt the team members' punya morale and it could create tension because if you just apply a penalty, it might come at the cost of teamwork. So it's a bit extreme, I would say, and it could carry very extreme consequences when you have a very extreme view.
And then for C, this answer demonstrates empathy and flexibility. However, it might undermine the importance of meeting deadlines and could affect overall project quality. Okay, so memang the answer shows that this person is so empathic and towards his co-worker, towards his colleague. Tapi you have to remember that these scholarship bodies, especially macam BEM, PETRONAS, YK, these people are not just looking for students to continue their studies. They are also interviewing you to be their future workers. But most of these scholarships are the bonds kan. So obviously they would want someone who's efficient in their work. So personally, I wouldn't choose C as an answer. And D also, it prioritizes team harmony to ensure the project stays on track. However, it could set a bad precedent by undermining the significance of deadlines, which may affect future performance. Quite similar to C lah, because it shows that okay, you choose overall team harmony, you choose to be empathic, tapi what about the work? Are you just gonna let people
lepas tangan je?
Yeah, lepas tangan lepas tu, and then people are gonna keep tak ikut the deadlines lah sebab if you just let it go kan. So as Yana mentioned earlier, you guys can also tengok based on your judgement itself sebab most people here chose A kan. So obviously there's no textbook answer, there's no 100% right or wrong answer, but some answers are definitely better than the other, and it depends on the scholarship bodies punya certain core values yang diorang nak. So do research on that.
Okay, so let's give it another go. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay. It was not me who put that name, totally not me. Okay, next slide. Okay, can I have another person reading out? Maybe from this side of the... No, only SPM leavers. Anyone here? Come on guys. Okay, come. The girl in the baju kurung? You? The glasses? Alright, round of applause guys. Actually, we also like an answer from you. We'll give you like 20 seconds. Guys, the more you guys volunteer, the more you guys prepare for the real thing now. Okay, what's your name?
My name is Dia.
Hi Dia. Okay, so could you please read the question?
Alright. If you were a team leader and you had employees who were doing a great job on project with a nearing deadline, would you take them off the team and replace them with a better and more efficient worker? Or would you take the time to train them and help them to become better workers?
What would you do?
So, in my opinion, since this question states that the project has a nearing deadline, honestly speaking, I don't think we would have the time to train them and help them become better workers. So if we do have the option of taking them off the team, and if we do have the option of better workers present, I think it will be a very good decision to replace them with better workers so we can finish the project before their deadline.
Thank you. All right, we have a future CEO in the making. I can see it. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, totally valid. Like we said, we're not trying to say that your textbook answer is right or wrong. And as long as you can justify yourself, you are good. So let's move on to the next slide. Okay, a bit shorter this time. Let's do A, B.
Okay, so A, I would take the time to understand where they're struggling and try to guide them through it, even if it means slowing things down a little. And B, given the tight deadline, I would replace them with someone that I know can deliver. It's important to keep the momentum going and meet expectations.
See, I talked to them to understand what's going on, to lay out what needs to improve, and shift their workload temporarily to keep us on track. D, with the deadline so close, I'd leave things as they are for now to avoid conflicts and derailing the team dynamic. Okay, so I think Dia answered B actually. That was her answer. So I'm going to give you guys 10 seconds and let's have ABCD surveys, a show of hands. So take your time, 10 seconds.
We have 5 minutes.
It was actually good that she recognized the nearing deadline.
You can mention that later.
Yeah. All right. Let's have a show of hands. Who here picked A? Wow. Okay, no one. Okay. Who here will pick B?
Oh.
Okay. I would say quite a few. 30% maybe. C. Okay, we have a clear majority. Okay, and D. Do we have one person? Okay. No, that's not very wrong. Okay, so one person. Okay, so and camera crew pun cakap D. Okay, faham. Next slide. Okay, so one thing I really commend about Dia's answer is that she recognized that it was a nearing deadline. It's a nuance to the situation, right? It's a very near deadline. So mestilah kena cepat buat kerja kan? So that's something you have to take into consideration when you answer these questions. So there's there are certain details in the question that might change your answer lah, depending whether you notice or not. So let's see A. I take the time to understand. Okay, dah baca dah. Okay, so this shows a good balance between empathy and leadership. However, it may take time, and the short-term deadlines might be compromised. Yeah, so like I said, it's a nearing deadline, guys. So how are you supposed to train your workers, macam ni, if you have limited time on your hands? So you can't prioritize that fully. If not, you're going to sacrifice the quality of your work. Correct? Yeah. So not the best answer, I would say. I wouldn't pick it. For B, it prioritizes team efficiency. However, it may damage morale and doesn't invest in developing the team, potentially losing talent and creating a negative work environment. Okay, I'm not saying Dia's answer is wrong, guys. That's not the message that I'm sending here. The message I'm sending here is that these are potential flaws in your arguments, and if you can defend them well, you can make it very convincing to the interviewers, okay? But potential flaws in this answer would be that if you just keep on replacing workers, you're not really investing in your team, are you? Right? You're not actually making them grow from their mistakes. So it's not something I would do personally, but if it's something you would do, justify it well and defend it, okay? So yeah.
Okay, so let's check the comments on the majority of you yang choose tadi C. So this answer actually acknowledges the importance of empathy and support while still upholding your responsibility as team leader to meet project's deadline. This answer is quite similar to last question punya A, which is there is a good balance between the two kan. And D, it avoids confrontation but risks allowing poor performance to continue, which may negatively affect the overall team and project outcomes, which barely any of you chose kan sebab it's very extreme. So one of the things that me and Diana want you guys to know is that try to not answer something that is very end of the spectrum. Like, look at B and look at D. One is like, oh, one mistake and I will replace them immediately. And then D is like, oh, it's okay because we want team harmony kan, so we don't want to confront them. Tapi even for B kan, you could say macam, is it really a good thing that you want to replace someone terus macam, okay, if you guys are in a relationship, you punya boyfriend or girlfriend forgot to macam wish your punya birthday 12 o'clock tepat, you terus replace ke? Oh.
I heard yes. What?
I heard yes. We heard yes. That's quite concerning, guys.
It's okay. High standards.
Okay, so macam I said earlier, terus replacing someone and not confronting at all, it's a very end of the spectrum. It's very black and white. So try to avoid that. Tapi at the same time, janganlah answer benda yang macam general gila yang macam semua orang answer, because you have to remember that these interviewers, time diorang interview tu, they interview hundreds of applicants in one day. So macam if you give a textbook answer, lepas tu semua orang answer the same, how would you stand out?
Yeah, so we want you guys to take away maybe 3 things, okay? The first is that there's no black and white answer here, because a lot of the times these are very morally, very grey questions. You tak tahu answer dan tepat, which is totally fine, right? We're not trying to say that any of your answers that you gave was wrong, but the second thing is that try to know your own self. Know the values that you stand for. So if you're a very efficient worker and you feel like you want deadlines to be met, maybe Yayasan Khazanah wants a worker like that. Maybe they want workers who are efficient and who can keep the team going. So it's not to say that those values are not something that's important to scholarship companies, but it's important that you know it yourself, so that when you give your answers, you display those values in your answers and they can identify it when you answer lah. And third, know what values these scholarship bodies are looking for. So we are trying to tell you that depending on what your answers are, it shows what type of personality you have, okay? It's not obvious, but jangan main cakap je, because your answers are when they are different, they give off different impressions, as you can see here, right? So these interviewers can spot these kinds of like differences in your answers. They can interpret what you mean from these answers, and they can, you know, everything you guys have read on this slide here, they will immediately know from your answer. So research on scholarship bodies and what they value in applicants. Maybe they value teamwork ke apa, and try to match these values with these scholarship bodies if you want the scholarship from these bodies lah. So yeah, these 3 things, yeah, that you guys should take away from this session.
Next slide, please. Okay, these are just some of more examples which me and my other scholars actually betul-betul kena during the interviews lah. So personally, I got the first question during my bank interview. So you guys can take picture, or I don't know if the base community will give you the slides nanti.
Yeah, we'll give you the slides.
Oh, okay. So you guys can just check the slides. So these are actually real questions. But again, you guys have to remember that although we got the scholarships, we only went through this once. So we don't know if the scholarship bodies, they change their criteria every year or whatever. So to clarify, we're just sharing to you guys based on what we know. So it's not a textbook answer as me and Yana had mentioned earlier. Next slide.
Okay, yeah, these are just more examples. We'll share the slides with you guys later. Next slide. Alright, so that's it from us. Thank you so much.
Feel free to reach out to us. Don't be shy. Don't malu-malu. Just
DM us on Instagram or LinkedIn if you guys have LinkedIn. But yeah, all the best for scholarships and for your results. And I hope to see many of you guys as scholars next year, and even some KY juniors. Okay, thank you guys.
Hey, thank you guys. Thank you for bearing with us. Wait, I want to be real too. I'm FOMO. Cepat.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Macam mana aku nak buka?
Attention to the American students, you guys can head up. Thank you.
Good luck, bro.
You guys start for the middle.
Boleh sambung quick up, Pak. Dia nampak dah hari tu pasal macam nak beri kata.
Is it wireless or?
Sorry?
Should we take the wireless one or what?
Should we try dua-dua? You guys prefer yang mana?
I'll go wireless.
Is it beeping? Yeah, yeah. Cuba try one.
Just this. That's 1, 2, 3. Alright, hi everyone. Are you guys feeling okay?
Korang okey tak? Muka macam sedih je. Oish. Okay, so before we start, kita borak-borak sikit lah, loosen up the tension sikit. Tadi kita orang masuk hall, korang macam tense. Macam, are you guys okay? Okay. Nak tanya lah. Nak tanya. Awak makan lunch tadi makan apa?
I ate Subway.
Oh, okay. Subway apa?
Subway chicken thighs.
Okay, good chance. Sama-sama.
Alright, so for our session, you guys have listened to 2 types of interview, type 1, type 2, and this would be our last interview type, which is type 3, national awareness with me and Adina.
Okay, before that, let me introduce ourselves. Me and Putra are both PNB scholars, and I plan to pursue chemical engineering as for Putra.
And my intended course is economics.
Okay, next slide please. So, before that, korang dah tengok debate, dah tengok competency based. So, macam apa yang banyak sangat interviews ni? Kenapa? Like, they're all different. So, to start off, I'll explain to you guys the differences between competency based interviews and national awareness. So, for competency based, basically diorang nak evaluate your core skills, your leadership skills, korang boleh work under pressure ke, korang reti presenting ke, and stuff like that. Meanwhile, national awareness is to cari orang yang aware of the current state of the nation and also yang observant lah, because scholarship ni tak naklah ambil orang yang pandai-pandai je, mestilah nak ambil orang yang boleh tahu about how the nation is doing and the current state and what they think about the issues, how they approach and stuff like that. Next slide please. So, to speed up the process a bit, I'm going to tell you guys what actually they are looking for in an answer. Usually, scholarship bodies, diorang cari orang yang ada awareness of current affairs and also the ability to analyse these issues or challenges. So, maksudnya macam, it doesn't matter if you guys know banyak issues ke, if you guys know like very detailed, very precise, but if you guys can give like a balanced opinion and also show that you guys can think critically about the issue, then that's not what scholarship bodies are looking for usually. And also what you guys want to include in your answer is show that your personal goals also align with the national impact. So what this means is like show that you as a scholar can contribute back to the nation. Sebab in the end, these scholarship bodies, diorang cari future leaders, change makers, contributors, because in the end, korang yang akan kerja balik in Malaysia and tak semestinya in the company. Sebab just this week, we had an engagement session with PNB and they said that macam there are older scholars from like the first batch and stuff, diorang memang serve their bond with PNB, but bila dah habis serve, they become the CEO of CIMB and stuff like that. So basically, diorang nak cari orang boleh contribute back to the nation. And most importantly, diorang bukan cari politician or whatever. Like, yes, you have to know issues that are currently happening in our nation, but diorang cari someone who are thoughtful, aware, and also purpose-driven. So they are looking for someone who can approach issues from different perspectives and also give solutions to these issues. Next slide, please. So here are some issues that korang boleh look up and also maybe prepare. Who knows, korang akan dapat soalan ni. Personally, for me, when I went through my PNB interview, I got a question on TVET and also the behaviour of young children nowadays. So that's just me personally, I'm sharing my experience. And also, kalau korang macam tengok list ni and korang macam risau sebab ada yang korang tak tahu, it's okay. Korang bukannya kena tahu everything that's happening. It's just that they want to find people who are aware, who's not, what do people say, macam neglect macam country. You have to know lah what's the current state of our nation. Sorry. Next slide.
Alright, so before we get into the preparation, kita main satu game boleh tak? Semua macam ngantuk je. Alright. Who knows the game called Simon Says? Alright, let's start. Simon says, touch your nose. Simon says, touch your ears. Simon says, close your eyes. Open your eyes. Simon says, stand up. Sit down. Siapa nak sit down tu? Simon says, sit down. For tips. Alright, very good. So, let's start for our preparation. So first, strategizing is the key. So before you step into the interview room, you must have a strategy. Okay? This is not a strategy to go for war or battle. This is a strategy to answer the questions asked by the interviewer. So first, which ones are you passionate about? So for example, I'm passionate about medic, economics, finance, business and many more. So semua apa-apa yang course yang saya minat, saya akan experiment ataupun research more about these current issues. Number 2, which one concerns the scholarship body? So you guys can prioritize the recent issues yang concerns the scholarship body as well. For example, PETRONAS. PETRONAS is an oil and gas company kan? So what is the recent issue about PETRONAS? Siapa tahu? Putra Height, betul. So, okay, nanti saya akan bagi soalan example juga. So number 3, which ones are related to your intended or applied major? So for example, Adina is chemical engineering. So maybe dia akan, yes, about Putra Heights ke, or maybe other oil and gas such as Shell. So number 4, which ones are recent issues? Yes, kita tahu about, siapa tahu pasal politik about tariffs? US, China semua kan? Yes, yang tu semua korang penting untuk tahu. Okay, ini satu soalan yang mungkin semua orang tahu ataupun ada yang tak tahu. Berapa banyak persen US impose tax to China? Betul, 245%. That's really crazy for me. So, please ask yourself, what do you think? Next slide. So these are the reading materials of mana-mana yang korang boleh cari current issues. We have The Star, The Sun. Ini semua newspapers yang semua tahu. Berita Harian, BBC News, Putusan Malaya. And sebelah kiri, kalau korang nampak, that is my favorite app of 2025. ChatGPT. Okay? This app is very useful for our technology and our perkembangan semualah. So, with an effective prompt, korang boleh dapatkan recent issue macam ni je. Senang. You guys just have to ask, hi chat, Assalamualaikum. What is the recent issue currently in Malaysia, for example? So, dia akan bagi and korang boleh pilih lah. Just cakap, oh, I want something that related to oil and gas. I want something that related to economics. And yes, ChatGPT boleh bagi semua. But don't forget to twist your ayat sikit lah. Janganlah copy full kan AI tu. Okay? So, next one is edX. edX is actually an app that you guys can navigate through your courses. Apa-apa yang korang punya interest, korang boleh cari dekat edX. And last but not least, you guys can also read the company's latest report as well. So for example, saya letak dekat situ PNB punya annual report. So before, contoh, esok PNB punya interview. Sehari sebelum, you guys buka annual report, korang search je annual report PNB 2023 or 2024, korang baca dulu and the statistics. Sebab kadang-kadang PNB akan tanya, PETRONAS akan tanya juga, maybe, I don't know, Shell ke or any other companies. Alright, next. So, first of all, how to form a stance. Number 1, you have to understand the context of the recent issue. So, this is why it is important to have prior knowledge and understanding about various topics that you are interested in. Number 2, you have to do research on what topics scholarship bodies tend to ask from previous. Copy soalan ni, tanya ChatGPT, okay? So, yes, it is not compulsory, but of course you will impress the interviewer. Next slide. Okay, so number 2, we have to analyze different perspectives. We have 3 aspects: social, economic, and political. Number 1, be curious and always ask why. And every recent issues ataupun apa-apa perkara, kita kena ada the advantages and disadvantages as well. And you have to think and ask yourself, is it a feasible idea to be implemented? Adakah perkara ini boleh dilaksanakan? Adakah perkara ini logik untuk dilakukan oleh kerajaan ataupun company? So number 3, reflect on values. Number 1, ingat, stay humble. Okay, of course masuk room interview, siapa je tak nak tunjuk yang dia hebat kan? Betul tak?
Betul.
So,
sorry. No, personal experience. You imagine masuk interview. Okay, this is my personal experience. I was the only girl during my interview, and I can still remember the hujung dia macam hebat gila lah debate. Like, the question was, what are your like hobbies and what are your interests? Yang hujung tu debate. Yang ni dia suka coding. Yang ni dia suka like main puzzle or something. Lepas tu I jawab dekat my panel, saya sometimes I like to draw. And ni sumpah tak tipu. I semua cakap I like to draw. But I think that this shows that I'm a dual person. I can also do this and I also have the creative side. So macam you guys jangan malu to like, be yourself. Because at the end of the day, it's not skills that they're looking for, it's people that they're looking for.
yes. And the most important thing is just don't lie in your interview room, okay? And always take into account equality, moral values, and environmental concerns. So every time you want to speak, fikir dulu sebelum apa-apa, alright? And always stand with what you have proposed and don't contradict yourself. Contoh, you guys say, okay, saya suka A lah. Tiba-tiba you cakap pasal B pula. And A dengan B is contradicting either way. So korang kena like stick on one main point and always stand with what you have proposed. Number 3, explain why the pros outweigh the cons. So macam saya cakap tadi, kita ada advantages, disadvantages, and tell them why did you choose the point and not the other one. Okay? So next slide. And time to form your stance. Number 1, you have to be confident in your answer, and of course stay humble, but be confident. Be ready to receive as much criticism, because no matter how foolproof your idea is, just be ready, okay? And diorang actually tak nak benda tu betul pun. Dia nak tengok yang you stand with your own point dan tak asyik tukar side, okay? And yes, always be humble and respectful. Be ready to be proven wrong and also back your stance with stats and evidence that you have read. But if you guys forget, jangan risau, okay? Don't be panic and so on. So, okay, saya nak cerita lah one personal experience. So during PMB punya interview kan, okay? So dia tanya, Putra, apa yang kita boleh buat untuk bagi budak-budak ni ataupun the young generation menabung dalam ASB? Okay, korang tahu tak PMB tu pegang ASB? Amanah Saham Berhad, tahu? Alright, so okay, thank you. So they asked about how do we encourage young children to invest in ASB or to save money in ASB. So first of all, siapa sini main Mobile Legend? Angkat tangan. Siapa main ML? Laki-laki jangan malu. Siapa main ML? Okay, tak apa, jangan risau. Saya pun main. It's okay.
Dekat KY ada ML League lagi.
So, okay. Ini maybe korang rasa macam, oh, tak cerdik sangat pasal ML. Takkanlah pasal PMB pun boleh masuk ML. Okay, ini jawapan saya. Nak tahu tak? Okay, so
macam tak nak je.
Macam tak nak dia, tak nak. So basically, last year ada Esports World Cup. Korang tahu tak? Esports World Cup 2024. And siapa champion untuk ML? SRG, Selangor Red Giants. And the MVP of that game is Skies. Okay? So in an interview, an interviewer asked him, So Sekais, as an MVP, how do you actually save money, or how do you plan to use your money, which is $1 million prize money dia? Apa yang you akan buat dengan duit tu? So apa Sekais jawab? Dia kata, oh saya akan simpan dalam ASB untuk masa depan, maybe untuk kahwin ke, tak tahu. So dia kata dia akan simpan dalam ASB. So what's my point here is that saya cakap, okay, nowadays future generation or maybe young children are reliant, or maybe diorang terpengaruh dengan diorang punya idol. Faham tak? Budak-budak ML ni, diorang suka tengok, okay, tengok Solos lah, apa lagi? Fredo lah, contoh kan, dulu-dulu kan. So macam, sebabkan Sekais ni simpan duit dia dalam ASB, saya cakap yang tu, so budak-budak yang idolize diorang punya idol, diorang ikut step Sekais ni. So saya cakap macam tu. And I said that idols are very important for young generation because they tend to follow everything, good or bad. Tapi of course lah yang good baik. Tapi itu yang saya cakap, like they tend to follow their idols more. Okay? Dan itu jawapan yang saya berikan ke PMB. And macam saya cakap tadi, you have to prove your evidence. You have to give evidence and stats about PMB. So I said, so during 2023, the percentage of people that save their money in ASB rose by 8.1%. So PMB pun macam, oh wow, dia tahu. So saya tak cakap kosong. Faham tak? Sebab saya ada proof yang dia naik 8.1%, even though maybe bukan pasal Sky kan. Tapi kita cakap je lah, sebab memang betul. It rose from 8.1%, it rose by 8.1% from 2023 to 2024. So itu apa yang korang kena buat. You guys give your point and give apa yang, let's say, disadvantages or advantages, and prove your point. Give examples or evidences. Okay? So next slide. Okay, so what if you don't know the answer? Yes, don't try to yap or panic. Saya tahu ramai sini suka yap sebab kadang-kadang masuk dah hilang kan points. So number 2, admit that you don't know. Just be honest. Number 3, instead shift the conversation to something you are familiar with, but within the same context. For example, dia tanya Adina. So Adina, what do you know about Malaysia's current economy?
Okay, so to be honest, I have to admit that I don't know a lot about Malaysia's current economy. But what I can say is that, yada. So korang cakap lah, macam korang tahu harga ayam naik ke apa-apa. Anything about Malaysia's economy.
Betul. Within the same context. Jangan tiba-tiba, oh, I actually don't know about Malaysia's economy, but I love to eat fried chicken. Macam tak ada kena-mena, betul tak? It's not within the same context. So, kalau nak cakap pasal ekonomi Malaysia, oh, maybe, but I know about USA's economy. Contoh, even though pelik kan, tak tahu Malaysia tapi tahu US. Tapi okay. But it's okay for you to say something that you know. Daripada, oh, I'm sorry, I don't know. Dia macam, tak apalah budak ni, tak nak lah dia. Faham tak? So number 4, you have to show your eagerness to learn and your humility to admit that you are wrong. Maksudnya, dia sengaja bagi soalan susah supaya you mengaku yang you tak tahu. For example, yes, what do you know about Malaysia's current economy? Kalau you guys tak tahu, just cakap pasal benda lain tapi berkaitan dengan ekonomi juga. Tapi balik ni, korang just research about Malaysia's economy lah, because I think that's the most recent question yang dia akan tanya lah, frequent question. So next slide please. Okay, ni sample untuk kadang-kadang yang ditanya. Do you think the ringgit's performance affects Malaysians significantly? Okay, nak tanya someone lah. Okay, Abang Integong, boleh tak? Muhammad Faris. Okay, so do you think the ringgit's performance affects Malaysians significantly? Apa-apa je. There's no right or wrong.
Faris, jangan nampak muka relax sikit.
Honestly, I don't really understand the question. Can you explain the question for me? So, give me a hint.
Okay, faham? Yes, ini jawapan yang saya nak sebenarnya. Maksudnya dia mengaku yang dia tak faham. Betul tak?
Betul, setuju.
Okay, So dia cakap, oh, can you explain for me what the question wants? So, Faris, dia tanya, adakah ringgit ni akan mengacau ataupun akan affect Malaysians punya kehidupan seharian? Contoh macam harga naik ke, harga ayam naik ke, susah nak beli nasi lemak ke? Faham tak soalan dia? Cakap dalam DM ke tak apa?
Okay. For me, I think it affects the Malaysians because personally, for my family, my father had to change his work because of the economics. Like the groceries price is increasing, and it affects my family.
Okay.
Alright, give a round of applause to Faris.
You over here. Do you agree with Faris' answer just now?
Dia jawab yes, because dulu bapa dia kena tukar kerja and stuff like that.
Hi, my name is Fazli Farhani, and I am also agree with Faris' answer. But can I give my own?
Yeah.
I think that the ringgit performance actually affects Malaysians significantly because there are two different separated situations where it might affect more from Malaysians who staying outside of the country, but it less affect those who staying in the country. What I'm saying here is, as we know, ringgit Malaysia, if those who, for example, staying in London, they might have to pay more from if we convert the money, they will face much more high values that they have to pay compared to those in country where they will just don't have to struggle with these differences of the amount of money, but still it affects because of the raise of products price and all that. Thank you.
Okay. Tepuk-tepuk. Good answer, guys. That's what we're looking for.
Alright, next slide please. Next slide please. Okay, so for this activity, I need you guys to pack your things up. Tutup your desk, tapi bag biar. Bag biar.
Okay, let's do some activities, guys. Korang dah petang.
Let's warm up a bit, let's warm up a bit.
Cara lesu.
Korang simpan buku-buku, tak payah nak tulis note, tak apa-apa, it's okay. I'll give you guys 10 seconds more. Okay, are you guys ready? Okay, sit down semua. Duduk. Okay, so it's time to hear your thoughts based on a given prompt. Move to the right side of the hall if you agree, and move to the left side of the hall if you disagree. Okay, are you guys ready?
Yeah. Okay, let's say.
Tak dengar lah. Are you guys ready? Yeah. Alright, next slide please.
Dah penat.
Okay, number one. Do you think scholarships should be awarded solely based on academics? Go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, okay. Okay, tenang. Okay, so saya nak tanyalah sikit kan, kenapa korang disagree? Siapa ni? Abang, sini. So, kenapa agree? Kenapa disagree?
Oh, disagree lah sebab nowadays like there's too many people yang like everyone performs academically kan. So like if we want to separate them, kita kena lah know them more in depth like in other segment of being a student or being a person.
Very good answer. Tepuk tangan sikit. Tu adik angkat tangan. Yes.
Job. Ni lagi kita nak.
My name is Shira. Okay, so my answer is that I do not believe that scholarship should be awarded solely based on academics, because actually as a student in a fully residential school, I do acknowledge how, in fact, everyone, even in SMKs and MRSMs, we all have very different exposures to academics and the programs our school offers us. So you must understand that certain schools, maybe they do not have a collective environment where the teachers essentially push them towards a certain goal into academics. And we must understand that because people are from maybe less fortunate backgrounds, they have less money or less resources to actually access extra classes. So that's how we must chip in the fact that it's not solely based on academics.
Very good answer.
Alright,
Okay, next slide please. Should the voting age remain at 18? Undi 18. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Yang tengah-tengah ni nak pergi mana?
Kita tunggu orang. Tengok orang pergi mana. Okey.
Kau tanya Gary, aku tanya dia segi.
Alright. So
Okay, stop moving guys. Yang atas-atas tu jangan fikir terlepas Alright. So okay. Bang, kenapa disagree?
Okay, so personally in my own
tak apa, boleh tukar. Boleh.
nowadays, the majority of them don't really understand the politics of Malaysia and subsequently around the world. So I believe the voting age should be above that. So perhaps something 20 or 21.
Alright. Thank you so much. Give him a round of applause.
Next slide, please.
Okay, next slide. Is replying K to your partner a declaration of war? 5, 4, 3, 2. Suka ni. Countdown again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, yang ni kita pergi yang dekat agree lah pula. Yang ni kita pergi kat agree. So, why did you agree to your statement?
Okay, is replying K to your partner a declaration of war? Yes, because there's no effort. Like at least you can say, okay.
Okay, since kita dah dengar dari that side, kita dengar this side pula. Abang pakai JC ni.
Okay, listen, guys.
Oi, malu pula.
Okay, teruskan. It's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Alright, thank you for your answer. Alright. Okay. Next slide please. Okay, ni serius balik Okay, ni kalau BM selalunya soalan JPA. Patutkah kerajaan menaikkan peruntukan untuk pendidikan awam seperti universiti, college dan sebagainya? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stay. Hey. Okay, saya nak tanya abang ni lah. Bukan tu. Kenapa disagree?
Saya tak baca soalan tadi.
Okay, tak apalah. Pergi kat agree lah. Abang, kenapa agree?
I feel like in local universities and such, we need to advance our own education system here as well. And so when we have people, when the government encourages and supports, local universities, we get to increase not only just the grade and the standard, but also the reputation for our
you guys feel more comfortable? Okay, what do you think?
Kenapa malu ni? Tak boleh lah. Kata nak scholarship. Let's give a try, guys. Okay.
I think education is the most important thing in one country. Let's take an example in Finland. Finland country give a very high kedudukan in their own education, and thus making them one of the most happiest and one of the most country with the best representation.
That's a very great answer. Sebab apa? Sebab dia bagi example. Nampak? Dia bagi example dengan okay, statistik. Dia kata, oh, it's one of the happiest country. Is it the happiest country? Okay, it's the happiest country. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, is where do you want to eat the hardest question, in a relationship?
Last question.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So pergi kat di sini. Okay. Why did you agree?
Why did I agree? It's because I'm terribly indecisive when it comes to food. Aku macam rata lah, you can choose. So I actually think it's quite a hard question.
Alright, give her a round of applause, guys.
Alright, let's choose one from this side. Alright, semua tapi aku ni. Assalamualaikum. Okay, so in my opinion, I don't think that nak cari tempat makan dia macam susah sangat sebab kalau personally, I'm a person yang macam kalau I lapar, I makan je.
Alright, thank you. Okay.
Alright, thank you guys. So this is the end of our section for today. So you guys can sit down to your respective places. Okay.
A few minutes left, so if you guys have any personal questions that you want to ask now, or you want to bagi tahu.
Alright, so before we end our section, yes, that's me, Putra Adam. You may call me Putra. And yeah, my IG is right there, my LinkedIn. You guys can swipe in my DMs for LinkedIn. LinkedIn, bukan IG, LinkedIn.
Guys, we're open to any questions and jangan malu untuk tanya any soalan sebab dulu kita pun macam korang, macam takut-takut, not sure, this and that. So yeah, if you guys have any questions now, if nak tanya pasal past experience ke?
Ada? Last one question? Okay.
Sorry, tak boleh. Speaking to my...
Do you have any specific way you recommend to answer the national awareness question? Like how long should we speak and how should we deliver our answer?
How long do you speak? Okay, generally medium is the best, and also how to answer is make sure you give a balance. It doesn't matter how long as you present it well, and also macam you deliver your points equally, and also like we say inside, balance a thoughtful opinion and also give your solution and whatnot. It should be fine. If they want to know more, they will ask you follow-up questions, and also those follow-up questions are what matter the most in my opinion. Sebab they want to correct lagi from you, like what do you know, how you approach the problem and such. So good question. I hope that answers.
Alright, so any last questions? Okay.
Thank you. So it seems that one of the main tips for interviews throughout this talk is to be confident but not be arrogant. So how can we balance during an interview sounding confident but not passing the line to which we are cocky? How do we do that?
Alright, that's a very good question. So how do you be humble and at the same time be confident, right? So first of all, in a group interview, basically most of the interviews are in group. But the questions are individual. So let's say calon A, calon B, C, D, E, and so on. Okay. So how do you be humble but confident, right? Is that your question?
How should we be confident but not cocky?
How should we be confident but not cocky? Okay, so basically, in my opinion, what I did was, of course, I would say my past experiences. I would say that why am I deserving the scholarship, right? But remember that. Okay, but remember that don't overshadow anyone inside that room. Okay, contoh dia cakap, he's the president of student council, and you pun cakap, but yeah, I'm better than you, and I'm better than anyone else in the room. So that's being cocky for me lah, in my opinion. That's being cocky. You underestimate orang lain, and don't do that. Okay, you just cakap for yourself, but jangan terlalu over, macam nak take over the whole interview.
Just be natural and
yes, just be yourself.
talk about yourself. Macam don't mind others. Just talk about your experience and be natural in the room.
Okay, so I think that's the end of our section. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Bye bye. See you guys next time.
Later this year.
So, what do you guys think of just now session? Good? Great. I hope we can top that. Do you think you can top that?
Inshallah, we can,
Alright, okay. First of all, let us together give a big round of applause to Adam and Adina. Okay, so tadi our session with Putra and Adina is a bit kinesthetic dan beraktiviti, betul tak? So it's okay. Kali ni kita relax sikit, kita tenang sikit. Tapi nonetheless, our session is very important sebab case study is usually the third or the second stage of bila kita apply lah. So after interview or perhaps after applying, kita akan ada a session where we do case study. So what is case study? So me and Zach will we hope lah to explain to you guys on how do you go about tackle this session, this part of the application lah. So a brief introduction. My name is Izzuddin. You guys can call me Iz. I'm a PETRONAS scholar dalam bidang matematik statistik. Oh, dengar macam cool kan? Sebenarnya data science je. Is mathematics, statistics and data science. So, Zach?
I'm Zach. I'm a bank negara scholar, currently sponsored under the economics course. So, next slide please. So, what is a case study? So, to break it down, to break all the words down on this slide for you guys, I think in my personal point of view, I think case study, okay, because if you get a scholarship, most probably it's going to be a government-linked company or government-linked investment company. And in your roles in the future as future employees of these companies, you have to deal with many stakeholders. And these stakeholders involve government agencies, ministries, people of that sort. So case study is also essentially a way of how the assessors, how the interviewers gauge how you manage people and how you engage these stakeholders. So firstly, on the first point, we can see it is an in-depth analysis of a real-life scenario. So you'll be given a question, a real-life question, and you have to come up with a solution after a discussion between you and your teammates. So after that discussion, you go out and you present it to the assessors, and then you'll be given questions afterwards. So what does it assess? It assesses, most importantly, how you think, your critical thinking skills, okay, how you solve problems, and also your communication skills. So how you present your answers to the assessors. And lastly, as I mentioned just now, it is used to evaluate how you handle complex situations, as you would if you were a scholar in the future. So next slide please. So how would you want to stand out? How would you want to shine? Okay, so I basically minimized it down to 2 points. Okay, firstly is critical thinking. Okay, how would you think out of the box how you show your K-Bat. Like in your SPM, you do sejarah, there are many questions, kemahiran, berfikiran berasas tinggi, right, I believe. Your HOTS question, they want to see that come out, okay? They want to see that critical thinking shine out and how you evaluate the question. Secondly, your coherency. So when you present your answers, when you present your solutions to the assessors, how coherent are your answers? And lastly, your interpersonal virtues. How you link with your teammates and how you manage them and get them to give their perspectives when you're discussing the solution. So, firstly, on critical thinking, you want to show that HOTS. Okay, so analyzing, reasoning, and two things that are most important, I would say, are evaluating and creating. They want to see you give out of the box ideas, out of the box solutions. They want to see those. If every team gives out the same answer, they will be like, oh, this another day in the park, eh? So this team is gonna give me the same answer. Boring lah. Why this one want to be a scholar? So try to give more out of the box answers, more different ones, but at the same time keep it practical and also real. So things that are not too fake or not too out of the world. Secondly, coherency. In this case, I would say using sentence connectors or linkers like the ones that you use in your SPM speaking, your BI lisan, BM lisan would do great in your favor. So use coherency, okay, many linkers, have good thought flow and cohesive devices, as I said. And lastly, for the pace, try to keep it to a pace that you are comfortable with when presenting, but also one that the assessors and interviewers can understand. So lastly, interpersonal virtues. This will come out when you are trying to discuss the solution during your team. So you'll be ideally given a paper, a script with a prompt or a question on the paper. So after analyzing the question, you go into discussion with your teammates. And this is when you try to engage with them and show out these three things. So you want to show teamwork, okay, how you get your teammates to come to the table and give their different perspectives, engage with them, and also at the same time have good communication skills. Alright, how you get them to talk, how you get the silent ones to speak up, how you get the one that's talking too much to, calm down a bit, sit down, chill down. So, yes, that's for the how to stand out part. Next slide, please. So, when you are doing a case study, okay, ideally you'll be given something to write and something to write on. Okay, so it depends for our year or for the classes that we have, these items were given out, okay. Usually they will give you papers and pens or even flip charts, but for your year it might change. So just a disclaimer for that. But these are the basic things that you guys can expect that you will get. Next slide, please. And these are some past topics that we received during our case study session. If you glance through number 1 to number 6, you notice a pattern. It's either some kind of long-standing issue that's in Malaysia or some current hot topic that is going around right now. So I believe last year, during our application phase, number 6, the diesel subsidy rationalization was actually very hot. It was a very hot topic during that time. So I believe now, everyone would know what's the current hot topic, right? So you here, sir, what is the current hot topic right now?
Maybe about the PETRONAS polling station.
Yes, okay, very good. Or another one, you guys will also realize now that is Trump's tariffs. So I would say, if you know the current hot topic right now, I don't think that would be sufficient for you guys. What you guys need to do is to build your own personal opinion on it. What you guys feel towards the issue. What you guys think should be done to address the issue. What do you guys think is the right thing that should have been done. But how do you guys try to formulate your own opinions on this? I would say you guys could listen to podcasts. Okay, I believe Gelar Sekejap is a very popular one amongst you guys. Or you guys could also refer to professional opinions, such as for the Trump tariffs case, you could look into Tengku Zafu's opinion on it. Okay, what is Malaysia's stance on it? Or even popular economists in the world, you could refer back to their opinions and then build your own stance on it. Okay, but at the same time, try to maintain it to be as practical as possible. Okay, next slide please. Thank you.
Alright. So next, I'll be macam terangkan tentang how do we actually approach the task from the moment yang kita dapat the paper lah. So just to give macam a brief view macam on how the session will go is generally kita akan diberikan satu kertas and that kertas akan menceritakan tentang our cases. So the moment kita dapat the kertas tu, these are the three things yang it's important untuk kita establish between our teammates. Pertama sekali, kita kena identify the current problems from the given situation. So, the passage yang kita dapat tu akan penuh dengan information. Kan? So, be sure to macam highlight with your teammates what are the points so that you guys can together so that everyone can get the picture to what we actually discussing about. Second, we need to also highlight what are the stakeholders and the roles from their relationship. So, stakeholders, siapa tahu stakeholders? Yeah, stakeholders is generally the people that are impacted by your actions or by your actions lah, basically. So contohnya lah macam what Zach have said about the subsidy earlier. The stakeholders that you might do that might be involved when you cakap tentang subsidy is the rakyat, is business owners, right? Subsidy. And the roles is essentially peranan. So the government are the ones playing the roles here. So stakeholders are the people yang impacted, the roles are the people playing their part. So it is important for you and your teammates to establish who are the stakeholders and who are the roles, and establish also their relationships. And third, we must also discuss the rationales and the consequences of our proposed solution or our proposed solutions lah, and we kaitkan dia dengan the roles and also the stakeholders. And last but not least, kita kena internalize the situation kedua from the POV of the stakeholders and also the POV of the roles of the one yang memainkan peranan. So from then, you guys can start brainstorming possible solution. So these are essentially the general guideline on how do you start communicating with your teammate. So the moment korang dapat the paper, establish these three with your teammates. So once you guys can establish these three, so insyaAllah the perbincangan process will be easy lah. I mean everyone can think of their own solutions and you guys can essentially discuss once tiga-tiga ni dah establish. Yeah. So next slide. Okay, so macam tadi tu kita dah discuss dengan kita punya teammates kan. Kita dah discuss. So this is slide ni adalah untuk perhaps give you guys a general guideline to how do you present your ideas to the interviewer. So pertama sekali, essentially imbakup lah sebenarnya. Imbakup kan, isi, mengapa, bagaimana, kesan, ungkapan, tak ada kot, and penegasan. So individual, pertama sekali, we have to introduce your point. Ensure that when you introduce your points are stated clearly. Bermakna state clearly lah. Second, give justification, maksudnya berikan sebab mengapa. Third, give example. Okay, so I like to emphasize on the example part lah. Just like what Putra and Adina have discussed earlier, the example is the best example I would say is example from the things that have happened around us. That's why I would say the awareness is very important dalam interview. This is how they essentially nampak orang yang matang, mature. Cuba kita letak diri kita in shoes of the interviewer. That's the tips lah yang I usually give to all of my friends. So bila kita dalam bilik interview tu, kita bayangkan diri kita in the shoes of the interviewer. Apa yang dia nak? They generally want people yang mature, want people yang matang. They want people yang is able to work well with everyone. So how do we reach that kematangan? Adalah sama macam cara kita nak capai that kematangan dalam nak menulis karangan. Kena baca surat khabar lah kan, betul kan? Baca surat khabar. Baca surat khabar, kita kena keep ourselves aware of what has been happening dekat Malaysia or even around the world. So kat rumah tu janganlah kita brain rot 24 jam kan. Di samping kita doom scroll tu, actually take your time untuk baca, read about things yang has happening around you. Because let me tell you, katakanlah walaupun isu tu tak kuatan case study pun, it will help you a lot waktu interview nanti. So that is the tip yang I would like to emphasize on everyone lah. Be aware and baca newspapers. So once you guys have give your example, berbalik kepada slide, kita give conclusion. Conclusion is very important supaya the interviewer can actually see your points lah, in case lah the points were unclear. So boleh tengok diagram tu. Kita kena discuss how the mechanism and the expectations from our mechanism, from our proposed solution tadi, will eventually impact the stakeholders. So these are the general guideline to how kita pastikan kita punya argument logical, sound. We need to boleh nampak lah the flow. The flow needs to be seen lah. So that's how the interviewer can catch on to your argument. You can use any method. Now I would say Ibakup is actually a very good method. Just apply it orally lah ketika menulis. So apply the techniques orally. So jangan balik rumah ni, jangan kita terus keluarkan apa yang kita belajar dekat paper SPM, lepas tu balik rumah terus lupa. Actually the skill is very useful yang korang boleh gunakan during your applying season, during case study and during interview. Okay, so next slide. So tadi tu tentang tentang individual. Yang ni adalah tentang group discussion. So during the group discussion, pertama sekali is you guys need to reflect together, kena work together to reflect and bridge different points, you know. So your teammates have their own points. So work together in your team to reflect and bridge, buat jambatan. Maksudnya kena ada perkaitan lah between all your teammates. Next, prompt. And next, decide the best solution. So once you guys think of the solutions, you decide the best solution, and then you plan for you plan to present lah, and then you plan to present your idea. So I want to emphasize during this group discussion, sebenarnya actually one of the I would say lah, arguably the group discussion is the more important part of the interview kan. Other than kita present, the interviewer actually nak tengok us working in a team. So keep that in mind. After this, we will share a few macam tips and issues during group discussion. So this lah macam the general guideline lah to how we approach cara-cara kita nak bergroup, berdiskusi dalam grup. So pertama sekali kita kena state the problem. Second, we elaborate. Third, kita give visualization. Visualization tu like I highly suggest is you try to give examples yang happens in real world. And last but not least, you summarize the solutions. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so pertama sekali, during case study, these are the issue yang tend to happen tau. So pertama sekali adalah issue overshadow. Issue overshadow ni issue apa? Issue overshadow ni adalah di mana kita punya team members ni terlampau overshadowing orang lain. Bermakna, he give all the point, he give all the elaboration, he yap a lot lah. Sampaikan dia tak memberi ruang kepada ahli-ahli lain untuk berikan pendapat and shine during the interview. So how does one approach a teammate like this during the interview? Is number one, you guys can use prompt. That is, you encourage participation by asking opinions. So katakan during the discussion, one of your teammates are perhaps quiet and seorang tu cakap banyak kan, and you notice that one of your friends tak bercakap sangat, tak bagi pendapat sangat. So you can always invite your team to berikan dia punya pendapat juga. Boleh guna example tu macam, what are your insight on this matter, Dave? So you get the point, right? Kan? So second, you guys can chunk the discussion topic into smaller pieces. Bila contohnya kita borak tentang subsidi kan, contohnya lah. Bila borak tentang subsidi tu, there are many macam parts yang involved in the issue of subsidy. The government, the people, business owners. So chunk the discussion into smaller pieces so that everyone can play their part in the discussion. So that during the elaboration part, during the presentation too, everyone can say something. Everyone have something to say. Yeah. So essentially lah, it is how you guys perform betul-betul BM. Betul tak? Perasan tak? Betul tak? So during betul-betul BM, kita kena ada izin laluan, perkara-perkara macam tu. So yeah, gunakan dalam interview. Next slide please.
Okay, so another problem that will arise during probably most of our case study sessions is dominance. Tapi tadi I agree what Izzuddin said. Okay, maybe when you're at home, brain rot tu boleh slow sikit. Maybe lessen down the bombodilo, crocodilo, the tralalelo, boleh simpan sikit. Okay, but when you're in the interview session, okay, bagi kematangan tu menyala sikit. Okay, so when you're facing this type of problem, okay, dominance, when someone in your group is probably speaking 70% of the time, 80% of the time, okay, that will actually stop others from having the chance to speak. So it will also lead other members to feel insecure because sebab kalau nampak this guy, he's taking out most of the time and you can't have the chance to give your thoughts. So that is actually what is very dangerous. So you guys believe what the solution, which is interruption. You guys can use first the method of gesture or body movement. So you can look towards the guy that is talking too much or taking up too much of the time. Maybe point to your wrist or give him a look to just give him a signal to stop and slow down and try to give other time to speak. Next is you can also say interject the speaker, alright? You could be courteous or be polite when you're doing this, alright? Try to use like excuse me or good, okay? Or use like thank you. Let us listen to other people's opinions, please. Okay? This will actually show the assessors or the interviewers that you guys actually care about other people's opinion. Okay, you care about other teammates' perspective because that will actually formulate a better answer and more well-rounded answer for you guys when you're presenting the solution. So next slide, please. And moving on to our examples of case studies, past case studies that we got during our time. So for Yayasan Khazanah, okay, we would like to invite a special guest to explain this example of case study. Could we get Iman? Please give her a big clap. Yeah.
Nah, mic ke?
So, hi everyone.
Iman.
Oh.
You can.
So my name is Iman and I'm currently studying at KYUEM and I am a Yayasan Khazanah scholar and I'm planning to do actuarial science. Okay.
Okay, so what is your experience when you receive this type of case study, the evaluation of CVs? I believe they give you a CV and then you have to evaluate it based on whether you would like to give them a job or not, right?
Yes, so basically we were allocated into different teams and during this time I would say it was really nerve-wracking because it wasn't only just like 2, 3 or 4 CVs, it was like a lot of it and I think if I'm not mistaken each one of us received about 6 CVs and they also gave like descriptions of each position and basically our task was to determine which person suits the task the most. So from my own experience I did learn a lot about communication at this time because many different people have different opinion and one thing that I would really like to point out is your behavior when you are discussing with your teammates because the thing is there was 2 people assessing us. They didn't really want to know about our end result because from my interpretation I think that all they wanted to see was how we reach that conclusion. So throughout the process, you really need to be like a decent person and you need to communicate well. So if I were to point out one thing that I find is not really good for you to do during this type of assessment is number one, for you to be too silent in your group. Yes, it is important for you to not show off, for you to not overshadow other people, but at the same time, you must also let yourself give opinions. You need to let yourself speak, because there was this one person, which I'm not going to name drop obviously, but this person did not speak at all throughout the entire interview, and all she did was just write on the whiteboard. So it seemed like this person was not confident at all, and she had zero opinion. And number two was, I think this is just like a bonus tip, before you go for this type of assessment, make sure to try to at least get to know the names of the people who are going to be in your team. Try to be friends with them. Ask what school that they're from, because they're going to be more warm to you. And in this case, I did try to make friends with most of them, and yeah, alhamdulillah, I managed to communicate well with them. And then if you don't mingle with other people throughout this session, then whenever you're trying to speak out, people might look at you in a macam, oh, you didn't want to talk to me, but now you're giving so much opinion, you know? That type of vibe. We're going to give that kind of vibe. So yeah.
Alright.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Iman. So, give us the
Thank you.
Right, so moving on to the other types of examples that we have. The next slide, please. Next slide, please.
So this is generally how Mara conducts their case study. So it is an open style, meaning that different centers might have different style of how do they conduct their case study. But generally, first they will have a 15-minute group discussion and then a 10-minute group presentation. So you were given the task, you have 15 minutes to discuss, meaning that you have a lot of time to discuss, and this is your time to show to the interviewer your ability to work dengan everyone, your interpersonal skills. And then second, you have 10 minutes of group presentation. So your task is, your task is not always the same your task is not always in the same format as others. So the task may be from the issues of national issues, and also maybe the issues of internal affairs. So from my experience during Mara interview, what I got was the topic on brain drain. Who knows brain drain? Brain drain. Yeah.
It's basically when the smartest people in your country go out to work for other countries.
Yeah, brain drain is basically the issue when the intellect, when you give sponsorships to students in your country, they tend to stay overseas and not come back to Malaysia and contribute to the country. So we were given the task to macam counter balik. How do we attract these scholars untuk balik ke Malaysia? Brain drain bukan brain rot. I need to clarify that. So for the case study macam ni, you may even present your finding, your point as a short play. Contohnya macam this government sector ni tak memainkan peranan, which may sound absurd, but what they want to see is your confidence and your ability to deliver points, no matter what it is. So next slide. So this is yang tentang PSP pula, PETRONAS. So this is the general flow. Pertama sekali, you have a 10-minute preparation, and then you have a 5-minute individual presentation, a 15-minute group discussion, and a 5-minute group presentation. So it will start with a 5-minute brief individual presentation, meaning that the assessor will ask like each and every one of you to maybe perhaps describe yourself, tell about yourself, and then after that individual part, you will be given a task in a piece of paper, of which you will have to discuss with your teammate. So the discussion part is 15 minutes. So use your time wisely to discuss with your teammate. So And then, last sekali, of course, we'll have a 5-minute group presentation. So the general tips is individually try to come up with as many points as you can think of. Sebab my experience lah, disclaimer, this is my experience during last year. The interviewer tend to macam ask individually everyone of their opinion. So you can try to, you have to try to come up with as many points so that you are able to answer lah to every question yang dia akan tanya. And last but not least, you can discuss dengan your group to decide what's the best point. Macam betul-betul BM, betul tak? So I want to share my experience tapi briefly. So during the macam what Zach said earlier, we were given like a whiteboard and also a pen marker. So what I did was I took the initiative to become the person yang pergi ke depan and tulis on the whiteboard the points of my teammates, while of course lah contributing my own points. So the point is be somebody yang facilitate the discussion. Faham tak? Be somebody yang able to work dengan everyone and take the initiative to facilitate the discussion so that you are able to show it to the interviewer that you are a person that can work in a working environment nanti. Okay, so you want to share anything, Zach?
I think I'll share some on the next slide.
Okay.
Right. So next slide, please. Alright, so basically this is just a small rundown of how it went during last year's Bank Negara interview. So we as a team, we were giving an economic situation and we have to discuss and present as an expert in our applied courses. So for example, if I applied for computer science, I have to come in from the view of computer science and give a solution based on the computer science course. Alright, but I won't go through too much on the flow, but I would give a tip that we learned as a team during our interview time. So the feedback that the interviewers gave to us was, the things that we discussed as a team on the table didn't really come out much during in the end when we were trying to present a solution. Maybe we talked about A, B and C, but what came out in the end was probably C only. So what I think we learned from that was we have to have someone that allocate certain parts of the answers. For example, someone has to take pendahuluan, someone has to take isi. Okay, either you get someone to try and split out all the answers to each different person, or you yourself can take the initiative to do that. Okay, take the initiative to split out who is taking which part and presenting what answers. So in the end, you won't miss out on any important things that you discussed. So moving on to the following slide. We have an example of a case study that you guys can try out right now. So next slide, please. Or the previous one, sorry. Alright, so you guys will have, I will give you guys 30 seconds. Okay, just quickly screen through this. And we already highlighted the key issues on the right side. So the prompt for you guys is, as an expert in your intended field of study, propose a solution to tackle at least one of the key issues. So to make it easier, we have listed out the 4 main key issues. And you guys can read through the passage if you want to. So your time starts now. You guys can discuss with each other, the people on your left, people on your right, to come up with a short answer.
So 30 seconds and then we get 30 seconds? 30 seconds done.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think it's enough time for them?
Okay, time up. Any volunteers that would like to try out this question? No? Okay. Alright guys, let's open our ears, let's listen to what he has to answer.
So I think instead of trying to solve only one key issue, I think my solution here could tackle a few of those, which is overall the government should be improving the whole public transportation, which is at first. The second key issue here is when there are poorly connected bus and rail routes, in which I think the government should fix that first, and then they could subsequently solve the third The first and also the third issue. But for the fourth one, I think my own solution won't tackle the three of those. It's just improving the whole public transportation to make sure there's less vehicles on the road, to make sure that more people have accessibility in terms of affordability towards reaching other places. And I think yes, I think by improving the public transport will solve the issues. Thank you.
Okay, guys, can you give him a big round of applause? So, for this type of questions, actually there is no right or wrong. It comes from your own perspective and your own opinion. But again, try to think of something that is maybe out of the box, but at the same time make sure it is practical and realistic and can be implemented in the real world.
Right, so next slide. So this is generally how you can approach to answering this type of question. So I've give you an example of how can you answer it from the perspective of an urban planner or civil engineering. So you have data collection, transit network optimization, and integrated multimodal station. Design. So of course, it depends on your own perspective and your own opinion to how you can tackle these issues. So
this slide will be given out to you guys. I'm pretty sure you guys have it already, right? So you guys can refer back to this in the future if you need. Alright, that's it from us. Thank you.
who's the next presenter? Oh.
So like, which one of you guys nak bagi?
I'll give it to Syami. Syami. Ni apa? Ni kita pakai.
Oh. How does this work actually? Like, pakai dekat...
Put here, and then you put it on your...
Kat sini? Alright.
Okay.
Smart. Pelak.
Thank you.
Alright. So like this.
So hello everyone, my name is Syami Baiki. I'm a Bank Negara Malaysia scholar and currently I'm in college Yayasan UEM. I'm studying economics and here's my partner.
Hello everybody. Oh my god, tak bunyi lah. Macam mana ni?
Tak boleh ke?
Okay lah, can you guys hear me from here? So while he's facing that, I'm just going to tell you who I am. I am Nur Shazwina Almani, currently a PNB scholar, and for the purposes of this particular presentation, also a Yayasan Telekom Malaysia and Yayasan Pinnacle National Scholarship recipient for Electrical Electronic Engineering, and I'm also currently studying in KYUM like Shahmi. Right?
So today, in the slides, you can see that it's video resume, right? But actually, we're going to cover every video assessment that we have for each scholarship. So there's nothing much. There's only the real video resume, which is applied for YTN and YTM, Yayasan Tenaga Nasional and Telecom. And there's also video assessment. It's different compared to video resume, and it applied for Bank Negara Malaysia, like I did. And then lastly, we have video interview. So actually, video interview, there's Shell, but we actually won't cover it because it's considered under interview. But no worries, we'll cover the other things. So can we get to the next slide, please? So I'll pass it on to Amani.
All right, thank you, Shami. So basically, right, what I'm going to do in this particular presentation is I'm going to do it by three particular breakdowns. So first, I'm going to tell you the general outline of what a video resume is. Secondly, I'm going to tell you about what contents you actually have to represent. And thirdly, I'm going to give you a walkthrough of what I did for my particular scholarship application and give you a few reflections here and there. So before we move on to anything, right, we need to understand what exactly is the differentiating factor of a video resume, between a traditional resume that you always use to apply for jobs and scholarships. So it's very evident that we have a lot more media within our video resumes. We have our images, we have our own selves talking to the assessor. So in this particular regard, right, I'm going to take us back to humanity, millennia ago. We have always used our senses to basically gauge the credibility, trustworthiness, and reliability of a person by looking at their body movements, their language, and basically any type of signaling, whether it be consciously or unconsciously. So these types of things are basically the things that you can project within your video resume, and it's a very ideal way for you to do that, because then your assessor can actually see you as someone who is trustworthy, credible, and reliable, etc. Alright, so now we know what exactly a video resume is, so we're going to move on to the next slide, please. So what is then like essential within a video resume? So there are three main things that you have to take note of. But before you move on to actually do the script, right, you first need to understand the purpose of you doing the video resume in the first place. So like any good story, right, you need to have a purpose as to why you're actually construing it in the first place, right? So in this particular sense, it's always a great thing for you to have some time, post-SPM, to reflect back on what are the qualities that make you. What are the defining themes inside your life that has made you strive, motivated you to be the person who you are today? So these are the qualities that you have to think about before you construct your script, because then you can have an accurate angle to describe who you are as a person by following like these particular guidelines. Okay, guys? Yeah. All right. Hey, back again. All right. So we have three things that we have to include in our video resume. So firstly, we have to make sure that we have covered the background section. So exactly who are you? So this includes like your name, your school, your grades, your leadership positions if you have them, and then you also have to tell the assessor like what defines you. So like before this, I've already told you that you have to do like a deep self-reflection, right? So in this instance, this is where you signpost that. This is where you tell your assessor like, hey, I'm a very driven person. I'm a very hardworking person, and this is where like the assessor gets your signal. Okay, this is what I'm going to look at. Like these are the qualities that I'm going to look for within the video itself. Like the examples that you're going to give later on. So moving on then to the impacts. So what have you done to prepare for your course? So basically this includes your extracurricular activities, your projects, or everything that you have done throughout your secondary school that you really want to show them. In order for you to apply for engineering, for instance, right? Like for me, what I did in my video resume is that I talked about like my projects that I did, like what type of like automation that I've done, what programming language that I have used, and all of these are very important to signal that I'm actually very serious about engineering. So moving on then to the future plan section, right? So what will you do exactly with your degree? Like what exactly are you planning to contribute to society after you have finished your engineering degree, for instance, right? We know that within the field of engineering itself, like electrical power, it's very important for you to think about like sustainable energy, right? So in that sense, you can talk about like, oh, after I complete my like degree in electrical power engineering, I'm going to contribute to basically find a solution to make energy sustainable for Malaysia. Okay, so then how do you plan to do it? This is where you basically go and peruse the organization's website. Like the scholarship body usually has a bunch of like, I would say, sectors within it, right? And they also have like an organization structure that you can basically look at to basically pinpoint where you are going to be in the next 10 to 5 years contributing to the company itself in that particular, I would say, capacity. So then, moving on to the tips. All right, next slide. So like you can see, like we have three particular tips that I would like to tell you all. So firstly, I just want to ask, before this particular session, you all have heard about like the values of each company, right? So can I ask like one of you to basically tell me what are the values that you still remember? So I'll count to 10. And if there's no one going to volunteer, then I'm just going to pick out someone from the front, if that's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You guys really don't like them yet. Okay. I'll choose you. Alright. Okay. Integrity. What scholarship body actually promotes that?
PETRONAS education.
Yeah, betul. Okay, give him a round of applause. Okay, good job. So So basically, right, every single scholarship body has their own values that they abide by or basically champion, right? But these does not mean that if they don't have it, it does not mean that they don't, hold it. Like PNB does not have like integrity within like their vision or like their values that they stated in their website. But that does not mean they don't have integrity. If that makes sense, right? So in your video, try to find experiences that basically correlate or aligns with those particular values, so that they can see that you're actually a good fit for their vision and their mission overall. So moving on then to being authentic. So when you deliver your speech or content within the video resume, it's always a good thing for you to basically imbue it with like passion and enthusiasm, so that they can see this kid, they're very serious. They want to be taken seriously, so that's very important. And lastly, being professional. So like wearing formal clothes, using formal language, and recording in a very appropriate setting. So all of these gives you like a very good first impression. And in terms of formal clothing, it's always a good idea for you to opt for maybe like your school uniform, or maybe wearing a blazer or suit, something that you would usually wear for a general interview. Alright, and so I think that's all for me for now. So I'm going to pass back to Shami.
So, hello everyone. So it's me again. So right now I'll be talking about video assessment. So it actually applies only, not only lah, but in my time it was for Bank Negara Malaysia. It was one of the stages for the application, and so we'll go through it one by one. So what you're going to go through is that first they'll give you a prompt. So unlike video resume, you don't have a prompt. So you really have to think about what you want to put and what you don't want to put. But instead, video assessment, just follow the topic and instructions, and you should be good. And then for the time, last year's video was around 2 minutes, so it's really short, and they'll give you around 1 week to finish it. And how do you want to publish it? They specifically ask for you to post it on YouTube, copy the link, and paste it on the application site. So next, please. So what should you focus on your video, right? So first of all is, I just want to say that content is more important than editing. Why? Because first of all, the video is very short, 2 minutes is not long, and the topic is actually quite heavy, which means that you can actually talk a lot. So really focus on the content of the topic. Like for example, for me, last year's topic was about you can pick either a book or a movie and talk about it and what you learn from it. So I chose a book, and I really focus on telling what I learned from the book rather than everything like resume, like telling about myself. No, don't waste your time on that. Focus really on the book. So I'm not sure what the topic is going to be for you guys, but practically you can use this for your guideline. So next is take your time to really brainstorm regarding your topic, because if you want a good content, you should really plan like how your flow of video is gonna be, and yeah, just take your time. Don't rush out. 1 week is quite a long time for a 2-minute video. And next is relate the video with the course that you want, or maybe relate with the values of the scholarship that you want. So what I did, for example, is I was applying for economics at that time. So I really relate my book to some economics knowledge that I learned back from SPM. I used to take economics in SPM. So yeah, I just relate it. It's not much, it's really simple, but I think it really shows the scholarship body how eager you want to study for them, because when you're applying, subject really matters for them. They'll specifically assign subject. For example, when you apply, they'll specifically assign to you, or you're right now applying for economics. So focus on that too. So next is pay attention to every minute details. First of all is outfit. Like Amini said, just wear something nice that you would wear for journal interviews. And the next few things is what I learned from my own video, which is first sound. I realized that sound could be a problem, but you should find a good mic, or I think an AirPod should be fine. But at that time I didn't have anything, so I just used my camera microphone, and I can say that it's really bad. And next is same goes to quality of your video. Well, just make sure that it's not blurry lah. I didn't want to specifically ask what phone or what camera you guys have, but just make sure it's clear, and so that the viewer can really see how you look like. clip you saw just now. Okay, ni Bapak teruk dia punya sound. So, sorry kalau tak dapat dengar. Really sorry guys. So, basically what I'm saying is that I'm explaining briefly about the book lah. So, okay. So, like I said, I introduce myself. Tak sampai 1 minit pun I introduce myself. I just take my name and nothing much. And then, baru 30 second, I covered my name and I covered what the book is about already. And that's enough. Because what I really want to highlight on is what I learned from the book. Because at that time, that's what I felt like it is the most important content that I need to have. So, same to you guys. So, really fikirlah nanti macam konten apa yang paling penting yang you guys patut letak dalam korang punya video. So this is my after you play this is going to be my first point. So Afif, can you play? Korang boleh dengar tu? Afif, boleh kuatkan sound sikit tak? Okay, so basically, tak pula, I cakap je lah. So basically what happened is that the book is about Perang Salib, as you know, Crusade War. So, okay, spoiler sikit, I actually didn't read the book. I found the book somewhere. but, okay, tapi there's a little detail yang kita belajar, especially for those yang ambil pendidikan Islam lah. Kalau korang ingat, sirah kita ada belajar pasal kerajaan Umayyah, kerajaan Abbasiyah, all that kerajaan kan. So actually it's in the book. So macam what I did was, one thing antara faktor kejatuhan kerajaan masa tu at that time was economy. So that's how I relate the book to the content that I want to sampaikan. Okay, so basically what I said is that economics really impact on the war outcomes. So a country with a great economic state will actually have an upper hand compared to a country with a lower economic state. So okay, can you play Afif? Tak apa, biar je sound tu. I'll just explain it on my own. Was about a story about the Crusade War. But today I'm not going to talk about the movie, but instead I'm going to talk about the book. My name is Syahmin Baiki bin Sulaiman, And let's listen to my story. This book is authored by Abdul Latif Talib and it tells us all about the Crusader War and the empires involved in the Crusader War. And now, let's hear what I noticed from the book. As someone who wants to pursue economics, I noticed a small detail about economics in this book. It is that economics really play an important role in an empire structure. For example, the Umayyad Empire. The Umayyad Empire started off really strong and they're conquering the world. But however, Umayyad Empire can't run from the cycle of economics, which is that sometimes our economic state is on top, but sometimes it's also at the bottom. Since it started off at top, it goes down to the bottom because of inflation is relentless, but also this proves that this problem has been faced even by our ancestors, and I believe that we can solve this by studying them. I also realized that when an empire economic state is on top, the people tend to take it easy and do not focus on their job. Meanwhile, when the economic state of an empire is at the bottom, the people work hard to improve their empire and chase their goals. So this issue has taught me something morally. I learned that in life sometimes the hard times make strong men, meanwhile easy time creates weakness. For example, as a student, we tend to study harder when we did not get the results that we want. However, we tend to forget about our studies when we already got the results that we want. With that being said, I learned that we always have to be consistent and keep improving ourselves to move to a better future for ourselves. And that's all from me. Thank you very much. Before SPM rasa confident, oh tak apa, tak nak study. But tapi kalau trial kita result tak okay, we tend to work hard to make sure that kita punya result SPM okay. It doesn't apply to everyone lah, because I'm pretty sure everyone here study consistently, tak naik tak turun, but it do happens that it's human nature. So yeah, I think that's all from me and my video. I'll pass it back to Amani. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Shami. Alright, so I'm going to show you guys two of my video resumes that I've sent to, firstly, Yayasan Khazanah, and secondly, Yayasan Tenaga Nasional. So before we start anything, right, can you stop the video first? Okay, so I'm going to explain to you guys what are the criteria that are going to be assessed within a video resume. So usually they don't actually explicitly tell you what they are, but there are three main, I would say, pillars for your video resume to stand out. Firstly, you need to make sure that your content is actually very good. It means that it has substance, it means that you're a thinker, it means that you're not a king kosong. Secondly, make sure that your video is edited in a way that is engaging. It means that when you're editing, make sure that nothing is distracting from it. But you can see later that my editing is actually based on me having fun. But just make sure that your content is not going to be, I would say, distracted by. And thirdly, just make sure that when you're actually, making or construing your video, make sure that everything that you include has coherency. It means that your story of your life, your story that you're going to push forward to your assessor, is something that is coherent, easy to follow, and you don't have any root shots in between. So root shots, when you watch a story, right, you don't want to have like tiba-tiba ada your protagonist mati in the middle of the story, right? So this is something akin to that, but make sure that when you're trying to write your story, in of itself, make sure that it's easy to follow. Alright, so we can start the video now.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very great day I bid to all. My name is Rashazwina Almani Bitisakul Asni, and I am a firm believer of the growth mindset. Due to that, I have actively participated in endeavors that cater towards that principle. For instance, I was my school's English debate team captain, where I led preparations and competed in tournaments like Bahas Piala Perdana Menteri. From this experience, I learned to take initiative and utilize time resourcefully. As such, analyzing debating records from Oxford Union debates, for example during school holidays, was born out of my determination to constantly improve. Additionally, I was entrusted to lead an innovation team for competitions like the International Science and Invention Fair, where we navigated through the intricacies of software development. From this experience, I learned the importance of fostering an environment of open communication and collaboration. As such, environment is important in delivering tangible results. Furthermore, my role as the English Club President, Movie Night Program Director, and Head Secretary of the Librarian Prefectoral Board has taught me the art of managing a large group of people and executing events. As a testament to my leadership capabilities, I have been selected by the Prime Minister's Department to participate in the Malaysia Future Leader School program, where I learned more in-depth knowledge regarding the qualities of a good leader. With these experiences in tow, I believe that I would be a good fit for Yayasan TM scholarship, as I am passionate about developing personally and professionally. Enabling further advancement in electrical engineering will provide me with the skill sets to spearhead future projects where Malaysia would benefit immensely from. As such, the dream of a digital Malaysia would be realized. That is all from me. Thank you very much.
At the end, right? Okay, so before we move on to the next video, I'm just going to give you a disclaimer. It's always a good idea
Assalamualaikum
for you guys to not copy-paste your video for YTM, for instance, to your video to YTN. You need to make them very different in terms of making sure that these videos align with the messages or the championing of visions of that particular company, right? So also, because usually, scholarship bodies, they have different requirements for timing, right? So in this particular video, it was around like 2 minutes, so if I'm not mistaken, and the next video is going to be a lot longer. So in that sense, you need to make sure that you know what type of like accolades or achievements that you're going to project. So I selected a few for YTN, and for YTN, it's going to be a lot more, as you can see later. All right, let's start the video now.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Yayasan Good day. My name is Yayasan Khazanah, and I am truly grateful for this opportunity to introduce myself. So without further ado, let's go. I am the eldest of 4 siblings. My father works as an administrative and diplomatic officer, while my mother works as a public primary school teacher. The spirit of lifelong learning has been integral in my upbringing, as my parents trusted me to experiment with my interests. As such, since primary school, I have actively competed in robotics and math challenges while deriving straight A's for my UPSR. At Kota Tinggi Secondary Science School, I was fortunate enough to continue my interest in technology through innovation competitions. By receiving the full trust of my advisor to lead the trajectory of projects, I utilized this opportunity to sample various skills such as integrating 3D printing and understanding circuits. This reliability stems from my track record of delivering outstanding performances and results consistently. Driven to learn more about technology, I decided to code seriously during the MCO period. Subsequently, I was awarded the Johor Digital Student Icon in recognition of my skills and achievements in software development. Learning to be a problem solver and managing large groups of people was also valuable. As the English club president, I devised ways to fund club activities via weekly movie nights, where I was program director, delegating tasks and brainstorming steps to increase revenue by catering to our customers. In the same strand, I was the head secretary of the Library and Prefectural Board, the vice president of the Police Cadet, and treasurer of the Archery Club. Alhamdulillah, despite my active co-curricular involvement, I achieved straight A's in my SPM examination. I strive to apply my knowledge. As such, I gauge my critical thinking and persuasive writing skills by submitting an original essay for the John Locke Global Essay Competition, where I was awarded commendation as my work was validated by senior academics from leading universities like the University of Oxford and Princeton, and I was invited to the award ceremony at Oxford as a finalist. As a testament to my leadership capabilities, I was selected by the Prime Minister's Department to participate in the Malaysia Future Leader School program to learn more in-depth knowledge regarding the qualities of a good leader. I am a good fit for TMB scholarship as I am passionate about developing personally and professionally. Henceforth, this drive for excellence will translate to future impactful contributions as I serve TNB after graduating. Being part of TNB's ecosystem is very appealing because gaining insight into the electrical power engineering industry will fuel my passion for providing solutions, specifically targeting crucial issues like energy transition as part of committing to SDG Goal 13 in combating climate change. Thus, delivering the promise of a better, brighter future which is sustainable for all Malaysians. That is all from me. Thank you very much.
They follow a similar format, which is basically the background. I talk about myself, who I am, and then moving on then to basically the impact, the circles that I did, and then lastly to what I want to contribute at the end of the day. So all of these
things do not necessarily have to be the same to you, because of course video resumes are a story of your own personal growth. They want to know who you are, and as such, since I've already done this before, I'm going to talk to you about the lessons that I've learned throughout making this video. So next slide, please. Editing the video. Alright, so in terms of editing, right, there are two particular lessons that I've learned throughout this process. First is that you need to turn problems into a crutch for you to be unique. What I mean by that is that if you can see from the YM video previously, is that particular video had some poor quality in its audio and its visuals. So what I did to basically compensate for that is that I overlaid it with like the template for a recording type of footage, right? Your REC, right? So basically it means that I am able to basically solve a problem that I see, and hence for making me stand out in a way that's not too, I would say, bad. Okay? So next is to make sure that we are trying to include your media, your images, anything in between. Make sure that they have a purpose. Make sure they are intentional, because in this particular segment is where you try to project your first impression to your assessor. Make sure that when you're trying to give out a rich media platform or like assessment, make sure that all of these are done with a very thorough plan inside your mind, right? Because you don't want anything within your video resume to look haphazard, right? And then, Shami, do you have anything to add?
For me, I just want to say that for editing, you guys should refer to Amani because she did a lot of editing, while for me, I just cut and combine my videos. But if you're wondering, the app that I use, I also use CapCut to edit and combine my video. And for the macam muka depan tu, I use Canva. So I think that's all for my editing.
Alright, thank you. Okay, so next slide. Alright, so we have reached the end of this presentation, guys.
Habis.
Alright, thank you all so much for attentively listening to all of us talk until the end. We're still going to have a Q&A session a few other weeks later, but this is the conclusion to the formal presentation of today. So thank you everybody. May the odds be in your favor.
So I just want to say thank you everyone for listening. I know it's been a long day. And yeah, that's all for me. I just want to wish good luck for your scholarship journey, good luck for your result next week. So I wish you guys all the best, and hopefully to see one of you guys somewhere nanti. So that's all from me. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Dengan mic.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. Macam ni. Tekan. Kau klik kat mana? Kau klik kat ni tak boleh. Ni nak duduk mana? Kiri ke kanan ni? Kau kanan lah. Dekat ni saya tak salah. Thank you. Aku kat sana. Hani ni. Okay, so start dari sini ya. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Pas. Okay, thank you so much everyone.
energized because we are. So before that, orang kata tak kenal maka tak cinta. So hi everyone, my name is Dia Laila, a Yayasan Khazanah scholar studying A levels at College Yayasan UEM.
And hello guys, my name is Halim, a Black Negara scholar, also studying A levels at KYUEM. So yeah, kita kan raya tu sebulan. So rasanya kita orang pun nak bagi duit raya lah.
Yes. Okay, so disebabkan kita nak bagi duit raya to special people in this hall, kita nak pilih one person untuk volunteer.
To answer a question, and then nanti kita bagi duit raya. Siapa nak? Angkat tangan. Okay, thank you. Please tell us your target for SPM, your dream course and scholarship.
So,
Also introduce yourself.
my name is Iskandar Mirza. Most people call me Mon. And of course, my target is straight A+.
Amin.
My dream course is to study in agricultural science in UPM. And also...
Interesting.
Maybe Yayasan Khazanah.
Alright, okay, amin, insyaAllah. Okay, so later to the people yang dapat duit nanti claim with us. Okay, so so together with us here today, we have Anaki Fahmi, a PETRONAS scholar. We have Umar Safwan, a JPA Mara scholar from Intact, as our candidates for our mock interview session today.
And also we have Adam Raid, a Black scholar, and Adam Iskandar, a PETRONAS scholar as our interviewers for today.
Okay. So before we start our interview session today, may I know here who has never gone to any interviews before? It's okay, you can raise up your hand. Siapa yang tak pernah pergi any interview? Okay. Alright, okay, that's good. Okay, ada a few people yang belum. So that's why mock interview here session today is here to guide you.
Okay, so following that, I would like to ask two volunteers from the crowd, one girl and one boy, to be our candidates for our mock interview session today. Siapa yang volunteer dapat duit raya? Siapa nak? Okay, one boy.
Alright, please come forward. Thank you.
And one girl juga. Come on girls. Siapa nak seorang perempuan? Okay. Okay, please tell us your name and where you're from.
My name is Aisha and I am from where I was born. I was born in
Yeah, can. Thank you. Okay, can you introduce yourself and where are you from?
Alright. Hi, my name is Muhammad Arif, but I'm more famously and commonly known as Yo. I'm from Shah Alam, Selangor.
Okay. Thank you to our two volunteers today. Okay, so in this session, you will see 4 candidates here being interviewed, and throughout this session, your job is to become a detective and spot any mistakes made by our candidates here. So how are you going to spot the mistakes, kan? So you can scan the QR code, and this will lead you to a Slido where you can give your answers in the slide.
Okay, so with that being said, let's start our mock interview session now. Thank you, everyone.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning, good afternoon actually, to our candidates. My name is Mr. Iskandar, and this is my colleague, Mr. Adam. So for today, we'll be your interviewers for the selection of the recipient for the JPA scholarship. So for our interview today, it will be consisting of 2 sessions. For the first session, it will be an individual interview. And for the second session, it will be a case study interview. Okay, without further ado, we'll proceed with the first session. So I would like to ask all of you to briefly introduce yourself. Describe why you applied to this course and why you deserve this scholarship.
Alright, thank you and Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good evening Mr. Adam and Mr. Iskandar. I'm Anaki Fahmi bin Asnu Zuhairi and you can call me Anaki. You can call me Anaki and I'm from Hulu Klang, Selangor. So basically I applied for electrical engineering since it has long been a dream of mine to pursue this career. Not to mention, I had this fondness towards engineering ever since I was a kid. And my specific interest towards electrical engineering started ever since I was studying physics during my Form 4 and Form 5 years. And apart from just interest, I also have a goal of wanting to contribute back to the country through organizations and also GLCs. And I think that, and I am confident that I deserve this scholarship, seeing that I have strong passion for the things that I do. For example, my experience as the vice president of the public speaking club of my school, I had to ensure active participation of all the members of my club. And also I had to ensure smooth operation of all the weekly meetings of my club. Additionally, I was also the team leader for my school's Formula 1 in schools team. So I had to ensure the smooth operation of the team and I had to balance with my studies. Not to mention I was also in charge of designing the Formula 1 car model. Apart from those points, I was also, my stable and outstanding academic performance showed my dedication and passion towards my academic.
Oh yeah. Hi, I'm Umar from Johor. You can call me Umar. So I choose engineering because it is best. And I think that engineering has a lot of opportunities. Yes. So I believe that I will find a better job in the future. So that's all from me. Oh, sorry. So I think that I deserve this scholarship because because I believe that I am confident for this scholarship. People always tell me that I have a bucket. So, yeah, I've been pushing myself for this scholarship. So I don't think that I require any teamwork since you do it yourself. Last but not least, my role as a prefect at school has proven me that I'm eligible for this scholarship. Thank you.
Hello, everyone at home, and also to my fellow interviewees and interviewers today. Good afternoon, my name is Yayasan Khazanah, and I'm more famously go by Johan or Joe. So I'm from Shah originally, but I go to boarding school in Sekolah Menengah Sains Tahun Nawir, or more commonly known as Sains Penambang. So I chose engineering, specifically mechanical engineering, because I see it as a clearer option for me to pursue my aspirations in the future. For your information, I aspire to be a pilot for a commercial airline, specifically Emirates Airline, when I grow up. Besides that, through this degree, specifically engineering degree, I believe it may help my option in order for me to attend and also join a specific airline in the future. I personally believe that I'm the most best delegate for this specific scholarship because I believe that I am the most completed and well-rounded participant here today. Aside from that, besides that I'm also a very well-rounded student, I believe that I'm also capable of becoming a team player and also having the experiences of donating back to the community and society as a whole. Finally, I've undergone many experiences in which seem to have tackled and also deemed to become provable in order for you to select me as your perfect candidate, as you can see through my resumes and also my previous experiences then. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Assalamualaikum and a very good evening. I greet to everyone in the hall, Mr. Iskandar and also Mr. Adam.
So my name is Ariana Aisha and I am from Penang originally. So for what I would like to pursue for my further education would be also in mechanical engineering, to be specifically more in automotive engineering. So why do I say this? It's because my desire or interest started to spark in mechanical engineering when I joined a competition when I was in Form 4. It was a F1 in schools competition where my team, me and 6 of us, we represented Negeri Sembilan to the national finals back in around February last year. So when I was in this competition with my 6 other teammates, we comprised of 4 Form 4 students at that time and also 2 Form 3 students. So as you know, when we are in boarding schools, this slight age difference would be a bit of a problem with communications, but thankfully me and my teammates, we managed to overcome that. And not only with proper communication skills, we also each of us found our own passion in that field, which for me was more to engineering and also mechanical engineering. And for me also, with this degree, and inshallah, if I am given this scholarship, I would like to further my studies and possibly bring a better, more sustainable vehicles or also innovations to Malaysia to make us also the same level as Japan and also those countries with good environmental care. So why am I the most eligible candidate in this room today? It's because I am a very focused and also very strong-minded person, when I put my mind to something, I am surely to achieve it. For example, when me and my friends led a team of 40 people to complete a school magazine back also in Form 4. It was a very tough year for me as I had many things to juggle, but since I am a very strong-minded person and also the people around me, I believe that really contributed to who I am today and why that is also a reason why I deserve this scholarship the most. Thank you.
That marks the end of our first session. Now we shall move on to the next round of our interview and proceed with the case study session. In this round, you will be given a handout about an issue that is currently occurring in our country. You are given 5 minutes to brainstorm and prepare for the presentation. The presentation itself will last for a maximum of 5 minutes. Johan and Ariana, only both of you will present afterwards. A whiteboard and marker are provided to aid your presentation and you are free to use it. Your 5 minutes begins now.
Thank you, sir.
Discussion. How it works.
Alright, so seeing based on our case study, so we can see so I believe seeing that they've already given us the causes, it's best for us to explain according to flow, so cause, explanation of the cause, and also example how to solve the issue. Do you agree?
Yep, yes. I think that's supposed to be right.
Alright. Okay, so first of all, can someone please write down the first point?
You can do that? Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Academic pressure.
Why do you say that?
Well, I said that academic pressure is the main factor since even in the example given below, you stated that the student was facing extreme pressure due to her academic performance. And I think below it you can place the social media comparison.
So why do you think social media comparison would be such an important or pivotal keyword in our discussion today?
Well, from what I know, I think it's because of insecurities. How about you two? Yeah, how about you two?
I think aside from insecurities as well, it might relate back to the peer pressure part of how social media is such a pivotal part of everyone's life here today. So what both of you think, Ariana and Umar?
I totally agree with your statements now. I do believe other than peer pressure that you said is also when other influencers, for example, actors and also singers, when they show an unrealistic image to the teenagers. You are talking about teenagers, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they are showing an unrealistic example to teenagers for how they look and how they want to look, what they want to achieve at such a young age. What do you think?
I'm in the same page with both of you.
All right.
So I couldn't agree more.
Alright, so I think the first 2 points, I think you should have been picked up with time. So I guess for explanation, I can make a sheet you can write down regarding first expectations.
Okay.
And another point is that maybe even ego.
Ego?
Yeah.
Why would you say ego?
Well, even I myself, I got some getting pressure because of my ego because I want to be the best.
You want to be the best?
Yeah.
Yeah, to add on to that as well, ego might be the most important thing and what drives for someone to become excelling academically and also co-curricularly, which is why it might become the most important factor as well.
Do you also have ego when you are going to academic pressure?
Yes, I think I ego.
How is that? Okay, it's okay.
I have to stop you guys there. Your discussion time is up. You may begin your presentation now and remember to keep your presentation within your time. Your presentation begins now.
If you're inability to enjoy life, this is for number 3, and for the shame, and stigma and shame. This is for the lack of proper mental health education. Thank you, appreciate it.
You may begin now.
Yep, all right.
So the first one is to teach you the best, ego. Number 2 is because of inferiority.
Okay.
Third is inability to enjoy life. Number 4 is shame and also stigma.
All right.
Okay.
So yeah.
So Johai, I'll take the first 2 points, you will take the second 2.
Oh, which mic? Which mic?
Both.
So you guys this because there is some information, but please make sure that in this study you guys follow the time and bring your watch to keep up there. So this one is supposed to be in like GPA. Supposedly it takes around I think 10 minutes of discussion, and also PETRONAS, if I'm not mistaken, also 10 minutes or 15 minutes. And the explanation part will be around 15 minutes, okay? So please make sure you bring your watch and keep track of your time.
All right.
Alright, so thank you Mr. Adam and Mr. Iskandar for the time. Should we be sitting or standing?
Up to you.
Up to us. Okay, so we are comfortable standing?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. So, as we all know, my name is Ariana and this is my friend Johan right here. So we have been given a case study regarding rising mental health issues among Malaysian youth. So based on the material that we were given, I would say we have came to a conclusion that what is it?
I'm sorry, what?
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, can we do that again?
Yeah.
Can we do that again? Okay. Okay, so the case study will be read about rising mental health issues among Malaysian youth, and these are the causes that are causing the mental health issues that are rising in the Malaysian students.
That is correct.
So first of all, is the academic pressure given academic pressure.
Yeah.
Yes.
It practically sums up how it actually is. Academic pressure as a whole, it might be from your parents, it might be from your own self, and it might be from your environment on your own. It can be also how you can relate it to what our point was about regarding peer pressure early on. Aside from that, we can take a look on how these parents or even their friends are putting these unexpected and incredible expectations that these individuals and pupils are unable to achieve it in the first place. What do you think about that, Ariana?
I totally agree. As we also discussed just now, it was also about expectations, where, like you said just now, parents and also relatives having high expectations on us. For example, I think it would, like you show, for example, you are coming from a family full of doctors. So as
a last child, you are expected to have high grades because your mother is a doctor, your father is a doctor. Why would you not have good grades, or why would you not perform in school?
Yeah.
You agree?
Yeah, that is true, especially when these parents are actually putting their expectations on their children, how they expect them to become what they are in the future as well.
Yes, I totally agree also. So let's go on to the next point, which
Sure.
is social media comparison. We discussed just now, when social media comparison, it's not only when we are talking about celebrities or influencers out there, but also on our friends on social media.
Yep, that is true. Especially when it comes, we connect it back to the point earlier, when you talk about peer pressure and how everything, everything and the thing that we experience these days are online. Everything is online today, and we can simply see how people are living their life out online and how important it is for you to portray your own incredible life and so-called ideal life online as well.
I totally agree with that. And other than that, it's also financial stress.
That is true. Yeah. So let's talk about financial stress here. Who could not agree more that money might become the most pivotal and important factor of how you ideal and how you pretend that your life might become in the future. I personally believe that money is the most important factor for you to consider on how you to carry out a few things. Number one is how you portray an ideal life might be. Some people portray it as you to become rich. Some people portray it for you to have enough money for you to put food on the table. Secondly, let's talk about how this social and also financial part of your life has become a really important factor on how do you make decisions on things. You go to a certain school when you have enough money. You don't go to a certain shopping mall, or you buy clothes from a certain place for it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your cooperation. I wish you all the result of this session. I wish you all the best, all the best, and really
Real thing memang lagi lama. Tapi stamina kita kan lama lagi kita. Kita orang lama gila.
Okay. Okay. So that was the end of the mock interview session. Okay. After that, have you guys managed to notice any of the mistakes that were done by the candidates? Okay. Let's look at the slide together.
Okay, before that, what do you guys think of our friends just now? Were they great? So, good job guys, keep it up. I believe that if you guys got macam tu during your interview session, you will have a high chance to get this question. Okay? Alright, so just practice and be prepared. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. So, alright. So, okay, so we can't present the answers now, but one of the answers that most of you guys gave was aura for some reason. Okay. And then we also talked about bad body language. Okay, so we want to give the raya lagi kan?
Yeah, betul. So we're feeling a bit generous today. So kita macam nak bagi more the raya. Okay, so anyone wants to volunteer?
Okay, just to answer a question about the mistakes. Anyone? Kalau macam tu I pick lah. Interesting. Okay. Alright. So the question is, how do you avoid the mistake of having bad body language?
Well, for starters, I think it's very important for you to pay and give your undivided attention to the interviewers.
Yeah.
And by doing so, you have to also respect them by showing your proper posture and keeping your tone very leveled and calm, while also trying your best to sound confident. Therefore,
Why not the mistakes?
Just how to avoid the mistake.
How to avoid it?
Yeah.
Well, I think you just have to lock in and set it down. You have to get it in your head. Like it's an interview. You have to know your goals and what you want and where you're heading with this. You have to know how to carry yourself. Yeah.
Alright, thank you so much. Okay, yes guys, you have to have yeah, okay.
So kita nak tanya Umar sikit lah Umar, can you explain your behaviour just now?
Hi guys, so right now this is the true me. So I'm sorry that it was all in that before. So first of all, I'm sorry for all my wrongdoings. So I know that what I did was a lot of mistakes. My body language, my stuttering, and all of the crap that I did. So one advice that I would like to give to you guys is make sure to do early preparation. So basically what inspires, okay, my character is actually inspired by myself, my old self. So I was once a passive boy, but this is me right now. Because if I didn't change, I wouldn't be a JPMR scholar.
Okay, so thank you so much, Umar. Okay, alright, so we would like to give our little reflection. So one of the advices that I would like to give is know about your course and scholarship body really well. You should do your own research to ensure that you can show that you are interested and actually want to have that scholarship in the first place. That will give you an advantage over others and make sure that you're well prepared. Yeah.
And another one key takeaway that I want you guys to bring along home is to always expect the unexpected. Because why? Okay, I've been to many interviews before. Okay, so when I was interviewed by the YPM management, I was asked to recite Surah Al-Fatihah. So bila I masuk the online meeting, they asked me to, okay, Bang Funda, can you recite Surah Al-Fatihah? That's why Surah Al-Fatihah. Kalau surah atau apa, I macam, tak boleh lah. So macam, just get excited. And then apart from that, I pernah interview dengan KMB. They asked me to write about something that is on your mind right now. So macam, kita macam masa ni suruh kita lukis kan? So macam, excited lah pasal itu. And then, I tried juga unlock idea minta buat room tour, idea. And another one experience is that kita tanya my MBTI is extrovert tau, my MBTI. Tapi I apply for data science. So dia kata lah, bukan ke orang data science ni kena orang yang macam more to data, more to information. Tapi orang yang social. Macam mana you sebagai orang yang social nak ambil data science? Yes. So, so my key takeaway that I want to give you guys ialah to always expect the unexpected.
Okay, so that's all for our session today. We have one message for you guys. Come up. Giri.
Okay, so since results is just around the corner, we want everyone to accept your results.
In a language, like
apa yang right to you, mesti ada comment. Okay, get one, or if you get,
we will wish you all the best for your results.
right plans.
Dari sana.
So we would like to wish everyone
all the best.
Okay, anggap benda tu tak jadi.
Saya ada problem. Okay, we would like to wish everyone
for
Your Cepat video. Guys, nak video sekejap. Video. Cepat. Senyum. Okay, thank you guys. Nanti Kim. Ini dengan ni charge, so you pegang dulu. Okay guys, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So I hope everyone is already energized. Orang semua okay tak okay? Alright, tak dengar. Alright, so now we'll be going into the final session of the day, which is the question and answer session. So I, Marsha binti Muhammad Mashani, will be a moderator, and allow me to briefly introduce myself. I am an aspiring psychologist and a PETRONAS scholar currently studying A-levels at College Yayasan Media. Now, thank you. I invite the speakers for the question and answer session to take the seat, please. Jauh sangat lah. Tak apalah, tengok je lah. Okay, so before we begin with the question and answer session, I would like to remind everyone to use this opportunity to really and fully understand what you are questioning about and to make things straight so you don't have any other confusions after this session. And do we know that you can directly see the scholars and get their personal insights after this session. And apart from that, if you would like to address a specific speaker, do include their name in front of your question so we can address your questions accordingly. Okay, now moving on to the first question. If I am awarded a scholarship, how can I join BASE initiative? Any takers?
If you guys want to join this initiative, we will just open up applications. So they're in your batch group, and there will be like interviews, and then will be behind. So I think that's about it. Yeah, get you here first. Oh, actually, you have boleh juga. Okay.
Okay. Now, before we move on, I would like to also briefly introduce the speakers specifically so that all of you can know who you want to specifically address. So, first one, we have Tun Muhammad Anas bin Aris, which is on my left. He is an FGV scholar and is inspiring in computer science. Next up, we have Ayuni Safia binti Syahrul Nizam, a Bank Negara Malaysia scholar and intended to pursue mathematics. And next up, we have Nur Shazwina Amani binti Saiful Azni, a Pemodelan Nasional Berhad scholar with intended course of electrical and electronic engineering. Next up, we have Madiha Alia binti Ridwan, a PETRONAS scholar pursuing chemical engineering in her future, inshallah. And lastly, we have Muhammad Nazrul Hakim bin Muhammad Jafar, a Yayasan Khazanah scholar with the intended course of Philosophy, Politics and Economics, PPE. Now, moving on to the next question. Is it recommended to use the same resume or resume for multiple applications?
Alright, so I'll address that particular question. So, for video resumes, it's always a good thing for you to make sure that it's tailored towards your specific scholarship body that you're applying for. Like I mentioned before, it's always good for you to align your values within that particular presentation to be somewhat akin to what the values that they champion for. And for resumes in particular, it depends on whether or not you have a very good understanding
In my group, when we were asked to bring our SPM results for some verification purposes, I see that I was one of the highest. I had one of the highest grades in the table, but yeah, I didn't got the scholarship at all. And there's other 3 people, and I think 2 other people in my group that got the scholarship. So I think after you met the minimum requirement, all you need to worry about is how you present yourself. Try to be as confident as possible. Try to talk about how passionate you like your scholarship, your course. So yeah, if you are able to meet the minimum requirement, don't worry. You just need to focus on other aspects at that point.
Okay, so that is our final question of the day. And again, I would like all of you to encourage for those questions who have not been answered to find the people that are relevant to the questions. If you don't know which one to go to, you can just approach any of us and ask for directions. Okay, inshallah, that is the final session of the day. And now, I give the floor to Alicia Zahra to continue this program.
So we've come to an end for our workshop today. On behalf of this initiative, I would like to thank everyone so much for taking the time out to be here with us to listen to how to share their experiences on their applications. And like what Dia and Hadi has said just now, results are just around the corner, so whatever result you get. Whatever results you get, take it with an open heart and accept it. This rejection, and when you apply to scholarships, rejection, remember that rejection is redirection and that it does not define who you are as a person. Okay, so before we end, we would like to take a quick picture with everyone, if that's okay. Alright. If it's possible, can everyone squeeze into the middle, or at least like move down the row into the middle? Right. Thank you. Committee members, please come to the front.
I remember I looked at your SPM set. Aku macam,
Can you move the chest? Yeah. Aini. Mia, Mia. Raja.
you guys tak nampak. Semua ni tak nampak.
Sorry guys, can everyone stand up so that we can squeeze lagi sebab the computer tak nampak. Sorry. Stand up. Sorry guys. I guess I need to move something.
Okay, so kalau itu memang like.
Okay, freestyle satu. Okay, semua buat base. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay.